Everyone. There it is. Thank you for being here this morning with us. Happy New Year. If the people that are being sworn in, Supervisor-elect Lane, come on down, be ready. We have quite a group of people being sworn in this morning. It's quite a great day in El Dorado County. We have the Honorable Vicki Ashworth here to do the ceremony for us. And is everybody here? Dawn, do you know that we anticipate being sworn in? We're ready to go? Okay. I think, how do we start? We haven't done this in a while in live, so just a moment. Can we just get her started?
So we'll just have to call them up and individually.
Okay. Do you want this kind of mic or do you want me to?
No, we're just going to have everybody come on up. So I was told by Ms. Dawson that we could just stand right there in the middle.
Okay, project into this microphone.
Yes.
Very good.
Talk loud.
Talk loud.
All right. I think I have everything alphabetical, so just bear with me, but if I can have Miss Coleman. Wow, look at that.
Wow.
Oh, what's a good catch,
Good.
huh?
Yeah.
All right, so if you want to back up and then, nope, just back up, face me. There you go, because we're both going to pick up on the mic.
Okay.
All right,
Mhm.
so you're going to raise your right hand and be sworn and repeat after me, please. I state your name,
I, Karen Coleman,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
of the office
of the office
upon which I am about to enter.
about which I am about to enter.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Just sign it there, and then I will date it. Okay. And then. Yes. Which one? And then this is your certificate.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Great. And John DeVille. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
How are you?
Great. Thank
Good.
you.
All right, so you saw the first example.
Yep.
You ready?
I am.
All right, so raise your hand, repeat after me. I state your name,
I, John DeVille,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
I will bear true faith and allegiance
And I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
that I will well and faithfully
that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
of the office
of the office
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
I will take. Any other pictures? So
Thank you.
Congratulations. You're welcome. That's, thank you. All right, Brian Frazier. Morning, sir.
Morning.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
All right, if you can also raise your right hand, repeat after me. I state your name,
I, Brian Frazier,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United
the
States
Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
of the office
of the office
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations. sir.
Thank you.
Just sign that. That is, photo op, sorry. And then this is. Congratulations. All right, Mr. Harn.
I don't like my photo taken with young people.
Oh, well, luckily there are none up here,
That's
so
right.
you're in luck today.
Okay,
All right, you can probably cite this oath better than I can.
I
so
doubt it.
Are you ready?
I'll try.
All right, I state your name,
I, Joe Harn,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United
to
States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I will well and faithfully,
that I will well and faithfully,
sorry, one moment,
uh-oh,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
that I will well and faithfully
that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
of the office
of the office
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations.
Thank
sir.
you.
Top one. And your certificate.
Okay,
Nope, and photos.
photos again.
Of course.
Thank you.
I need to know.
Oh,
You can't take that.
no, that's okay.
All right, and Janelle Horn. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you.
I'm very honored to be here to do this.
Me too. I'm thankful you're here.
All right, you ready? All right. I state your name,
I, Janelle Horn,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this, that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
that I will well and faithfully
that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
of the office
of the office
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I'm about to enter.
Congratulations.
And
Here's your- Couple more. All right, Brooke, Wayne. Saw you sitting up there before.
I gather that ditto is not an option.
Well, if it was, I would have repeated it after the second one, as you can see. It's a little bit harder because you just repeat words.
Right.
All right, but each one is significant. So,
Thank you.
all right,
It
are you
is.
ready?
I am.
All right. I state your name,
I, Brooke Lane,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
of the office
of the office
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I'm about to enter.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, and the last one that I have, of course, is for Ms. Harlan. Well, you happen to fall right at the end of the alphabet. All right. Ready?
Still nervous after all this.
I understand. All right. I state your name,
I, Lori Parlin,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
of the office
office
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I'm about to enter.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
It's okay. You're good.
Oh, yeah. Needs to fill out forms. I don't know. All right, thank
There's your
you.
certificate.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Is that it?
That is all.
Okay,
Well, for this look.
yeah. Oh, okay. Up front here.
Wrangle all you new
Without these.
leaders.
Is everybody? Are we evenly spaced? Tell us if we're evenly spaced, Carla. That's your job.
Pretty close.
We're good.
Yeah, Brian. Remember, just a few. And Aaron, there you go.
Get closer in. Do we get it? I know, right? That was it. Very good. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Problem.
All right, thank you everyone for being here. Our meeting for the Board of Supervisors does not start until 9. So if you want to take some family photos up here at the podium with your newly elected person, come on up. You're more than welcome. All right, here we go. Oops, got a volume on. Hold on. It wasn't me this time. No worries. It was weird. I was like surround sound almost or something. It was scary. Okay, I will call to order the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, January 3rd, 2023. We are going to start off our morning with the invocation by Chaplain Betsy Vanderpool of the Sierra Chaplaincy, and then we'll follow that with the Pledge of Allegiance, which I will lead. So come on up.
Good morning.
Morning.
Happy New Year. Would you join me in prayer? God, thanks so much for this opportunity we have to lead and to serve our great county. And Lord, it's the beginning of January. It always feels like such a fresh start. And Lord, I know there's a lot on the agenda today and people being appointed into positions and new roles, new responsibilities, old roles, new year. Lord, I pray for wisdom. I pray for discernment. God, give us the ability to see the next steps forward clearly. Because God, our goal is to serve the citizens, the guests, the people who come here to work, to serve them well and to lead our county forward into a great future. And so we ask for your wisdom, your discernment, and your perseverance as we walk forward. In your strong and mighty name, amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Betsy.
All right, with that, will everybody please stand and join me for the pledge? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, so we haven't had a meeting in like 2 or 3 weeks, and with that, I always get rusty and forget what to do. So we'll just, we're going to move on to adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent calendar. And I'm going to start off by checking in with our CAO.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On Saturday, December 31st, the sheriff signed a proclamation declaring a local emergency because of the storms. The board has to ratify that if you so choose. So I'm requesting that an urgency item be added to the agenda as item number 33 for a 2 p.m. time certain to discuss the ratification, but also to receive an update from the sheriff's office, our DOT director, and the facilities division on impacts the storm has had.
Very good.
And just to confirm, you are authorized to add an item that is not otherwise on the agenda in the event of an emergency situation, in which case you can do so by majority vote or based on a matter that arose after the agenda was posted that requires immediate action. That can be done on a 4/5 vote. Either circumstance would appear to apply in this particular situation.
Very good. Did you have a question, Supervisor Lane?
Just a question of
Sure.
clarification. When an item gets added like that, what kind of information do we get at the dais prior to that being heard?
So the item is in Legistar. I put it in yesterday. So
Okay.
as soon as the board gives approval, I believe the clerk will officially add it to the agenda and we can have printed copies available for you
Great,
to read.
thank you.
And it's being added as a discussion item also, so we'll be able to ask all the questions we have at that
Okay.
time. So
Perfect, thank you.
good question. Okay, and then with that, I'm going to check in with everybody to see if they have any additions or changes, and I'll just start over here. District 2,
No changes.
District 3.
Just a comment on item 10, just like to thank everyone that is stepping up to fill all of our various boards and commissions and committees. Really appreciate their volunteer hours and service.
Ditto that. District 1.
No comments.
And
No
just-
changes.
No changes. Okay, District 5.
No changes.
And I have no changes, so that will get public comment. Kim?
Now taking public comment on the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
Okay, with that, I'll bring it back to the board. And Kim, do you want to read into the record what we're approving for our agenda?
Adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent calendar with no changes.
In addition of
wanna add
item
item
number
33?
33.
Yeah, excuse me, and with the addition of item number 33 as an urgency item at a 2 PM time allocation.
Very good.
I will move the item.
Double second?
And we're all present, so I can say all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Very good. It passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, see, I'm not the only one that forgets what to do.
Get rusty.
You get rusty when you're off for a couple of weeks. So very good. With that, I am going to start us off with item number 1, which we rarely ever start with number 1, Kim.
Correct. Before we do item number 1, can we just take a couple minutes for our first vice chair to acknowledge our current chair and the wonderful job she's done for the past year?
Yes, that would be my pleasure entirely. And as part of our tradition here on the Board of Supervisors, recognizing that the chair role requires a tremendous amount of additional duties and oversight and pressures. And it is not a role for the faint-hearted. And Lori, you've just done an excellent job this year in really setting a gold standard for efficient meetings and the efficient enactment of government and constituent service. And so really appreciate all of your efforts to serve the citizens of El Dorado County. And it's my privilege to present to you this gorgeous plaque.
Oh my God.
Isn't that gorgeous?
That is nice.
That says, presented in recognition, in appreciation and recognition to Lori Parlin, Chair, Board of Supervisors, January 4th, 2022 to January 3rd, 2023. And I know this will be something of pride to remember your as chair. We truly appreciate your service.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I'll just add, and you get a gavel too, so you
Right, I'm noticing that.
can maintain the
We have
protocols,
gavels
right?
everywhere. And
should get that
thank
at the
you for
beginning.
that. And I do remember last year, Supervisor Heidel, when we did our handoff, we couldn't do it in person.
Yes.
And like, we didn't get this nice ceremony. So,
Right.
you know, just
It
to
was,
say,
it was tougher, yeah.
it was a lot different. So I appreciate that we get to do things in person again. Really appreciate this. So thank you, everyone. And we did work hard. And I do want to say I appreciated, it was a tough year, and that my vice chair and I worked really hard to make sure that we try to stay on top of things. There's always things coming up though at us all the time. And so thank you for your support this year.
My pleasure. It's a pleasure to work with you.
Okay.
Item number 1 is the election of the chair, vice chair, and second vice chair of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors for the year 2023.
So with that, recognize, and I'm going to piggyback on what you just said, Supervisor Parlin. This has been an extraordinary year. We are moving into another extraordinary year. And recognizing that our county is in a time of transition. This last year, we had many department staffing changes. And looking forward, we have the change of our CAO. We are not happy about it, Don. But that said, it's something that we are continuing to explore and do our due diligence, and it will be a year of tremendous change for our county. Not only with a change in the CAO, but we have several key department heads that we will also be needing to transition. So recognizing that, I'm going to propose something kind of unprecedented, and that for the sake of the continuity of our organization and a known quantity, I propose that we continue the same configuration as the chair, vice chair, for the sake of our organization. So this is a known quantity in a time of extreme transition. And I want to, bring that forward for the board to discuss.
I appreciate that. I think that I agree with you. We are, well, Don, you know it, a lot of people are pretty nervous about you leaving. And I think for continuity, it would be nice to keep this configuration that we have. So that's one less thing that we're trying to figure out this year. Because it does, I will say, I was surprised at getting the hang of it and the groove of things with the board and staff. And it did take me a little bit longer than I had anticipated this year. So with that, I do think it's a good idea, but I'm looking for buttons, I think, from my colleagues for thoughts. Supervisor Heidel.
I understand, I think, the motivation in this, but I also believe that we all need to take our proper roles in leading the organization. And the historical backdrop associated with how El Dorado County has transitioned through many, many difficult situations is to normally proceed, if it's agreeable, with the previously defined chair, first vice chair, second vice chair. And so I would like us to consider doing that in opposition to what the proposal was, because I do think it's important to share the responsibilities, to have people experience what it is to be a chair on an active basis. And the other thing, from a personal perspective, I would not get a chance to serve as chair second time around because I have 2 more terms or 2 more years in my term, and I'll be term limited out. And what I found with Supervisor Veerkamp is that having served as chair the last year of his term, he was effective in, I think, getting a lot of things accomplished, finished up, that he wouldn't have been able to do if he wasn't chair. So that's part of my motivation too. We started several initiatives, several of which I would really like to see to completion. And I think you have the ability to drive those home a little bit more effectively as chair, as opposed to not being in that position. So that's kind of my thoughts on it.
Okay, Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, there's only been one time that we've had an issue where a supervisor served his second term as chair. And it was an issue that way back on in history, is because there was issue against another supervisor. So that's the reason why they did that. I think we need to follow the right protocol, like John was talking about, and I support that, John.
And I know Supervisor Lane, you're brand new to all of this, and just curious if you've seen anything, thought anything, or had a chance, and you can say no. It's up to you.
Well, I'm 20 minutes in, so this is difficult. I've served on councils where we've had this issue come up, and my experience is that somebody gets hurt every time. It's very divisive. And so, I lean in the direction of, we all have big roles. We all represent large districts, all of us very similarly sized. The role of the chair is ministerial. At best, it does take additional work, as you say, and we would have to re-engrave your plaque if we did this. So, but I think there's more sense in staying with tradition and rotating it than not. And again, I hope that however this goes down, that we all put it behind us and work together as a team. That's going to be important.
So I'm going to then back up to earlier. Well, okay, this is a new year, so 2022. If we're going to talk about tradition, then I just want to double check in and because I felt I was kind of caught off guard how this same topic happened this last year in January. I had anticipated, Supervisor Turnbull, that you were going to want to be the second vice chair, and you didn't take it.
Well,
so
I didn't speak up soon enough.
You didn't speak up, and so that caught me off guard at that time. And I'm just curious to see, because if you will not then get a turn to be the chair, and if you don't, potentially get reelected, we don't know. So I'm just checking in with you to make sure that, going back to what we just talked about, tradition and opportunity, I'm trying to be fair and give you a chance to say something if you want to or not.
Yes, I would like to be the second vice chair.
Now, though, if we move up, you still won't get an opportunity to be
Right,
the
but if I
chair.
do get reelected, then I will be the chairperson
Okay.
on my next term.
All right, very good. Just
I'm
checking
very
in
good
with
on
that.
Yes.
Okay.
So I'm really willing to make a motion if we're through with discussion.
I don't think we are, and
Okay.
I didn't want to, I was hoping that the thought of continuity given all the changes in the county, would suffice to perhaps keep what we're doing now. But I'm going to say this, and it's not going to come out pleasant, and I'm so sorry. And Supervisor Lane, you said it so well, that regardless of our conversation right now, we all need to move on and do the work of the county. Supervisor Heidel, when you were the chair last year, it was, the meetings were quite chaotic. And we really struggled. And at the end of last year, I had gone back to the end of your chair. I had a lot of people contacting me and asking me to try to provide structure to the meetings again, because they had gotten quite, I don't want to say out of control, but they just weren't, and I don't want to say efficient either, because I like having the public's input. I really do. And I know that sometimes people think that by holding to the rules, we're not including the public. And I disagree with that. It's about making our meetings run orderly and still having the public's input and being respectful on both sides of the podium. So I am not really supportive of you having another chairmanship on the Board of Supervisors, quite honestly, because of, and I will say also that folks have been contacting me, and you've been the chair of LAFCO this year, and those meetings have also, my understanding is, just devolved into kind of chaos. And I don't know, I just don't want to do that again. It was really exhausting last year trying to keep up, and the meetings didn't feel well managed, and I can't go back to that. I just can't do it. And so therefore, I felt that was potentially another reason to keep this continuity, to really get it ingrained for future boards and chairs, to keep order of the meetings while still, getting everybody's input. It's not easy, you guys. I am usually exhausted on Tuesday evenings because I try really hard to be thoughtful of everyone and be inclusive, and also keep structure, try to anticipate. You cannot anticipate everything that happens at a meeting. You just can't. But I really do try. So that's another reason that I thought it'd be best to just keep this continuity another year before we change.
Well, let me respond. I have not had the inputs that you have. I've had the opposite inputs. In particular, I think LAFCO's turned around and is doing an incredible job of heading down the right path. And I think Supervisor Turnbow could probably attest to that.
Yes.
So I'm not sure where your inputs are coming from, but I totally disagree with your perspective. We have different management styles.
Mm-hmm.
I'm more open-ended. I want to hear people's comments. You are more rigid and controlling in the way you want to do things. And that's fine. We all have differences of personalities and opinions. But I think when you reflect back to the year I was chair, it was still heavily in the COVID period. There was still a lot of public angst going on. And the thing I didn't want to do is inflame that and have it come back on employees and other people because the board wasn't listening to what was going on. That was my cautionary. We need to listen harder when people are angry. We got past that period, right? And I think if you look at it from the standpoint of, was it a usual, typical year? No, it was not. It was probably the toughest year in COVID we had. I mean, the year that Supervisor Veerkamp was chair was tough leading into it, but I think the year after that actually got worse because as more information, more data became available, the public became more upset with what was going on with the school system, mandatory vaccinations, all those things. My management style is I want to listen and understand people's perspective and try to find a way to mitigate things as best we can. And you can't necessarily do that by promptly shutting people off at 3 minutes of comment. In my opinion, it's a different style, right?
Mhm.
So that's all I'm trying to say is I'm not sure where you're getting your inputs. I'm getting different inputs totally. And I guess that's to be expected.
It
So,
is to be expected.
Yeah.
And I guess that's what the board's gonna have to decide if
Yeah.
they want, which managerial style they want. Quite honestly,
well, we all adapt and change as a result of our experiences, right? And I think we are getting out of the COVID period substantially. And I think a lot of the difficulties people are experiencing with their emotions and their feelings and their actions is behind us for the most part. We're still dealing with COVID. That's a day-to-day process. But I think the times are different now going forward. And yeah, we have a lot of changes going on, a lot of transitions and stuff. So I recognize what those are. But I've had a lot of experience with transitions, both in the private sector and the public sector. So it's not something that's new. I'm fully confident anyone on this board could fulfill that role because we all step up when given the opportunity. And it is more time and effort, but I think you just put the effort into it. I think Supervisor Thomas is ready for that. I don't have any reservations about that aspect of it. And I think Supervisor Turnbow, if you wanted to be the second vice chair, would also be ready for that at that point in time. So, given the re-election process and everything else that goes on. So I guess it's just difference of opinion, right?
it is. And I hear you.
Yeah.
Supervisor Thomas has your button on.
I just would like to recognize and appreciate the thoughtful, respectful discussion that we're having. I think it's a worthy discussion. And I think it's also one that will be perhaps helpful to continue when we address good governance, later on this month or whenever it's
Right.
coming before us. And I think this will lead to a productive discussion around that. But once again, I appreciate Supervisor Lane's comments that once this is all said and done, it will be so important that we all come together for the greater good and support each other, especially in this year of transition. So recognizing that we act as a body of five. So.
Any further thoughts? Should we get some public comment?
Sounds good.
Ready, Kim?
Now taking public comment on item number 1. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good morning, board. Lars Knudsen, District 5, Pollock Pines. Just happens that I was reading a word this morning that I think we need. We need to get understanding. It's not my understanding. We need knowledge, not my knowledge or understanding, but we need wisdom. How to get wisdom. It's not my wisdom. It's not my knowledge. It's not my understanding, but it is the truth. And I just asked, Lord, that you would touch this place and let us come in continuity with you. Scripture comes out of the book of Proverbs. There's a few scriptures here. I think it's perfect. He that reproveth a scorner getteth himself shame, and in that rebuke a wicked man getteth himself a blot. I don't want a blot. Reprove not a scorner, lest he hate you. Rebuke a wise man, and he will love you. Give instructions to a wise man, and he will yet be wiser. Teach a just man, that can be also a woman, and he will increase in learning. This is the key. This is the key, Lori. This is the key. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, and the knowledge of the holy is understanding. I read that this morning. I'm not holy, but God is, and he dwells in me. And a lot of people need that holiness from God. So I just ask the Lord to just put it all in perfect peace, love, and joy, put our egos, everything aside, and let the Spirit of God, the holiness of God rise up. Thank you.
Thank you, Lars. Let me check in with our clerk. Is our timer working?
It timed out, so I'm having it re-enter the meeting.
Very good. Thank you, Lars. We'll have Lars do our timer for us.
There you go.
No, I'm kidding. Kim has one on her desk. She can do it for us.
Good morning and good new year. And Supervisor Lane, welcome. and
Thank you.
Congratulations on your election.
Thank you.
Regarding this item, to be honest with you, you're the only one that I would support for chair of this Board of Supervisors. My opposition to the remaining supervisors over the failure to uphold the county's core values and their oaths of office is well known. I'm not going to repeat that today. But I have handed out two particular objections that I want to make for the record and refer to the county council. They are personal conflicts of interest by Supervisor Turnbull and Supervisor Thomas. And I want to make those for the record. Regarding Supervisor Turnbull, you haven't been very honest with the public in the commissioners that you've appointed. You've whitewashed their backgrounds, their extremist backgrounds, and you haven't spoken out against those when the evidence has
Hold
been
up,
put
Joe,
forward.
can you help me understand? Can you stop the timer, Kim? How is this related to what we're doing right now?
It's related to conflicts of interest and the two supervisors' relative qualification and standard of integrity to fulfill the position of the Board of Supervisors. You're asking me to constrict my comments, it appears, but my
To this
comments
item.
are directly relevant to the item, and I've laid them out here, and I'm going to speak about them if you'll allow me.
Okay, keep it on this item.
I am.
Okay.
Okay, so in the item, there's two conflicts of interest, and they have to do with these individuals' integrity and qualification to be a representative of the board's standards and to represent El Dorado County. For Supervisor Turnbull, you've had over a year to disclose that you have a personal relationship with Commissioner Grimaldi. She's not just a constituent, but apparently she's a very personal friend. And you attended a private birthday party for her last year in which she acknowledges you as family or extended family. So I'm going to leave that there, but I'm going to ask you to recuse yourself from any consideration to be the chair of this body, and also recuse yourself from any further issues to do with Linda Grimaldi. Supervisor Thomas, your conflict of interest has to do with your personal and family support of terroristic news symbols and a very divisive group in this county that you've remained silent about. There is a constituent in your district who's the chapter president of an extremist group that has been found guilty of attacking the U.S. Capitol, guilty for seditious conspiracy. Their logo includes a noose and a person hanging from that noose and the words Placerville, California. I've reviewed that with you personally over a year ago. That matter, plus their ties to the seditious conspiracy and those ties back to county commissioners, and you've remained completely silent about that. A symbol of a noose under California law is a terroristic symbol. It represents and is defined as, under California law, a symbol that is a threat to life. Family profits from that. And I think it's abhorrent to me that a chair of this county would be somebody who can't speak up against a terroristic symbol, who family profits from it, and who can't support your oath of office, which is your only condition for being in office. Your silence is just appalling on those matters. If you have something to say about it in opposition to those groups and what they stand for, I'd sure love to hear it. I gave you the opportunity to do so, and I've watched you as you've remained silent. So
Thank you,
please
Joe.
speak
Your
up.
time is up.
Thank you. I ask you to take that into
Joe, your time is
consideration.
up. Thank you.
Hi, Sue Taylor. I missed the beginning of that conversation, so I was kind of not thinking this was going this way, but so I really feel like you need to continue protocol, and I think that either Turnbull or Supervisor Thomas should take the first chair, just to keep that protocol continuing in the way that it has historically been done. I think everybody has a different style. I think the county reacts to those different styles, and I think changes in those things are good. And I think if one of you takes chair, that's the conversation I missed. If that was, who would that be between those two? And who would be, the other should be second chair because they need to have that opportunity. And then what happens next year is a whole new slate. So I would like to see a different year next year. And I would like, when you're chair, you have to focus so much on the process. And sometimes you don't get to participate so much on the issues. And I think that is a good reason to continue to do the rotation. So thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Anyone else in the room?
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from 525.
Hi, this is Leo Bennett Koshan. I second the conversations that I've heard from our supervisors that after this difficult conversation, it goes behind and everybody moves together unified as best as possible, attending to the people's business. And I also liked the civil exchange of different perspectives about management. My particular perspective is that there's a deeper conversation that hopefully will occur, as was mentioned during your good governance workshop. It's understanding the differences between practice, which is one way of making decisions, and then informal and formal protocols on up to your policies, et cetera. And the one I'm primarily concerned about is we're commenting on something that's not yet even a motion. And my understanding of your rules in terms of how you run the meetings is that there should be a motion and a second, both prior to an exhaustive conversation, which you're having now, and then taking public comments so we know exactly what we're commenting on. And there is a practice, which is okay, where you have a general conversation leading up to the motion. I felt, and I could be wrong, that I heard a supervisor say they wanted to make a motion and the chair say that they weren't ready yet for a motion. I might have misconstrued that. So I'm just making that as an observation as a citizen. And I do think that Supervisor Heidel's forward-looking perspective in terms of him being termed out and utilizing the regular past practice, which would give him a second chair, is something that should be considered. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you, Leo.
Now taking public comment from Ruth.
Yes, good morning. Happy New Year and welcome back, and welcome to our new supervisor as well. So keeping to this topic, I can see benefit in both scenarios that have been brought forward this morning. I don't really have that strong of an opinion whether you continue as is or if Wendy moves up Supervisor Thomas to chair. Like I say, I see benefit in both, but I have a couple questions. One is it set in stone if you say who is the first vice chair and who's the second vice chair? I mean, is that necessarily what's to come down the pike, or is it really up to evaluation each January? That's a question, because I always thought it was more of a formality and not a foregone conclusion that that's the positions everyone got in the future. And I did want to address Supervisor Heidel and remind him of some inputs that he's forgetting. At the end of your term, Supervisor Heidel, you and I had many, many emails back and forth with my concerns about security in the boardroom. And I felt it was very dissatisfactorily handled, very. So I know it was an unprecedented times, people with high emotions, but just please look back at your emails. I don't think action was taken now. I know you have some sheriff's deputies, 4 or 5 of them, that are assigned to the government buildings. That should be helpful, but it doesn't really fix the problem that we had at that time. And I do feel it was a lack of leadership. You know, it's not black and white. There's many decisions I support you in, like anything. It's very nuanced. I think you're a good supervisor, but I didn't appreciate the way that was handled. And I think that's it. Good luck in this decision making, and I'll support whatever is decided today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, CAO, do you want to answer? Ruth had questions about the positions. It's not set in stone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, in response to Ms. Mickelson's questions, most counties name they have the chair, first vice chair, and second vice chair. Part of it is for in the event the chair is absent from a meeting, staff know, the board knows who's going to be running the meeting. To my knowledge, every county does it as a rotation, like we do every year. It is not a foregone conclusion. The board can change that at any time. I've only known it to happen on very rare occasions, and it primarily benefits staff to help plan for planning purposes of who's going to be in those roles as we transition to the new year. But again, it is 100% the board's discretion. And shoot, quite frankly, I don't think I'm not aware of this ever happening. The board could change the chair and vice chair anytime they want. It's a board decision, but it's simply for expediency purposes and planning purposes to do a rotation. I will say that differs from many cities though. And we have a couple city council members here, and sometimes cities handle a little different than counties do. And neither are right or wrong. It's just how you want to move forward.
Thank you for that. I don't think there were any other questions from Leo kind of asked about that whole giving public comment prior to having a motion. And I think that that is also, that's not something that's set in stone either. It's more, and I've seen our board do this before where we are struggling with something. We'll see what the public has to say before we do so. Is that kind of a?
Yeah, we oftentimes, this board oftentimes asks for public comment before a motion is made. Leo is right. In this case, a board member was willing to make a motion before public comment. That's okay as well. That's a procedural matter, how the board wants to handle it.
Okay, thank you for that. So anything else from the board? More conversation? Just want to make a motion and we'll see what happens.
I'm ready to make the motion that Supervisor Thomas be appointed as chair for 2023. The Supervisor Heidel go to the first vice chair position, and that Supervisor Turnbull be seated in the second vice chair position.
I'll second that.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Fine, I'll say aye. It's unanimous. Did I hear right? Okay.
Yeah.
And that's the hard part when we do all in favors. It's like, I can't tell. So the roll call votes is very, all right. Well, congratulations. And thank you for that. We're not going to move all the chairs. We're just going to swap our chairs.
We're fine where we are.
Are you good with
Yeah,
that?
we're good where we are.
For this
You like-
meeting, let's just stay the way it is. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm
Simpler.
good. We're good. All right. Well, I'd like to thank my colleagues for a really difficult decision, and Laura, your grace in the unanimous decision. We're off to a good start. And thank you all for your thoughtful discussion and helping us deliberate that. So I thank my colleagues for the privilege of chairing this board this year. It's an honor that I do not take lightly. And I was prepared for either way this would go. And I appreciate that we were able to wrestle with this together. Yeah. I'd like to once again thank you, Supervisor Parlin, for your leadership this year. You did a marvelous job. And I appreciated, the standard that you set for our county and a standard that I plan on continuing. I'd like to welcome Supervisor Lane from District 5. We are delighted you're here. Congratulations on your election, and your background and your knowledge in local government will serve this board well. It will serve your constituents, and it will serve the residents of El Dorado County incredibly well. So welcome aboard.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're crushing it already. I'd like to congratulate all of our elected department heads that were sworn in this morning. That was a great way opportunity to start our day, and especially the new members that have come onto our team, which include our assessor, John DeVille, and our new sheriff, Jeff Lykoff, who's being sworn in at 11. And I'm really sorry that conflicts with our board meeting today and we can't be present, but Sheriff Lykoff, please know that we wish you well in your swearing in and that we look forward to working together to serve the residents of El Dorado County. And most of all, welcome to all of you. All of us here at the county and on this board are here in service to the residents of El Dorado County and to be faithful stewards of our county resources and our county's future. And it is a privilege to serve you. And so we begin 2023. I like the thought that.
Can I also make a comment?
May I finish my comments first?
Sure.
Yeah, okay, great. Yeah,
It's the appropriate time.
Okay, great. But they're short.
You can't
They're
see the
short.
buttons.
They're short. They're short. Yes. Yeah. Okay, oh, thank you. Yeah.
There we go.
I like the thought that life is understood looking backwards, but it's lived moving forwards. And looking backwards, we had some challenges this last year. We continue to struggle with the aftermath of the Caldor fire, and we added the mosquito fire in addition to that. We had changes in staffing that were challenging. And I don't even need to mention that 2023 came gushing in with a 200-year storm that is unprecedented. And like we said, there will be an update on the storm this afternoon that I know we're all looking forward to. I'd like to thank our county staff, our community partners, and all those in the OES for working overtime during a holiday weekend to meet the immediate needs for our county. And I know that is ongoing. That effort is ongoing. So looking forward, we will be moving into some new uncharted waters, as was mentioned. The biggest change will be saying goodbye to our CAO, who has served this county so faithfully. And as we transition to a new CAO that the board has not yet identified, please know that is a decision this board is taking and handling with extreme diligence, recognizing it's one of the most important decisions we will make. And we are giving it grave consideration. And once the decision is made, it will require all of us to come together to support that person for the good of our county. And we look forward to doing that. We will be welcoming many new department heads this next year. Our temporary navigation center and emergency shelter will be opening soon. And we will continue to work down our vast to-do list in terms of county priorities. So with that, we welcome a new year full of things that have never been. And I look forward to working with all of you, all our county staff, my colleagues, and the citizens of El Dorado County to successfully navigate these opportunities in service to the residents of El Dorado County. So welcome 2023. So with that, Supervisor Heidel, you had some comments?
Yeah, I too want to thank Supervisor Parlin for her year of service. It's always difficult, given all the challenges we have, the transitions, the things that are constantly going on. So thank you for your year of leadership. I'm setting all this stuff behind me. I look forward greatly to the opportunity to get into our good governance session and to be able to talk about what the board would really like to see in terms of refining the discretionary aspects of this, because I think we have learned some things that I think are preferential, in my opinion, at least, towards how we would modify some of those things. And if we can refine that and make it part of our good governance, then we have a template that says these are the normal protocols we'll follow, as opposed to it's arbitrary depending on who the chair is. I think that's always advisable, but that's my opinion. I want to hear from the other board members, but I think that good governance session is really going to give us an opportunity with our new supervisor involved to have that bigger discussion of what can we do on a continuous improvement basis to improve our relationships, to basically understand the challenges that we have and how we address them as a team, because that's what it's all about. And we've gotten into a lot of those things in closed session discussions that we can't be discussing here, but it is very important that the Board of Supervisors operate as an effective team. If we don't do that, we're not doing the service that we took the oath of office to. So I just wanted to follow and kind of conclude that. But again, thank you, Lori, for your service.
Thank you for that, Supervisor Howell. Any other further comments before we move on? Oh, Supervisor.
She's not used to this.
Yeah, so there's a learning curve. So yeah,
No,
Supervisor
I just want to thank Lori for all your hard work. You've done a great job, I feel. And we've gone through a lot with the Caldor fire, Snowmageddon, that was a big issue. And then we had, the mosquito fire. And then on top of that, we just had these recent floods that we've had, a 200-year storm that has impacted a lot of the residents, especially in my district and other people's districts too. But anyway, we've stepped up as a board to make sure that we've done the right thing and then make sure that these people get taken care of. I have a lot of compassion, especially for a lot of the people who live in my district. I've reached out to a lot, try to help them, especially after the Caldor fire. Right after that, we got food and water up to them. And Lori did the same thing, especially after the mosquito fire. So this board is we've had our issues. I'll have to say that, but we have taken on a lot of challenges in these last few years, 2 years, in fact. And I've never heard of anything the supervisor's gone through as much as we've gone through in the last couple of years. So I want to thank you, Lori, for all your service. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. And I don't have a button. So I just really quick wanted to say, you know how you have Google Photos on your phones and it says, hey, a year ago today. So this morning, I kid you not, there was a photo. Dawn and I had gone up after Snowmageddon to help get food into the IOF hall in Georgetown for the residents up there that were suffering with no power for 2 weeks from Snowmageddon. So 2023 seems to be starting off with the bang. I don't know if you guys heard some Volcanoville Road. I don't know if it's still there or not, but as of last night, it was still kind of hanging in there. So Mother Nature has been cruel. And I do appreciate how this county, our employees, this board, we step up for our constituents as best we can. We really do. And I know sometimes people feel that we're not, and we have restrictions and it is frustrating, but we're doing the best we can for our residents. So thank you for that. And I'm not going anywhere, Supervisor Thomas, Chair Thomas. So if you ever need any pointers, which you and I have been, I think, a good team, and you know all my tricks anyway. So thank you.
I have very much appreciated our partnership and look forward to that continuing. I know where you live.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Yes.
I got something to add to it. I just want to thank our county staff. I want to thank the OC and the fire departments and DOT and everybody that stepped up during these last couple of years, especially with all the impacts that we've had. So I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
Thank you. I look forward to having a deeper conversation at 2:00 about this current disaster, an emergency that we're in the middle of, and getting updated information and be able to express our appreciation also at that time. So thank you. Thank you so much, board. All right. So with that, we move on to department matters, and we'll see. Okay, we're okay on time. So the first one is item number 28. Kim, you would like to read that?
Thank you. Item number 28 comes from the clerk of the board, recommending the board make board member appointments to the various boards, commissions, or committees for 2023. The following is a list of current appointments through December 31st of 2022.
All right, thank you, Kim. So how we typically do this is before us is a vast list of boards, committees, and commissions that the supervisors are all appointed to. And generally, we've gone down, I think, we'll just hit them one at a time and go down the list. And if there's any changes that people would like to make, feel free to looking for input here. So the Abandoned Vehicle Abatement Service, JPA. I'm currently the member and Supervisor Heidel. Anyone, any changes on that one?
Looks good.
Yeah, looks good.
Sounds good. All right, we'll keep that one as is. I am the Behavioral Health Commission member, and I am happy to stay on. There's a big learning curve on this, and I'm happy to stay on that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's been fine. Yeah,
Okay.
everything.
That's good.
I enjoy digging into that one. California Identification Remote Access Network. Supervisor Heidel?
That's a once a year meeting, and I'm willing to continue in
Yeah.
that capacity unless somebody really wants to get involved with that. It doesn't make any
No,
difference.
I'm okay with you being
You're
there.
it. Perfect.
All right.
All right. Capital Southeast Connector, JPA. Supervisor Heidel is a current member and the alternate Supervisor Turnbull. Any changes to that one?
No changes.
No changes.
Great. Oh, we're on a roll here.
Oh, yeah.
Love it.
You just jinxed yourself.
Oh, that's true. That's funny. Okay, CSAC. This will be one that we need a change because Supervisor Novacell served us incredibly well and moved up the ranks into leadership,
Right.
which was so important. The alternate is Supervisor Heidel. Supervisor Heidel, do you want to move up as the member of CSAC? That's an important committee.
I very much would like to do that. I've got a
Great.
good relationships. I've gotten started with CSAC, and I'd like to continue that. And I think in the next 2 years of my term, I have
Great.
the ability to move into a leadership role as well with the connections I have. So I would very much enjoy doing that.
Wonderful. And the alternate, I don't know, Supervisor Lane, are you interested at all in that one?
I would be if there
Yeah.
wasn't another supervisor that was interested.
That's probably a good
Yeah.
idea.
Yeah,
That way
that's
you can get your feet wet. 'cause
Right.
You're gonna have a lot going on with
Right.
all the Tahoe stuff.
I
That'll
think
work out
so, too,
well.
Because we all have larger committees that we are moving through the ranks of leadership, and having you brand new to that, I think would be very helpful.
Okay.
So wonderful.
The other benefit is I believe you went through the new supervisor orientation training, right?
I'm in the middle of it.
Right, okay.
Great.
So that
Yes.
helps you make connections and follow up with some of the newly electeds from other counties. And
Right.
that's where you really
That's a
start
big support.
getting that bonding.
Mm.
Because those are the easiest people to talk to when you walk into an empty room, you know, and then
Yes.
you
Right.
start going through the room, just meeting people and
Yes.
sharing ideas. So,
Yeah.
I'm fully supportive of that.
I think that would be valuable. Thank you,
Cool.
Supervisor Lane.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Cemetery Advisory Committee, Supervisor Parlin and the alternate Shelley Wiley. Are you willing to continue, Supervisor
I
Parlin?
love cemeteries.
Yeah, she does.
Perfect. Sounds great.
Now she has our cemetery in her district. Yeah.
Great.
Chair,
Yes,
Madam Chair, on this one, I'm just trying to understand.
yes.
It doesn't have to both be supervisors. So like the alternate is somebody else. How do we decide how that
That's
gets
a
decided?
really good question.
That is a good question. That's
yes.
just the way we've always kind of did it. So we just kept doing it, but I don't know.
Who's the best? Kim?
Do we need to look at those
Yeah.
bylaws?
That's a great question. Because generally it's the supervisors, but occasionally our assistants are also in there, like the Community Action Council.
Yeah,
So
that's another one.
let's get some helpful clarification on that.
And we can come back to that if you want to. We don't have to belabor it now. I just am trying to understand how it works.
It relates to the next one as well. So
Okay.
might as well get that answered. Good question.
So it says, just so the governing resolution says, there is hereby established an El Dorado County Cemetery Advisory Committee consisting of 11 members. The composition of the committee shall be as follows. 5 members comprised of one who resides in each of the 5 Board of Supervisors districts. And then as far as the Board of Supervisors, in Section A, subsection 5, 1 member of the Board of Supervisors nominated by the Board of Supervisors and appointed by the majority vote of the Board of Supervisors. And then we have there is no mention of an alternate.
An
So
alternate
it
at
must have
all.
been something that just has developed. If the supervisor cannot attend, that their assistant attends.
I think you're right. So it's not really truly a
Okay, I see.
formal alternate then. So we should probably just strike
We
this
should.
off of here.
That makes sense.
So
Thank
if
you
I
for bringing it
can't
up.
make it, then Shelley just goes in my stead and reports back to me and
Mhm.
stuff. I think that makes sense. That's probably what it is.
So is the Community Action Council likewise that wording, or is it different?
Let me pull that
Because
one
it's the
up.
next one we're going to look at.
Right,
Mhm.
exactly. And generally our assistants are the people that attend that one.
Right.
So yeah, whatever it states, we should have this list clear. on that.
Yeah. Oh, and before we move on, can we check with county council to make sure that we're interpreting the cemetery advisory one correctly then?
Yeah, I was looking at it as well. It doesn't directly provide for alternates. I think it's probably developed as a matter of practice because that tends to be despite what some may think, it's a pretty engaged committee. I think that requires participation, and then perhaps it's developed over time by having the board member serve as an alternate allows for some continuity so that they can continue to take action. I actually think it, despite that it doesn't directly provide for it, if the intent is to have your assistant sit in and on your behalf, it might be best just to have them appointed as a formal alternate, just to kind of solidify that. So I would suggest you just keep it as is.
Okay.
But we can certainly, or perhaps you, Supervisor Parlin, who is going to be likely the member of the committee, could have the committee take a look at adding formal alternates as part of their bylaws.
And the bylaws have been in process for over a year, so I will get on that.
So county council, you're saying that in hearing the way it's written in the charter or the governing documents, that the language does not preclude us from listing an alternate in our list here.
It's silent as to that. I
Okay.
mean, frankly, my typical advice would be if there's no alternate provided, there's no alternate.
Right.
The consequence of that here, it would be that Supervisor Parlin, if you can't attend, it's not, your assistant couldn't attend on your behalf. You would just be an absence for that particular meeting.
Right.
But it's also voting if you get to a voting position, right? So, I mean, it's important to have, I think, an alternate present
Right.
So if we're considering it in the bylaws or whatever, that's an important aspect of it. But I agree with you. Practice should be followed until we get to the point of making a more definitive decision.
Because
That's kind of what I'm thinking as well. Well, I say we stick with the practice that's been followed, but I think that this is definitely something that should be addressed in the particular committee's bylaws.
Okay, perfect. I like
And
that.
and Karen Garner is here, so she can spread that message down to Chris Perry that we need to get those bylaws updated. and
Okay,
going.
perfect. So,
Yeah.
all right, and probably also for the Community Action Council, Kim?
It's the same as
Okay,
it's
great.
silent. It's saying the Board of Supervisors of El Dorado County shall appoint 3. There's no mention of an alternate. So.
Okay, so we'll work on that at that level.
Is there
too,
any
although
bylaws
that
changes
is
proposed there? I don't think, I'm not aware of any, right?
Well, that's not on our agenda today,
understand.
but, and also the community actually that's a little different configuration as far as, it's required by state law. So we'll dig into that.
Actually, their bylaws are their bylaws being updated, the Community Action Council?
Not sure.
I haven't heard anything.
Be worth considering is all I'm suggesting.
I think it was,
We will definitely put that on and take a look at that.
yeah, I'm gonna look through here really quick while you do that.
And while we do that, current members are Supervisor Turnbow, Thomas, and Parlin. Any changes in that?
No changes.
I guess my only question is, with the alternate having Todd White, would that remain in effect, Supervisor Turnbow, or that would be removed?
Actually, that could be removed and Mark could remain.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. El Dorado County Commission for Youth and Families, Supervisor Novacell represented that. I would be interested in moving into that role unless someone else would like to do that.
Good.
Is that all right?
I think that fits well with the youth commission responsibilities. you
Right,
already have.
exactly.
So there's some synergy there that makes a lot of sense to me. So I
Sounds great.
support that.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
And I'm just gonna back it up really quick. Item number 12 today on the consent calendar was Community Action Council bylaw update. So we just updated them this morning, but I don't know if there were significant changes is the problem. So
Let's dig into that.
yeah, just let you know, yeah.
We'll follow our current practice and then I have a
Check
note
on
to
it,
dig into
yeah.
that. Yeah, thank you
Okay.
for that.
Mhm.
Something was in the back of my
I know, I'm
mind
like
as
going,
well.
I know I read it recently.
The El Dorado County Water Agency, current members are Supervisor Turnbow, Thomas, and Parlin. I'm willing to continue. There's a big learning curve on that one as
Yeah,
well.
Me too.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, any dying to
Good.
get wet on that one? All right, great. We'll keep that.
Get wet on it.
Sorry.
That was funny.
El Dorado County Youth Commission, Board Liaison is myself. Happy to continue in that role.
Yeah.
Is that agreeable to everyone?
I think both of them, the El Dorado County Commission of Youth and Families, and that one fits perfect.
Thank you,
So,
Supervisor Turnbow. And the Evelyn Horn Scholarship Committee is a once-a-year committee. Currently is Supervisor Thomas and Vice Chair Supervisor Turnbow. Any changes in that?
No.
Okay. First 5, El Dorado Children and Families Commission. So we need someone to step up for that one, as Supervisor Novacell served us well in that role. Anyone interested in that?
I mean, if everybody else feels they've got their hands full, I would love to do this because I really have enjoyed supporting our hubs and
You're the perfect person to do that.
Yeah, right.
I agree.
okay.
Love that.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for stepping into that important role. That's great. You're a great champion of our hubs. Golden Sierra Job Training Agency. Current members are Supervisor Parlin, alternate Supervisor Turnbow. Any changes?
No.
Great.
Good.
The Golden State Financing Authority, this committee is connected to RCRC. So currently Supervisor Parlin, alternate Supervisor Turnbow. Any changes?
No changes.
This one's connected to, so
Yeah,
whoever's the
so-
RCRC rep.
Exactly.
So we
So-
kind of need to pop to there
Okay,
for that
perfect.
one.
Yep.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
The Human Rights Commission, currently Supervisor Novacell and Supervisor Heidel have served on that. So Supervisor Heidel, are you interested?
I'm interested in continuing. Yes.
Is there anyone else that wishes to step into this commission?
No,
Okay.
I did it before and it was a complete failure. And I said that at that time. So
And so the protocol, if no member is going to step up and fill that second seat, is this one that what's the protocol for that? Is this one we revisit at a future meeting?
Believe we would have to, because I
Yeah,
don't
right.
think we've had this circumstance come up before. So I think I would suggest you leave the second member vacant and direct staff to revisit that and bring some recommendations forward at some point in the near future.
Okay.
When's the next meeting, Supervisor Heidel?
It's in January. I'd have to look at the actual date. Let me look it up here.
And then Supervisor Lane after Supervisor.
I just wanted to, I feel like I'm the only person not stepping up for all of these, but I
Yours are
just,
coming.
you know,
Yeah.
yeah,
The-
Tahoe's coming up
That's
and
right.
that's
Right,
where
right.
my role, my main role will be. So I just wanted you to know that I'm.
Absolutely. And
Totally
we acknowledge that.
And we appreciate
Yes.
that. I mean, you are the person that needs to represent your Tahoe constituency, especially up in Tahoe, and we recognize you will have your hands full with that. So
Okay.
fully support
Okay.
that,
All right.
Supervisor Lane.
Thank
So,
you.
so it's Monday,
Stop that.
January the 30th is the next meeting of the Human Rights Commission.
So I would suggest we have schedule a discussion item on this on the January 24th meeting then.
All right.
Yes.
Okay.
Perfect. All right. Sounds good. Thank you. LAFCO, we're moving on to LAFCO. Supervisor Heidel, Turnbow, and Thomas is the alternate. Any changes to that?
No changes.
Nope.
No
All right.
changes.
Sounds great. Local Enforcement Agency Independent Hearing Panel.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Oh.
Dawn, did you want me to take the lead as far as that item coming back to the board?
Yeah, we can circle back offline, but
Thank you, Kim. Supervisor Turnbow, you willing to continue in that
Yes.
capacity?
Yeah.
Great, thank you. Mountain Counties Air Basin Control Council. Currently Supervisor Parlin is a member and alternate Supervisor Turnbow.
Yes.
Yep.
Changes? No?
Nope.
Great.
I think it's once a year also.
All right.
Yeah, it's once a year.
And NACO, Supervisor Parlin, alternate Thomas.
Oh, right. Okay. So with the NACO, I've been following definitely when issues come up on the correspondence that we get, I bring it to Dawn or the board or whoever. But what I wanted to ask the board is, would you like me to take a more active role with it? I usually participate heavily with RCRC, and then they have representatives that do a lot of NACO. And the reason I'm asking is the NACO is, countrywide, the whole nation, and therefore I've hesitated to sign up for anything because the cost of going to, meetings and things. Some are webinars though that you can attend remotely. But I just didn't know if the board felt that you would like me to step up but I think we would, and John, can you help me with this, then incur expenses, and I don't think we budgeted for it ever.
Great discussion.
So, I know, and I just didn't know how the board felt. I feel like we've done fine without, but there's a lot of things going on too. So I don't know where everybody's at with that.
Kim may know, but I do not believe that expenses for NACO travel are included in the clerk's budget because we typically have not sent people, and as a national organization, they're usually out of state.
Yeah.
So
Mhm.
it should be noted that, this last year was one of the first times that it was Supervisor Novacell who called because a California supervisor was being considered, and I believe he was nominated
Yes.
to be the president of NACO.
Mhm.
And that's extremely helpful for California to
Mhm.
have a bigger voice heard. So, and what I learned from COVID was NACO is a good resource for a lot of things, and the advocacy they provide, right? I think they're the ones who really drove American Rescue Plan Act money coming directly to counties versus
Yes.
going through the state.
They did.
So there's a lot of good things going on in NACO, and if we have, if we had unlimited time and resources, we should probably be more involved.
So Supervisor Parlin, do you see opportunities there in your last, year and really monitoring this?
Yeah, there was a couple meetings I looked at and went, but historically, this county just hasn't participated. That's where I was struggling with whether I should try to go or not. Because I don't think it's like, when I go to RCRC covers those expenses for me to go places. So there's no burden on the county, but I don't think NACO's that way. So I just don't know.
I really appreciate you asking the board this question. Supervisor Heidel.
I think as Don reflected, having Supervisor Gore in a leadership role of NACO would be the year to get our feet wet. Really understand if there's things we can do there. My previous experience in being involved with NACO is California is so different than every other state that it's hard to find common ground and best practices from other states that you can readily, apply to El Dorado County. So that was always the shortcoming. I didn't see a lot of benefit coming back to us, but after COVID, they really stepped up and made sure the counties got the money directly and not going through the states from the federal government. And that was a huge benefit in terms of responsiveness and in terms of the actual money that got to the counties and cities that didn't get stuck in the state system somewhere. So they have done some good work in the last 2 years. And I think with Supervisor Gore involved, this would be the year to get our feet wet and understand, is there an opportunity for us to do more with NACO? So I would support approving a budget increase if necessary to afford the travel and stuff, because I think you have to be present. You can't do it online.
Yeah.
I mean, you
Not
can
anymore,
participate
but
via
anyway.
Zoom, but obviously in the past, and
Yes.
that's going to end very quickly. But that's for California. I'm not sure. Anyway, I'm not going to go there.
Yeah.
But I think engagement this year makes sense personally.
Okay.
Let's visit that in the budget cycle, and thank you
Okay.
for being willing to dig in.
Yeah, thank you for that, because I've hesitated. I didn't know how much we should do. So, okay.
And I'm happy to play a supporting role in whatever way that makes sense.
Okay, very
Dig into
good.
that- to that as well.
Okay.
Perfect. All right, Rural Counties Environmental Services, JPA, Supervisor Parlin. Willing to continue? Any changes?
Yes. No,
Okay.
I'm the vice chair of that one. So
Well, then
I
you
know,
win.
right? It's
Yes.
a-
Great. And that moves us into RCRC. And I know you've done a really great job digging into that. Supervisor Parlin and Turnbull.
Yes,
Yes, please.
All right, that's really an important
yes,
representation.
it is.
And the SACOG, Sacramento Area Council of Governments, I'm the member, and if I am reappointed to that, I will be the chair of the Policy and Innovation Committee this next year. So
Oh,
I'd
wow.
like to stay in this
Wow.
role. So
Yeah, very
that's okay?
good.
Yep.
Okay.
Great. And Supervisor Parlin, you're the alternate?
Yeah, that worked out well.
We had a great
That
time
was
at
really
the,
good. Yes.
Mission trip in DC last year. That was really
Very good.
great to dig in with that, with you on that. Sacramento Placerville Transportation Corridor, JPA, that's an important one as well. Supervisor Hydal and Turnbull.
I would very much like to continue in the
Yeah.
role of being a
Same
member
here,
for
too.
that. So,
Great. Thank you for doing, that's important. Sierra Nevada Conservancy Board, Supervisor Parlin is a member, alternate Turnbull.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
just so you know, El Dorado County's turn as a voting member ended in December.
Oh.
And so I had a 2-year term as a voting member on their board, and I
Nice.
kind of got cheated because of COVID. They weren't meeting,
Oh.
so me and several other supervisors. So anyway, but there's still like a liaison role. So just, so you know, it's not a voting member anymore. The way that they structure their boards and voting was really confusing. And
Yep.
so with their new executive director, they changed the onboarding so that people understand it better now. So
There you go.
based on my weird experience.
So for Supervisor Lane's reference, I guess there's multiple counties involved with this, right? So it's and cities. So it's a kind of complex rotational thing in terms of voting membership.
Yeah, just for reference, just really quick, we're called oh gosh, and it's changing. That's another thing. This is a state appointed board. And it has regions. I think there's 6 now. And we added to the territory that's covered in SNC, the Sierra Nevada Conservancy. And so I think we're called the Central Region, could be wrong. But there were 6 counties in there. And so I was the voting member for that region. And now we just handed it off, and it will be, Supervisor Gustafson in Placer County will be our region's voting member. So, and then we've set it up so that all of us will Zoom prior to the meetings, which are once a quarter, I believe, and kind of see what's going on before. It was just awkward the way things unfolded with COVID and stuff and all that. But yeah, we've got it going on now.
Great. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's helpful.
Yeah.
And that moves us into the SOFAR Collaborative, which is Supervisor Parlin and Turnbull. It kind of ties into that. You willing to
Yeah.
continue? Any
Yes.
other changes? No? All right, great. And now we move up to South Lake Tahoe.
Here they are.
Next
And
six.
so,
Okay,
yes,
so-
and so all of these, which includes the South Lake Tahoe Basin Waste Management Authority, the Recreation Facilities JPA, the South Tahoe Redevelopment Successor Oversight Board, Tahoe Conservancy, Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, which is a big one, and the Tahoe Transportation District, which is their version of EDCDC. Those are all would be Supervisor Lane. And then since I also came from a city, I have been the alternate, although I have done nothing because Supervisor Novacell handles
Right,
all
yeah.
of them. So Supervisor Lane, I assume you're willing to move into that member position on all of those.
Yeah, no, I'm really not interested in doing that if someone else, no.
I
Okay.
had a feeling For a minute.
The silence that was, I didn't mean to scare you guys.
Right.
No, I'd be happy to step into those roles and to have you, Madam Chair, as the alternate is great.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Just for our knowledge, are you
Let's
currently?
use our buttons, Supervisor.
Okay,
Listen, hold on, let me just finish my thought here. So any way that I can support you, Supervisor Lane, please let me know, because I stand ready to assist. But I also know that, you've got them covered as well. So please, don't hesitate to reach out. All right, Supervisor Heidel, thank you.
Yeah, so out of curiosity, which of these have you had previous familiarity with or participate, the Regional Planning Agency for Interpret? Have you been involved with that?
Oh, yeah. I've been a
All
board
of these
member
are-
on all of these.
Okay, okay,
She's-
perfect.
Yeah.
All right, perfect. That's all I needed to know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our county is just really blessed to have the depth of your experience in all this. You're not starting from scratch, which is amazing.
Yep.
Yeah, that's amazing. All right, the Transit Authority, on moving back to the West Slope. It's really all of us on the West Slope on that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Continue that configuration as
Yeah.
well as the Transportation Commission.
Are you, do you still want to be the alternate on the transit authority?
Yeah, that's fine.
You're
Yeah,
okay with
I'm fine
that?
with that. And the Transportation Commission.
You sure? Yeah.
Yes, I'm sure, Lori, thank you.
Yeah.
No changes. Transportation Commission, all four of us on the West Slope are
Right.
current commissioners,
Mhm.
and then the University of California Extension Supervisor Parlin.
Yeah, we haven't had
Alright.
a meeting in a while though, but we're due for one. I'll let you know.
So with that, any other board member discussions on this board item?
Nope.
All right, well, thank you all for your willingness to step up. That worked really well. And now we'll take public comment on this item.
Now taking public comment on item number 28. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Ruth.
Yeah, good morning. That was an intriguing conversation to listen to, but I did hear it all. And just a few comments. Of course, I'm sure legal counsel knows. I'm glad that you've discovered that this alternative position is really just something that someone has made up and obviously does not have voting powers until those bylaws are changed. So it's really an ineffectual position, but hopefully those bylaws will get changed. Okay, enough said there. The other thing, I'm wondering why the Veterans Affairs Commission doesn't have a supervisor. I attended those meetings for 1.5 years, starting 2 years ago, and have a good understanding of what goes on there. And some closer input from a supervisor would really be helpful. The other thing I was thinking was, whatever committee you talked about that you said was such a sharp learning curve, and you made the joke about getting wet and that kind of thing. I just wanted to make sure you were creating a depth of involvement, because some of you will term out, and I just hope you're bringing in people who have longer terms than you. And the last thing I wanted to mention, I didn't really care for the disparaging comment made about the Human Rights Commission. No other comment was made about any other commission. And that's another one that I follow and Zoom into. And they've been very effective this last year. And they had a wonderful conference that they put on at the college, very well attended. And so I'm sure Supervisor Parlin, your comment may have had to do more of your involvement than the commission itself. And because I don't want anyone to be discouraged from being part of that commission, they do very good work, very important. There are some citizens who are disappointed in it because they won't take care of their own personal problems where they feel they've been wronged in some way, but that's not what the commission is all about. It's the education of the community, of which they do a very good job. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth.
Now taking public comment from Leona. She just dropped off. Let me just make sure she's. So I just want to make sure that she wasn't still.
Thank you, Kim. Appreciate that.
Now taking public comment from 525. 525, can you unmute yourself?
Hi, sorry about that. I'm Leo Bennett Cochon. Thank you for the very interesting and civil and effective process. So much critical work gets done at the commissions, and a lot of it is unsung work. So I just want to thank you all for the level of commitment involved in your service. I wanted to piggyback a little on Ruth's comments that I viewed the Human Rights Commission and especially the involvement of the two supervisors to be a real growth point, a real example of good governance, and perhaps, as she stated, could be applied to some of the other commissions that could also improve. As we all know, there's always room for improvement, as Supervisor Heidel was pointing out. And again, I think so much of this flows into the good governance workshop, and I hope that you make a note to the idea of building in continuity and utilizing alternates, especially citizens in some sort of role, because having a deep bench so that you have the experience that you're highlighting in terms of your newest supervisor, that is one of my understanding of the aspects of good governance, is being able to build in long-term sustainability in terms of what you're presenting both to the citizens and to your hardworking staff. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Leo.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, wonderful. So any further discussion? We're ready for, actually, we have a couple questions. The question that Ruth, why doesn't the Veterans Affairs Commission have a boss representative? Is it have we ever had that on that commission?
Yeah, Supervisor Heidel may have some recollections.
So-
I think there was a discussion about putting a board member on there, and I think the board decided against that particular course of action.
Okay.
Yeah, the Veterans Affairs Commission members in particular were not encouraging a board supervisor involvement. They felt that they're better operating autonomous than having an influence from the outside. And so when we broached that subject, does it make sense from the standpoint, it was a TOT tax discussion, and what amount of money's got transferred, and the fixed percentage and migrating off of that and those kinds of things. But it was very clear at the time that they did not want to have a board member participate in their whole meetings and voting and stuff. They felt that they were doing just fine by themselves. And I respected that personally and said, fine, you had the opportunity. They updated the bylaws and they didn't include those provisions. So it was their choice.
That's a really helpful clarification. Thank you so much.
One of the things is a TOT tax, and I think that it would be kind of a conflict of interest, especially if you have a board of supervisors sitting on that. So.
All right, and appreciated the comments about, rising through the ranks and building continuity. I know we're always careful to do that, especially those more regional boards that we have. The El Dorado County Supervisor has the opportunity to rise in leadership and to raise our voice at those regional levels. We're always very cognizant of that. And so we agree with that completely. So
Again, no button.
Well, that's right.
We need to swap after lunch. Just to address what Ruth said, yes, it was a very public meeting where I said I completely failed as a part of the Human Rights Commission that year. I could not get that commission to find structure or meaning, or it still doesn't have a mission statement. So yeah, Ruth, you're right. That was on me. That was my statement about my experience. And I said it 2 years ago when I left that commission, that I felt like a complete failure on that commission. So yeah, that was about me, not the commission.
Thank you for that clarification. All right. So with that, Kim, can you read what we have here?
So we're going to continue with the following appointments as stated in the item. The changes take place as far as the California State Association of Counties. Supervisor Heidel will be the current member. Supervisor Heidel will be the member. Supervisor Lane will be the alternate. Under the Community Action Council, Todd White will be removed and Mark Treat will just remain as the alternate. For the El Dorado County Commission for Youth and Families, the member will be Supervisor Thomas. As far as Human Rights Commission, that Supervisor Hydall will remain and the other member will be vacant. Excuse me, and first 5 El Dorado Children and Families, Supervisor Parlin will become the member.
Yep.
And then for the Lake Tahoe items, South Lake Tahoe Basin Waste Management Authority, South Lake Tahoe Recreation Facilities Joint Powers Authority, South Tahoe Redevelopment Successor Agency Oversight Board, Tahoe Conservancy, Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, and Tahoe Transportation District. The member will be Supervisor Lane and the alternate will be Supervisor Thomas.
Well done, Kim. Thank you
And
so
then
much. And then,
Yeah.
then a draft bring back an item on January 24th for a discussion on the Human Rights Commission.
And also direction to, and I don't know how to word this, but to, when it's budget time, to look at the
thank you.
NACO and better understand that. That kind of stuff we want in the meeting minutes, because otherwise we do have changes coming and we want things in meeting minutes.
So is that a motion, Supervisor Parlin?
Yes, it is.
I'll second it.
Okay, great. And we are all present. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you all for your willingness to step up and serve in all of these capacities. That was a great discussion. All right, and with that, we move on to our district-specific appointments. Item number 29.
Item number 29 comes from the clerk of the board, recommending the board make the following district-specific appointments to various boards, commissions, or committees for the term stated.
Okay, and with that, I will be using buttons. So does any, it's all pretty straightforward and laid out before us. Does any board member have any comments? Supervisor Parlin.
I'm using your button.
That's great. Perfect. Perfect.
So I've had some conversations with staff and regarding CDAC specifically. CDAC's had difficulty in the last several months conducting their meetings due to vacancies and inability to have a quorum because of those vacancies. Now that our
Tell me what that acronym is.
Sure, it's the Community and Economic Development Advisory Committee.
Okay, thank you.
CDAC, yeah. It used to be EDAC. That's a long story. We won't go there today. All these long old things. And so now, though, we actually have a well-established economic development division. And one of our strategic plan goals is specifically for the economic development division. I guess when you look at our strategic plan, they actually have the most in that part of the strategic plan. So given that, and that it's back when we started that division, the thought was to keep CDAC because we didn't know how it was going to go, quite honestly. But I'm thinking that this is a good time to have a conversation about CDAC. And I'd like to ask that we continue any appointments to CDAC off calendar and then direct the CAO's office to provide the board with an update on its vision for CDAC within the next 90 days. Now that we have our well-established economic development department. And I'm thinking that this update could include recommendations to changes to CDAC, maybe its structure of membership or meeting frequency to meet staff's needs. Instead of having a meeting for the sake of having a meeting, I think we're at this point where we need staff's input on what they need from CDAC and how it should be structured. So I think this is a good time to make a break with so many vacancies. There's a lot of vacancies is my understanding. So I don't know what everybody else thinks about it. And I know Karen Garner's here if you'd like to ask her questions about it.
Well, and that's, so County Council, help me out as far as a discussion on CDAC exactly. That's not on our board item today, but I like your suggestion that the board could choose to bring this back as a board item discussion with clarification from staff and working in conjunctions with the CAO's department.
That's correct. Yeah, you could certainly provide direction to staff to have a follow-up discussion at a later date. Determining the fate of CDAC or the composition of CDAC at this point would be beyond the scope of today's agenda item. So if that is where this board chooses to go, you certainly could defer action on the appointments. You could also take the action on the appointments, and that wouldn't preclude you from having the subsequent conversation on how you want to structure CDAC. I don't know if how you choose to deal with the appointments necessarily forecloses any options that you may want to consider with respect to CDAC in the future.
All right, thank you for that clarification. Anything else, Supervisor Fryland?
Well, that's it for the moment.
Okay. Let's see, so you were D3. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I didn't know who came first, Supervisor Heidel or Supervisor Late?
Nope, I'm not, I didn't.
Oh, Supervisor Turnbull. Okay,
That's all
I
right.
promise I'm gonna get the hang of these buttons.
It takes a while.
No, I kind of agree with Lori on this. I think we need to look at it again because we have good conversations, especially John and I meet with Debbie Manning, once a month and stuff. And a lot of the issues is going on in El Dorado Hills. So, and we're working on towards, the same type of thing and making sure that we expand certain things down there and help the El Dorado Hills, with all the issues and stuff that's going on there. So I think we're already moving ahead on that part. I don't think that we need that particular committee. So that's my personal opinion.
Thank you, Supervisor Turnbull. Supervisor Heidel.
I'd just like to have the opportunity to talk to Kyle as our manager of economic development and get his perspective, because I've not heard that he's concerned with the way CDAC has operated in the past. There has been an issue with participation in part. My member had some personal health issues, was unable to attend some meetings, and I'm actually in the process of interviewing and hopefully making a recommendation for appointment of a replacement. So I do think it's appropriate to have the discussion, but I would really like to understand staff's perspective, because I've heard nothing on that to date. And
Right.
there may be a good point to transition and make changes. But I think it may also mean not just dissolving CDAC, but looking at restructuring the way we do it. Because I do think that public input is very important with respect to incubators and a lot of the other programs that we've gotten started. But again, I want to have that discussion with our staff. So,
Which is exactly where I'm at, is I'm thinking this is a good time. We do have many vacancies right now on CDAC. To just take a pause, don't appoint any more people to it. Let us gather some info and get feedback. Because again, when Kyle was appointed and all of that, I remember it so clearly. I wasn't on the board then. The conversation was to keep CDAC because we thought that it would be really helpful to get this is it a department or division, Dawn? Is it a division?
Division.
It's division. I try to use the right words. Division up and running. But now that years have passed, things have changed quite a bit. That division is doing quite well. I just think it'd be a nice time to take a pause, give staff, the CAO's office, an opportunity to gather really what does Kyle and his staff need now.
Right.
Otherwise, why just keep going with what we're doing? Things have changed quite a bit.
We always need to take a refresh and take a look at things if they're still relevant or adjustments need to be made. Yeah, okay, great.
Okay.
Any other further discussion on this agenda item?
Yes.
Okay, Supervisor, I'm sorry, Supervisor Lee.
Yeah, go for it. You guys go. I already said a lot.
I just wanted to comment that I know that the District 5 appointee has been vacant on this particular committee. And I have a really awesome shining star that I'm recommending represent District 5. He's actually has management consulting experience in outdoor recreation tourism and agritourism. He's got a strong economic analysis background and marketing research. And the fact that he wanted to step up and be part of this I was elated. So I just want to mention that if you want to postpone his appointment at this time to go in the direction that you're suggesting, I'm not going to be against that. But I also would think that his being appointed to this, he might be fresh eyes to be able to make some comments as to how this economic development agency might move forward.
Right. And I appreciate that. So in my mind, I'm actually suggesting that we postpone that appointment and let staff really come back and give us a deep dive of where they think we should go now. Because I just don't think that staff's had that opportunity to really look at it, where we're going. We've just been kind of doing meetings for the sake of meetings, I think, for a while. And that's not the best use of anyone's time. our volunteers nor our staff. So that's why I'm proposing this, if you're okay with that, and if the board agrees. So we'll see where that goes.
Supervisor Hamilton, did you have any additional comments?
Yeah, I just noted that the next scheduled CDAC meeting looks like it's on Thursday, January the 12th. So if we don't take action on Brooke's proposal here, I guess they were sending them the message they shouldn't meet because they probably won't have a quorum, because I know I have an empty seat, you'll have an empty seat.
I
We're
haven't
basically-
appointed this.
I have an
as well.
MPC.
Okay, so we're putting that in abeyance, and as long as we communicate that appropriately to them, that the board wants to reconsider the future direction and stuff and make sure they're knowledgeable, because I'm sure they've put together plans already or starting to put together plans at some level. And I don't want to just disappoint them with a surprise. That's all. We let them know that it's time to reconsider, and that's the reason for it. It's not because we're dissatisfied with their performance. But we
Yes.
want to get more participation. That's the key, I think, if we're going to continue.
And I'd also like to throw in there, as Supervisor Lane mentioned, I have not appointed yet to CDAC, but I do have a shining star as well for District 3 that just has a lot of background and depth of experience that will be, really, I think, helpful and is ready to dig in. So, with those new members, making sure that we clarify from our standpoint and from our staff what is helpful, what we want them to do, will help those people, those volunteers who are willing to give of their time and their talents, let them get off to the right start and jump in and move forward in a direction that we are all aligned. So I think from that standpoint, it is helpful.
Very good. And thank you for that. I
You bet.
appreciate it.
All right. Before we move on to public comment, any other?
Yes, I do have another one if nobody else does.
Okay, Supervisor Parlin.
So, and again, hard conversations, but I would really like to ask the board not to appoint Lexi Boger as your District 3 Planning Commissioner, Supervisor Thomas. And you and I have talked about that, this. We can always talk to one other board member without breaking the Brown Act. So, and we have talked because I do want to, be thoughtful in our conversation, but I watched the way that the hemp discussion especially went, and I felt that Lexi was the lead of that. And we asked certain things of that committee, and I distinctly remember us saying, you didn't do what we asked. To me, it became more of an advocacy role. And the thing that I was the most concerned about, and I did say it several times, was compatibility, the concern from compatibility when you're making decisions about land use. That's my biggest thing. I think as our county develops more and more and more, and we get closer and tighter, we're not the Wild West anymore. We really do need to be mindful of our neighbors and compatibility. And it's hard. And I just felt that Lexi did not seem to be concerned about that. And I think that in my mind is one of the Planning Commission's primary roles, is making sure that compatibility in these decisions we make and is important. So I would really like to ask that she not be appointed and that you look for somebody else that has a little bit more of that skill set, and not so much of the history that she has with the special interests and some of the drama in the county she gets drawn into often. So that's my request of the board.
And before we open this up for board discussion, this was not a surprise to me. I knew Supervisor Parlin was going to be opposing this appointment, and she and I have had conversations, and this is an item that we are going to respectfully disagree on. And so just for the board to consider on this, Lexi brings with her a depth of experience in land use policy in El Dorado County. She has been a consultant to many, many organizations and businesses in terms of navigating El Dorado County policies in ag use and outside of the ag industry. She was a past president of the El Dorado County Winery Association, but she's also served on other committees. She's been also a board member of Housing El Dorado. And she brings a depth of experience as a member of the American Leadership Forum. So she brings a depth of leadership experience. The other thing that I've appreciated, I've known Lexi for a while, and the other thing that I've really appreciated about her is that she brings, in my mind, a balanced perspective. She gets El Dorado County. She gets us. Her family was the entity and the family that started El Dorado County's winery industry. So on an old gold rush homestead, she loves our roots. She also gets that in order to move forward and have a sustainable, productive, prosperous future, there's a balance in that. And she and I are able to have those conversations. I think a planning commissioner is one of the most important roles that we all appoint because it is a body that has actual authority and decision-making process. And I think it's critically important that each of us supervisors are able to work very effectively with our appointed planning commissioner and rely on their knowledge and their perspective to inform us as an advisory committee. And then it is up to us as supervisors to take the advice of the planning commission or not, because we do have the ultimate authority. And I am able to work with Lexi in that capacity. And I think that's really critically important. I chose Lexi for her experience in leadership in bringing a fair and objective perspective to it that I know that she has that capacity. And I have also had the direct conversation with Lexi about moving from an advocate role into a planning commissioner role, and that would require her to give up her advocacy and to move into a team that is committed to resolving complex issues for the greater good. And I know she has that capacity, and we've had that conversation. So she would be an excellent planning commissioner. And I think a woman's perspective and balancing out the male perspective on the planning commission is also a good thing. And I know she will be very effective in that role, and she's eager to embrace it. So I ask for the board to support my appointment on this. So any other comments? Yes, Supervisor Turnbull, thank you.
Can't help looking at the button, sorry.
Thank you. Keep it up.
You know that I went through the same thing. And when I appointed one planning commissioner, it would have been really good for my district. And there was issues there, the same thing that you were just talking about. And she didn't get accepted. So I feel that I have a supervisor has a right to vote whoever they feel like to represent them. And I feel that it shouldn't be up to the other supervisors just because you don't like that person or you don't feel that's adequate. It shouldn't be your decision. It should be made up to the person that appoints that position. And I know I've gone through a lot, really have. And like I say, I think it's not my decision to vote no on this. So I'm going to take the high road on this, and I'm going to vote yes for your planning commission.
I appreciate and I acknowledge your grace in that, Supervisor Turnbull. Thank you for your comments. Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, I have also confidence in your selection of a planning commissioner. I know of Lexi's service in many, many capacities. I did have a brief exchange with her relative to the importance of implicit bias training, because with all of that advocacy and other things, you have to be able to understand when you're getting into that range that you have built-in biases and preferences, and be able to dissociate that and look at, what is the decision that's to be made here, and what is it that's most balanced in terms of doing that and not your personal preferences. And I think she's capable of that, but it will take some coaching, I believe, to kind of move out of that. Most of us have had advocacy roles in the past, and then we had to make that transition, and it is a tough transition, but I think she's fully capable of it. And I think with your continuing counseling and coaching or whatever, that she's going to work out to be a very good planning commissioner. So I support your decision. Yes.
Thank you. Any other further board comments on that before we take public comment on this item? All right, Kim?
Now taking public comment on item number 29. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris, it is always good to see you. Before you begin, I'd just like to reach out to County Council. Is there any conflict in having a sitting planning commissioner speak on this item?
No, I don't,
Okay,
I don't
great.
see one.
Just wanted to make sure we're all in good stead here. So, just wanted to make sure. All right, Chris, welcome.
Start the timer.
Yes. Give him his 3 minutes.
I just want you to know this stands for Marin Academy. It's my granddaughter's high school in Marin County. And so I got this for Christmas. So, whoop, I can't put it on here. Don't let me forget it though.
No, no.
We won't.
First of all, thank you, Brooke, for going with the slate of people that you have for your district, including Daniel. I just appreciate him and gotten to know him over the year, last year. So thank you very much. To the point about the past chair's comments related to CDAC or the Community and Economic Development Advisory Committee, I totally disagree. She knows I disagree. We've had arguments about it. I'm a believer in it. I believe it's an advisory to the Board of Supervisors. You can have it however you want it. It has a long-standing history of which the past chair has discussed that before. I just believe that it's too important to forego not having advice from commissions and committees. You have to have that. You all can't do the job. I mean, every day do everything. So you got to have these people. And thank you for your comment earlier about the volunteers and how much we appreciate the fact that these people are taking on the job. This is an unusual committee, the CDAC, in that it has 4 at large. So the 5 supervisors actually would approve or not approve an individual of those 4. And then you have the respective 1 for each of the districts. So that is unusual, but they are working on their work plan. Even though I couldn't participate or be part of it because the potential of going to the Planning Commission on an action, I still follow what they do. Every year they come to you, talk about what they're doing, have a work plan. The work plan is discussed with you. They're only doing items that they feel like are justified and necessary in order for you to be satisfied and that they're doing their job. And I know Kyle Zimmelman. I've known him many, many years, and he does rely on them to some degree, but he is our economic development manager, which is a different angle on economic development. So anyway, I just want to let you know how I felt about it, because I am pretty on board with you not doing much to change the existing. Thank you very much. Appreciate the time.
Thank you, Chris. Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Larry Robinson. I've lived here in this county all my life. I'm part of the pioneer family here in El Dorado County. Family started Shingle Springs area. Anyway, my comment was just to, I got asked to be on a commission, and I wasn't able to do that because of the COVID and because of I was working, and I've retired since then. So like you guys have said, you need people on your commission to help you do things. And if the cemetery commission still needs anybody to help them, I'd be more than happy. I know a lot about cemeteries and a lot about ours and our family. So I just want to let you guys know that, you know, I couldn't do it before. I just retired last week. So
okay,
now I'm ready to start helping.
Well, that's good, Larry.
Anyway, I just want to let you guys know that.
Okay, all right.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate
Larry.
that, Larry.
Appreciate it.
I believe this is the item, Supervisor Lane, in which you have 2 Veterans Affairs Committee
Correct.
nominations.
Yes.
I want to speak to you about that and the rest of the supervisors at large. I'm handing out some remarks about supporting one's oath of office in uniform by General Mark Milley. He's the senior officer of the United States of America, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. I'm going to try to refer to that if I have some time. I have not looked over your nominees on the record, but I just want to ask you to comment about them and why you chose them and why they're good candidates for this commission, because the last thing we need is more seditious commissioners. We already have a whole commission full, and they've gone out of their way to come after me for speaking out in support of my oath of office or my oath to the Constitution that I took as a veteran. I'm a 25-year veteran of the Coast Guard, entered the service here in El Dorado County and came back here after I retired. That oath is a very personal thing to me. It's one that I committed my life to in service to this country, and I believe in it wholeheartedly. I'd like to be assured before you nominate these individuals that you have complete confidence that they're not a member of the extremist groups that attacked the US Capitol. Confirmation that they're not a 3%er militia member, oath keepers, or the Proud Boys. I'd also like to have knowledge and confirmation from you that they support the oaths that they took to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States in uniform, and will continue to do so, because that's not the practice of the current commission. If you want to know more about that, I can fill you in on it. But let me talk about General Milley's comments. This is for everybody. This is an excerpt of his transcribed interview with the House Select Committee investigating the attack of the US Capitol. In his opening comments, he stated, "I think the events of January 6th, in my personal opinion, were a horrific day, a tragic day in the history of America. I think it was an assault on the Constitution of the United States of America, and I swore an oath to support and defend that Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic." I've said the same thing here, and the response in the last 2 years is like, yeah, okay, whatever. And this board has supported personal attacks against me for that. He went on to say, "It's a very tragic thing that as a result of a series of events and outcomes of elections, et cetera, that there was a direct assault on the nation's capital to prevent the certification of what I consider a lawfully elected president." He goes on to note that there were 5 deaths resulting from that attack that day. And he said, "So my sworn responsibility is to protect and defend the Constitution. And the military has nothing to do with that process, that election."
Mr. Connolly, thank you for your comments.
I'm interested in your comments.
Thank
as
you.
well.
Sure. Thank you.
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Ruth.
Thank you. Yeah, I have 4 different issues to discuss. What Chris Payne had talked about with that committee, I'm going to second what he has to say. It seems like an important committee. And you mentioned about talking to staff and reviewing what they might need now that you have a new economic development department, which, by the way, I've seen those come and go many times in the last 37 years. But anyway, what I didn't hear you say is that you would talk to committee members, both present and those who have recently exited. I think Lexi was on that. Now she's going to be possibly a planning commissioner. What do they think? What work did they do that was most effective? What did they think was most helpful? What didn't seem to work? That's really where the core of the information would be. So I hope you'll be talking to those committee members. And about the planning commission, and you're talking about Lexi, whatever, I plead the fifth on that. Don't want to get really involved, whether she is or is not a good candidate. But I did hear you say that with council, you thought she would come along and, change from being an advocate to being a good planning commissioner. And I just want to point out that same opportunity was not given to Cheryl Blychester when she was in front of you and she was terminated from her position. Council was not afforded to her. The third thing I wanted to mention was process. I would really like to be able to see not only the applications of those who you're suggesting for these appointments, but the applications for all who've applied. I think it should be public information, and maybe you could talk about that in your good governance. I think that we as citizens deserve to know what the pool of applicants were, and which in the pool you decide to choose for these positions. And the last thing I have to say was Supervisor Turnbull, when you said you didn't think anyone else should have a say. Well, here's the situation. When you all pick someone, they are governing over the entire county. A planning commissioner is not just governing over your one particular district, but over all 5 districts. And I think all 5 supervisors have to really consider the balance. Am I done? Or 30 seconds?
27 more seconds.
Okay, thanks. So that clock isn't showing. Anyway, you all, I think it's wrong to think that each supervisor could just unilaterally assign someone without the input of the rest of you. I think it's good governance and good balance for all of you all to consider these appointments, and I appreciate that you do it in that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth. Now taking public comment from Laura Stratcom.
Good morning, supervisors. Happy New Year to you all and welcome, Brooke. I'd like to support Supervisor Parlin's suggestion that you kind of take a step back with CDEC right now. I've been in my position with the chamber for 23 years, and I too, as Ruth said, have seen economic development efforts come and go in our county. But I will tell you that this division is highly functioning. You have an amazing manager at the helm of that division and a very dedicated staff that are doing great work. So I think that it's really a good time to take a look at what the roles and responsibilities of CDAC need to be now, as they are very different in my perspective than they were then. And to speak to Supervisor Thomas's appointment, I agree that I think Lexi Boger is going to do a champion job. So thank you. And again, Happy New Year to you all. Thank you for your commitment to 2023.
Thank you, Laurel.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Hi, Leo Bennett Cochon again. From my perspective at 70, and happy 2023 to everybody, and 50 years as a community activist and sometimes perceived as a gadfly, there's always different perspectives. I commend you again on having, from my experience, a very civil and, even though opinions differ, conversation trying to reach consensus. It's one of the things I appreciate about boards of supervisors and also school boards as distinct from a strong mayor form of city government that centralizes the executive authority. To me, you are demonstrating true democracy, true good citizenship, good governance to all of us. As has been shared, boards are an important part of all of that. And I certainly heard Supervisors Turnbow's perspective that a planning commissioner or any commissioner should be at the discretion of just that board members. And Supervisor Thomas echoed certain aspects of that perspective. But that is not your current policy and governance. These positions are subject to the approval of the total board. The actual appointment is made by the area. I'm just repeating what everybody knows, but that's just an example of how you reach nuanced consensus, checks and balances, all of those things that make good governance not something that's easy, something that you keep working at. As Supervisor Heidel shared, you develop protocols, you develop written guidance and templates. Commend you on all of that, and I commend you on your current process where a supervisor appoints and the whole board makes the judgment. I do think Ruth had a good suggestion that it can be more transparent. Again, I could probably continue to dig, and I know I can get it through a Public Records Act, but it's not easy on your agenda and I failed, and it's my failure, but I could not find the applications for the various members that you are appointing, and definitely not the folks that were part of the pool. So I think those are improvements you can check at good governance. I think Lexi will make a great commissioner. Planning commissions tend to be captured by folks with development experience and by men, and bringing an activist background and the female perspective, I think, will strengthen your commission with that kind of guidance as spoken. Thank you for listening.
Now taking public comment from Lee Tannenbaum.
Good morning and Happy New Year. Thank you all for your service. I just wanted to echo Commissioner Payne's comments on CDAC. In my 7 years being in the county, I have got to see CDAC do some very, very helpful work to the county. And in particular, what I find is that they are a great advisor to the Board of Supervisors that is not staff and therefore not influenced by the powers that be at the county. And so I would be very supportive of an agendized discussion to talk about it, but I completely disagree with the de facto killing it by not appointing the people that are waiting in line to take that so that CDAC can continue to do the good work that it has been doing. Thank you and have a happy new year.
Thank you, Lee.
There's no additional public comment.
Thank you all for your comments. We greatly appreciate it. The one question that I heard in there was about the applications and where can the public see those, or can they? I don't know if Kim, you want to address that?
Due to just the size of appointments that are occurring in the past, we have not attached the applications to this item. As you know, when you're appointing committee commission members during the year, we do attach them. So if that's something that the board would like us to do, we can do that going forward. Also taking into consideration that as our committee and commission members are volunteers, we request that they fill out an application. However, we don't always necessarily get an application from them. So that has to be taken into consideration also.
Right. Thank you for that clarification. And I do want to make additional clarification. Ruth, thanks for your comments. That I did not say that with council, Lexi can move from an advocate to the role of the planning commissioner. What I would like to clarify that I said I chose Lexi because she has experience in leadership that requires a fair and balanced objective, and that she understands, and that I have had that conversation with her already, that she is moving from an advocate role to a team committed to resolving complex issues for the greater good. So that's a conversation I've already had, and she has already taken steps to get off boards that might provide conflicts of interest. So that has already happened. So, all right, with that, what is the will of my colleagues? The motion or further discussion?
Is it appropriate for me to respond to Mr. Connolly's
questions? Yes, thank you for that.
Okay.
Yes, Supervisor.
Okay,
Lane.
great.
Supervisor Lane, if I may, just before you
Sure.
do so, I just do want to caution against making any representations about your particular commissioner's affiliation with particular groups. That could lead to a claim that they've been discriminated against based upon their participation in those groups. And I just want to note, both for the board and for the public, that there is, if you look at the California Constitution's oath of office, a provision that talks about affiliation with organizations advocating for the overthrow of government. That particular provision has been deemed unconstitutional. And so the oath of office that you and others take expressly excludes that. And just because I find the language used by the court in addressing that issue somewhat interesting, I'm just going to read it to you because the California Supreme Court, when they did talk about this, actually, excuse me, this particular passage is from a Court of Appeal decision. They stated, "It is very clear then that paragraph 2 of the oath, as stated in the California Constitution, cannot be required of anyone to become governor of California or even to get a library card." End of discussion. I just found that somewhat amusing. And the language did specifically relate to affirmation of one's affiliation with a party or organization advocating for the overthrow of government. So I don't want to dissuade you too much from responding, but I also don't want you to feel that you are compelled to make some representation as to the party affiliations of your appointees.
Understood. I'll just say a couple of things, and that is Mr. Norton I've known him for years. He resides in the city of South Lake Tahoe. He served very admirably back in the 60s. And he participates in our 4th of July parade every year with great enthusiasm. He comes to us through the American Legion membership up in Tahoe. And I find it very interesting that the Veterans Affairs Commission receives a large sum of TOT every year, and yet our Veterans Affairs Commission, our American Legion Hall, never or gets very minimal support from the Veterans Affairs. So I really wanted somebody strong coming from the American Legion that could maybe make those relationships and hopefully benefit in some of the revenue as they have a building that has a roof that's falling apart. So that's that. Mr. Rogers, I don't know him personally. He applied of his own fruition. He comes to us. He is a U.S. Army chemical officer from the Korean War. In the last 4 years, he's assisted more than 40 Korean defense veterans on a pro bono basis by providing expert opinions on their exposure to Agent Orange containing the toxic contaminant dioxin and Agent Blue, which contains arsenic. He's very proud that he continues to support veterans, and I think he'll make a great alternate on the Veterans Affairs Commission. Thank you for your question.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Lane. All right, so bring it back to the board for action, recognizing that we have an 11 o'clock that we're bumped up against.
All
Do I
right.
have a motion?
And I'm just going to further state, I still have concerns about Lexi. I think this board last year did not appoint Sue Taylor, who we could have said many of the same things about. And this board said no. So I don't understand. I'm choosing nice words, the difference. So I will not be supporting that. I know I will get outvoted and she will get appointed. So I hope you prove me wrong and that she's outstanding.
Great.
So with that, so how do I do that then if I just want to vote no on that one thing, county council? There we go. I need some help.
Sounds good.
If that's your desire, I think that the only way to accomplish that would be to split the motion. So perhaps you would take action on the appointment of Ms. Boger separate and apart from the action on the remaining appointees on the agenda.
Oh, okay. So just pull that one out.
Right, we will, yeah, let's pull out the appointment of Lexi Boger. We'll take that as a separate item.
Okay. And then how do we do the CDAC stuff? Is that direction?
I think you could provide the direction. I would suggest you include that in the action you're taking on the
Other
everything but
stuff.
Ms. Boger's appointment.
Okay.
Sounds
Okay,
good.
very good.
So did you want to make a motion?
No.
Oh,
I'll go ahead and move approval of the appointments as presented with the exception of District 3's appointment to the Planning Commission and with the exception of District 5's appointment to the Community and Economic Development Advisory Committee. And to further note that last one will come back to us at a later time.
so does your motion include a direction to staff to bring back for board discussion, bring back a discussion on CDAC within 90 days? Do you need any further clarification on that?
I think I would request clarification on just bring something back for discussion, or I believe what Supervisor Parlin suggested was a report with possibly recommendations or ideas on how to restructure. I see those as two
Okay,
different,
yes.
Yeah,
different
that's
things.
true.
So, and if it's the latter, a report is needed, then 90 days would be necessary.
A report from the CEO's
The CAO's
office.
office, correct.
Can I, just for my clarification, so Supervisor Lane's motion would be to accept the item as presented, removing the District 3 Planning Commission appointment, and then continue all CDAC appointments off calendar, and 2, to direct the Chief Administrative Office to provide an update to the board within 90 days on the structure of CDAC and any recommendations.
That's what I said, right?
That's really good.
I think that's exactly what you said. No,
What is that?
I would say update to say a report.
Report,
Replace
okay.
the update with report.
Thank you, Dawn.
All right, excellent. Thank you, Kim. Well done. All right.
Sorry, the reason I said no is because I thought we would do Lexi first and separate her out. And I went, oh, I guess, okay, that's why.
Works. That's perfect, Supervisor Lane. Great. Do we have a second? on
I
that?
second.
All right, so all those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Great. And with that, I would like to move that we appoint Alexi Boger as a District 3 Planning Commissioner.
Second.
All right. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
No.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries 4-1. Thank you all for that discussion. Wonderful. So with that, the board is going to recess at 11 to have our annual photograph, our group photograph taken. Kim, how long do we expect this to take?
The photographer has asked for an hour because we're doing a group photo
And individuals.
yeah, group photo and then individuals. If we finish sooner, we can maybe come back or we could take a lunch.
What is your recommendation, Don, on the rest of the day, recognizing that one is a very quick thing, the other might be a little more lengthy, but
I would suggest if it's gonna take an hour for photos, just go right into lunch
Go
and
into lunch,
resume at
yeah.
1 o'clock.
okay, great. Well, we will recess now for photographs and lunch and convene at 1 o'clock for open forum in addition to items 30, 31, 32, and the update and item 33 on the ratification of the emergency. So, all right. Well, thank you all for being with us this morning and we will see you after lunch. Welcome back, everyone. And this is now 1 o'clock, time for open forum. Open forum is an opportunity for members of the public to address the Board of Supervisors on subject matter that is not on our meeting agendas, but within our jurisdiction. And as a reminder, public comments are limited to 3 minutes. So at this point, anyone in chambers is welcome to come forward and address this board. Welcome.
Now taking public comment on open forum. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Joe Patterson. I'm the new Assembly member representing basically from Placerville West and also portions of Placer County. But I also own property in South Lake Tahoe, so I don't think any of you will be able to get away from me, over the next 2 years at least. So just wanted to be here and introduce myself. I was here for swearing-ins, various people, and very pleased to be here. And also I come from local government myself, having served on the Rockland City Council for 6 years. So I understand a lot of the great things you're working on, and had the privilege of serving on Pioneer with John over here. So he kept me in line a lot. Appreciate that. So thank you, Mr. Supervisor, for that. But just again, wanted to be here and introduce myself. I will be setting up some meetings and would love to get, to know each of you and what's important to you. And obviously our respective constituents. We have a lot of issues to work on that just continue to build up, fires and water and flooding and all sorts of things coming from the state level as well. So anybody who wants to reach out, I consider myself very accessible. I don't have staff here with me today. Just looking forward to doing anything I can to help El Dorado County be as great as it can be and representing you in the legislature. So thank you very much for the time and looking forward to working with you. Take care.
Thank you, Assemblymember Patterson, and congratulations on your election. We look forward to working with you.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate you coming by. Thank you.
Hey, everybody. Happy New Year. I wasn't quite sure how to approach this. When the city council had the swearing in, you were there, Ms. Thomas. I thought about getting up and speaking, but I was like, I don't want to be that guy. And I had a party planned anyway, so I sat there for about an hour and I left. And a lot of people that came to my party were at the city council meeting, and I went back and watched it. And listening to Dennis, your husband, speak, it reminded me of when I played softball. My brother was a baseball player. My dad was a coach. And he taught us about being a good sportsman. And whether you win or lose, everybody lines up, all the kids line up, and you always give a high five and you say, congratulations. Well, I listened to your husband sit there for 10 minutes about all the reasons he lost. Never once did he congratulate. Did you need to say something? David Yarborough, never once, right?
City council member, this is the Board of Supervisors.
Yeah, I'm getting there. After that, you got up, or during that time, you had got up and you spoke representing the Board of Supervisors and our district. After that, your mother got up and spoke. And she said, karma is a bitch. And I thought, wow, well, of course, I'm all for free speech, so she's welcome to say what she wants. But I was wondering, as a supervisor and now chair, would you clarify what your mom meant by karma is a bitch? Does that mean the voters that didn't vote your husband into office? Does that mean Todd White, the county employee that's being persecuted for his political beliefs? Does that mean Tom McClintock, Who exactly was your mother referring to when she said karma is a bitch? I just wanted to know. And is that what we can expect from your mom? Because we all know that you guys are very powerful in this country or this county, and you guys are probably some of the wealthiest people. So I don't know. I had a hard time paying my mortgage last month. Is your mom going to come after me? Do I need to be worried? Do the voters of the city of Placerville need to be worried about you and your mom? Just want to know. I hate to start off the new year on this note, but I just had that burning question and I couldn't wait to come here and ask you in person. So with that, Happy New Year. It's going to be fun having you as the chair. I hope you got thick skin.
Thank you, Mandy. Happy New Year. Hello.
Hi, I'm Linda Colombo. I live in Nashville between El Dorado and between El Dorado and Sandridge. And Highway 49 and the bridge of Amador, El Dorado County. I'd like to know who's in charge at this point in time. I used to be a member of SAR. I was the head of the Fire Safe Council out on Sandridge for 10 years. So I've been here, I've seen you guys come and go and whatnot. I have to tell you that my property is safe. I was above the river. I had a geologist tell me how to read the soils. And so as a result, I kind of knew I was okay, but I have a granddaughter here and the water kept coming up and the water kept coming up, and I'm sending you pictures. That Saturday morning, I called OES sometime during the day and into the evening. The water came up. It came up rapidly. I was here in '96 when we had the big flood. Exact same thing. Lots and lots of snow, warm rain, everything came flying down, river came up to the exact same height it came this time. I called OES, I got a recording, and the recording said, it was Todd Crawford. I love him to death. He used to be a deputy here. I, think the world of him. And I thought, what in the world is he saying? And he said something to the effect of, this storm is not supposed to be as bad as predicted. So if you need sandbags or sand, you'll have to go to the hardware store. That's basically the message that I got. It really infuriated me because I'm okay, but my downstream neighbors were going to get it. And they did get it. I know it's Gold Beach. People used to say Gold Beach. I think the south end of the county's been forgotten. I couldn't call George because it's a weekend. It's a holiday. I don't have his home phone number. I would have called him and said, hey, you better get somebody out there. I called OES, I think 3 times, never got anything other than that report. This is not going to work. I called 911. The guy on the other end said, if you're worried, then maybe you should evacuate. I was packed, I was ready, but I was okay. And the other thing that happened was I called dispatch. Unfortunately, I got South Lake Tahoe by mistake, wrong number. He didn't know where Nashville was. He thought I was talking about Tennessee. So it was a serious matter. Cars were underwater. People have houses underwater. George is familiar with that. This is serious. There are 9, I know, there are 9 government locations that should be responsible, including OES.
Linda?
None of them. Can I have my pictures back?
Oh, absolutely. Wanted to let you know, Linda, that at 2 p.m. today, we're going to be having an update on the storm, and OES will be here, facilities and DOT. And so we're going to be having a discussion about this storm.
I hope you
at
solve
2
some
o'clock.
problems
So thank you
because
for that.
nobody was in charge on this thing. Nobody.
Stay tuned for that discussion at 2 o'clock.
And I'll write you all a note. You can read about.
Thank you. Thank
the
you, Linda.
Caldor fire, et
Thank you,
cetera, et
Linda.
cetera.
Crazy times, yes.
Good afternoon again.
Good afternoon.
I forgot my glasses. This is going to be a little challenging for me, but What I'd like you to do is turn to the second page of the handout I have you, and I'm going to refer to this image if you'll follow along on that, or just take note of it. I'm handing you a document to document that sedition has now come full circle to El Dorado County, thanks to your continued support of the ties that exist between Commissioner Linda Grimaldi and the extremists who attacked the US Capitol 2 years ago. In the top of the diagram, there's a circle and it says on or about February 2020. That's when Linda Grimaldi apparently joined a local group called Boots on the Ground Cali. And she had been a member of that for approximately 2 years when she applied last February to be a commissioner. If you go to the right of that, following the arrows, you see 2 circles for November 2021. And those relate to the image in the center of this diagram. On that date, there was a 3rd consecutive Stop the Steal political rally in Sacramento, attended by the Proud Boys, and it was the 3rd consecutive weekend that those individuals involved got themselves involved in public violence. In the image, you see on the left, the founder of the Boots on the Ground Cali group, Aaron Bate, and to his right, or to the right of the image, is Proud Boy Eddie Block. And Eddie Block was one of those individuals who left this picture and went with other Proud Boys to assault members of the public. If you go down below those 2 circles, you come to January 6, 2021. Eddie Block was one of the Proud Boys that was very prominent in the attack of the US Capitol. He filmed the entire march of the Proud Boys from the Washington Monument around the Capitol and their storming of the Capitol. And there are pictures of him that you haven't seen here before, in which he's at the step of the Western Terrace, just below the inaugural platform, and fully participated in that attack. And when I send this to you electronically, I'll include a short video that he took from that vantage point. To the next circle, at the bottom of the circle, the larger circle, is March 22nd, I believe, 2022. That's when you appointed Commissioner Grimaldi, despite our public objections of her extremist ties and her misleading you with false statements that you still haven't held her accountable for. She's never admitted to being a member of this group, Boots on the Ground Cali, still, even though you questioned her about it. If you go on to the next circle, it's May 10th, 2022. That's when her supporters, including the Proud Boy chapter president, that's your constituent, confronted me in your chamber without your objection, along with Mr. Bate. If you go up to the next circle, September 22, Eddie Bate is now a member of Boots on the Ground Cali. And the last circle is where that group is expanding to Southern California to include more Proud Boys and so-called patriots. And I've already submitted to you, those individuals are under indictment for their attacks on January 6th. I'd like you to address this issue and put it to rest. Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the boardroom wish to speak? Oh, come on down, Jonathan. Nice to see you.
Happy New Year, a heavenly New Year. It is a beautiful thing how God has blessed this county with such a gorgeous geography and all of the beauty of his creation. I want to start off the new year reading something from the book of Psalms. These words are 3,200 years old and new. And in Psalm 145, it says this, verse 2, every day will I bless thee, O Lord. I will praise thy name forever and ever. Great is the Lord and greatly to be praised, and his greatness is unsearchable. One generation shall praise thy works to another and shall declare your mighty acts. I will speak of the glorious honor of your majesty and of your wondrous works, O Lord. And men shall speak of the might of thy terrible acts, and I will declare your greatness. They shall abundantly utter the memory of thy great goodness, and shall sing of your righteousness, O God. The Lord is gracious and full of compassion, slow to anger, and of great mercy. The Lord is good to all. The Lord is good to all, and his tender mercies are over all his works. All thy works shall praise thee, O Lord, and thy saints shall bless thee. They shall speak of the glory of thy kingdom and talk of your power, to make known to the sons of men your mighty acts, O God, the glorious majesty of your kingdom. The eyes of all wait upon you, O Lord, and you give them their meat in due season. You open your hand and satisfy the desires of every living thing. And I just want to say to you, to have a heavenly new year, for you all to continually remember that God gives you the 1,440 heartbeats every day, the almost 10,000 breaths that you breathe every day. And God has placed you in this position for his glory and for the goodness of all people. Obviously, I'm going to speak about the homeless because they were out in the storm this weekend. We've brought 23 20-foot by 14-foot tarps out to them to help them. But the storm is going to be worse tomorrow than it was this last weekend. And while we need to deal with the flooding in El Dorado and elsewhere from the river and all of the creeks, anyone who's listening now, if you have compassion for the homeless, you can bring a tarp or some blankets or some warm food out to Upper Broadway and leave it there for the homeless, whom we need to treat better than we would our dogs if we ever left the dogs out in the rain. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Colleen. Colleen, can you unmute yourself?
Yes, thank you. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you, Colleen.
Okay, thank you. Happy New Year, board. So I have a few questions and I want to be sure my specific questions are answered. So if Mr. Ashton or whomever can just take note of the following questions. The first one is I would like the board to provide a status update to the public regarding its current relationship with the Tall Coalition for the Homeless. I'm also asking that the board agendize whether or not they'll continue to use the Tall Coalition for the Homeless for coordinated entry for the county and inform us of the ongoing plan for coordinated entry going forward. From my perspective, this really isn't a wait and see how it goes scenario. You know, the state of California granted those funds to the coalition, and the state of California is threatening litigation with non-negotiable terms. It's clear in my mind that these publicized communications, that Tahoe Coalition is not an organized, fiscally responsible entity. And as our representatives, you have a fiduciary responsibility to protect your constituents, both housed and unhoused, and make sure that the unhoused and our homeless in our county are being taken care of properly and that the funds are being managed properly. As citizens of this county, we really should be informed of the plan moving forward, and I'd appreciate your transparency. Thank you all, and Supervisor Thomas, thank you, and best of luck in your new role.
Thank you, Colleen. We'll get those answers a bit later.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Hi, this is Leo Bennett Cochon. I wanted to express my appreciation to our new supervisor from District 5, Supervisor Lane, for answering specific questions from her constituent, our general constituent, Joe Conley. I know he can be, since I've been in his role, perhaps a bit of a gadfly, but I think it's very important to listen to his message. He's very informed, does his research, has served our country, and unfortunately, the bigger political question of the January 6th insurrection continues to be something that is spreading throughout the country, especially to school boards and other issues. So I know there's a tendency to think this has nothing to do with our county, but I do think listening is important, and it certainly seems like the two appointees will add great value to the Veterans Commission, and I look forward to seeing their influence on this very important body. I also think that there have been many comments that have been recognized by our supervisors as important to consider in the good governance workshop, and I would encourage consideration of using your internet, your website, all those different tools available these days to gather public input, public questions for you to consider during the workshop. I've seen this done in other governmental bodies and think it adds value to your workshop and lets you hear more voices from your constituents. So again, thank you for your service, your listening, and your consideration from the public's input. And again, happy 2023.
Thank you, Leo.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, thank you so much, everyone. And I think the question on the Tahoe Coalition, and will we be continuing using them as our coordinated entry? What's the best way to get those questions answered?
At this time, I'm going to say yes, we will be. I don't have an update on the status of the Attorney General's investigation at Tahoe Coalition for Homeless. I will share, well, we rely on every county relies on nonprofits a lot to provide services to our communities. They can typically do it cheaper, more efficiently, more quickly than a government bureaucracy can. Unfortunately, this is not the first time, nor will it likely be the last, where we have a nonprofit that, for lack of a better word, gets sideways with their state regulatory agency. Like I said, it's happened before with other nonprofits, and we review our contracts to make sure our contracts are not in violation of what we're aware in regards to those regulatory matters. And we have done so in this case, and there's nothing in our contracts that we're aware that Tahoe Coalition has violated based on the documents we've received and reviewed from the Attorney General. Most of our relationship with Tahoe Coalition for Homeless right now, there is a coordinated entry, which is a smaller piece, but most of it is for our public housing vouchers. And the housing voucher system, if a person gets a voucher, they have the choice of where they want to use that voucher if the owner of the property is willing to house them. And my understanding is in Tahoe, there's very few places, so people tend to go to the Tahoe Coalition for Homeless.
Well, thank you for that explanation. Appreciate that. All right, so at this point, we had some matters prior to our lunch break that we had not attended to. So recommendation just to go back. And so with that, we are on, let me get my item here, on item number 30.
Was item 32 part of the?
I would suggest item
Time
32
allocation?
was the 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
Time.
Looks like we should do that
Oh,
first.
32. Oh,
Yeah.
oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, that is. Okay, perfect, because I know building and planning is here. Pardon me. Yes, let's move on to item number 32, Kim.
Item number 32 comes from Planning and Building Department and Environmental Management Department, recommending the board, 1, adopt and authorize the chair to sign urgency ordinance amending Title 130 zoning of the El Dorado County Ordinance Code, adding mosquito fire resiliency and rebuilding ordinance to provide temporary emergency housing for displaced residents, permit fee waivers for both Planning and Building Department and Environmental Management Department permit fees, and provisions to aid in the recovery process and rebuilding of homes and other structures damaged or destroyed by the mosquito fire. 2, find that urgency ordinance is exempt from California Environmental Quality Act. 3, find that consistent with the objectives of the urgency ordinance and any subsequent amendments to the county's zoning ordinance for the waiver of certain Planning and Building Department and Environmental Management Department permitting fees related to the mosquito fire rebuilding effort. And 4, approve and authorize the use of the county's general fund to cover the cost of the green fees and SMIP fees required for residents that are eligible for fee waivers.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being with us today.
Good afternoon, board. Tom Meyer with Planning and Building, and I've also got Rob Peters, Deputy Director of Planning, here with me. Keep trying to trip Kim up with these long titles, but she does a great job. So just as kind of a quick overview, the item before you today consists of 2 recommendations. As it relates to the mosquito fire rebuilding process, the first of which is the adoption of the mosquito fire resiliency and rebuilding ordinance, which is an amendment to Title 130 of the county zoning ordinance, and also the approval of the use of general fund to pay for the costs of state mandated green fees and strong motion instrumentation program, or SMIP fees, in lieu of collecting those fees from mosquito fire applicants during the rebuilding process. Similar to the Caldor Fire Urgency Ordinance, staff prepared the mosquito fire resiliency and rebuilding ordinance based on the initial Caldor Ordinance 5150, amendments thereto, and then lessons that we've learned throughout that rebuilding and recovery process that are ongoing. For the mosquito fire urgency ordinance, key components of that include provisions to address temporary housing, among other things, use of shipping containers for temporary storage without the same limitations that exist to non-mosquito or Caldor fire areas, and of course, permit fee waivers. And this would be applicable to both Planning and Building Department and Environmental Management Department permit fees. And the proposed recommendation is 100% waiver of all applicable permit fees, regardless of whether or not applicants are insured or underinsured, or the extent of the insurance coverage that they have. And then similar to Caldor, development impact fees would not be charged on rebuilds or replacements unless it's determined to be above substantially equivalent. And then the substantially equivalent definition, what was used for Caldor would apply as well to mosquito, which is the 250 square foot variance approval. For the green and SMIP fees, these fees are state mandated fees and unable to be waived. So the department is recommending that the board approve the use of general fund to pay these, similar to what was done for Caldor. And these fees apply to various building permits, including temporary mobile homes, temporary RVs, residential and non-residential building permits, grading, temporary power, electrical, and temporary use permits, the majority of which are a $1 minimum fee. And then for residential and non-residential building or grading permits, it's based on valuation. And the estimated total cost of green and SMIP fees is $1,000. So with that, Rob or I are here to address any questions.
Perfect. And I know we all hate that we're here again for a second time on this kind of a disaster in our community, but we sure appreciate your work to make sure that the citizens of El Dorado County have the help that they need at a time of a really difficult challenge. So at this point, I see District 1's button is lit.
Yeah, so I'm curious about composting toilets, because I know that came up before, and whether or not we've made any progress in terms of looking at the viability, and it's more environmental management probably. But for temporary structures, if they were to use a composting toilet and not hook up to a septic system, for instance, would that be acceptable by this ordinance? I'm guessing not, but I'm just looking for clarification.
I believe that would definitely be a question for environmental management, and I believe Jeff is available online to ask.
Okay.
Okay, very good.
Get that answered. Okay.
Yep.
Do you have any other questions
No,
or comments?
that was the only thing, because I've heard comments back from people. I guess it's a modern thing that people think is perfectly acceptable in lieu of hooking up to it, but I don't know. I'm not an expert in that. Environmental management probably has the expertise, so.
So is Jeff available to answer that question? Perfect. So Jeff.
I probably need to promote him.
I see him on there. Yeah, he's already there.
He's there? Okay.
Yeah, he's on the. I'm just thinking of a co-host if he wants to turn his camera on. Oh, thank you, Kim. Appreciate
Okay.
you facilitating that.
Yeah.
Comment.
This is on the heels of last time he was running out here.
That's right.
We can use him again.
So I can look at panels and I can look at who's got their hand raised. It's just easy way to follow.
You wasn't ready. So
Is there any other?
Any other?
Yeah.
Okay, Supervisor Turnbull.
one of the questions I want to ask and stuff, now Volcano Ville up there where those houses were impacted, there's a lot of snow that they get up there. Now, is it possible we're going to be able to waive those solar panel fees and that permit? Because it's basically based on elevation is what it is. And I'm just kind of wondering if you guys are going to be able to do that.
So this is Rob Peters, Deputy Director of Planning. So I would have to coordinate with the building official a little bit on that response. I know that they were looking at some of those variables related to even the Caldor fire, but I think if there was a permit fee that was associated with whatever that construction would be, then we would be through the authorization of this ordinance waiving that fee. But I don't know about, this doesn't necessarily, this action waive the requirements of any of those things that are in the building code.
Right. I totally understand. I just was concerned. That's all.
Yeah.
So
And I know
yes-
that has been something that the building department has been working
Yeah.
with folks on, but I do not know the answer to the.
Yeah.
And I see
final
Karen Garner has her hand raised. on
Okay,
this.
good.
Did you have another question?
Well, I just
Laura?
want to piggyback on that to get clarity. Did we ever get that requirement waived for the Caldor folks? Because I think that's still in the works. So
It's
maybe
it's
Karen
still-
can.
It's still in the works.
Yeah,
So
Karen can
perhaps
help us.
Karen can answer some questions. Thank you, Karen, for being with us.
Yeah, sure, no problem. That's actually a state requirement that we are unable to vary from. They do have a formula that we can apply. It's very specific. It's mandated by the state that says if there's certain snow load, it looks at the slope of the solar panels in the building and takes all that into consideration, whether they can be exempt or not. But we, as a local jurisdiction, don't have the ability to vary from that because it is a state requirement.
All right. Thank you so much, Karen, for that clarification. And Kim, is Jeff answering? All right. Can
Yes,
we-
I'm here.
Oh, great. Super. Hi, Jeff.
Good afternoon, board. Jeff Warren with Environmental Management. Sorry, I was a little late here. Had to leave the office to get something for propane.
No problem. We appreciate you being here. And Supervisor Heidel had a question on compost toilets, and are those permissible under these kind of emergency measures?
Our land use ordinance will have certain allowances in certain situations, but normally composting toilets would be for the Forest Service areas where it's unpractical to have a septic system. But we do have some discretion on that. And if it's something that we can do in a short-term period, then yes, we could do something like that.
Yeah, that's actually a good thing.
Did that get your question answered?
Yes, it does. The fact that we have the ability to implement that by request, I guess, somebody'd have to make a special request, but the fact that we can do that, because there are circumstances, I'm sure, that it's not convenient to try to hook up to an existing septic that may be so damaged and you want to have residency there. So provisions for a timeline to allow that to happen, for a temporary basis. Again, I'm pleased to hear that we have some flexibility.
We always like tools.
Yes.
Extenuating circumstances.
Always special
Yes.
cases. So,
Okay,
yeah.
great. Any
Yeah.
other further board questions? I don't see any buttons. Oh, we're good.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on to public comment on this item. Thank you, Kim.
Now taking public comment on item number 32. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Anyone here in the boardroom? All right.
Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
We'll bring this back to the board for action.
With that, I'd like to thank staff for bringing this so quickly. Unfortunately, we have the experience of the Caldor, but yeah, this one's moving along really, and the numbers are smaller and hopefully more manageable. So thank you for that. And I'd like to move as recommended by staff.
I'll second it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Carries unanimously. Tom and Rob, thank you for being with
Thank
us
you.
and
Yeah,
bringing this
thank you.
forward today. We appreciate it.
Thank you for working hard on this.
All right. Well, with that, we're still ahead of our 2 p.m. update on the storm and the ratification of our emergency. So let's go back to item 30, the Greater Sacramento Economic Council appointment. Kim.
Item number 30 comes from the Chief Administrative Office, recommending the board appoint 1 member from the Board of Supervisors to represent the county as a voting member on the Greater Sacramento Economic Council Board of Directors.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Don Ashton, I'll be introducing this item. In 2016, the county gave approval to join the Greater Sacramento Economic Council. At that time, there was an annual cost of about $60,000. I believe it's up around $65,000 right now. And by joining that, it included us in a regional economic development effort. And it actually is a public-private partnership. It is primarily made up of private sector companies that are on that board. But there are probably 15 or so public sector organizations in counties and cities. When the board approved joining, I was asked to serve as the county's representative on that board, and it was brand new at the time. So, but it's been in place for 6 or 7 years now. With my pending retirement coming, I felt it was important for the board to have a discussion and see who you want to serve on that. You see in the staff report, I am recommending it be a board member. The vast majority of public sector organizations, it is an elected official that serves on that board. There are occasionally, not often, but occasionally, sometimes they get into the policy world of legislative advocacy and things. So I think that would be better served by an elected official, in my opinion. But that's not to say it couldn't be the next CAO. Problem is we don't know who that is yet. And for continuity, that's why I have the item for you today. From a time demand perspective, they meet quarterly. They have been meeting via Zoom ever since COVID to allow a Zoom option to save a trip down to Sacramento. But you have the quarterly meetings. You have an annual strategic retreat that they do, typically up in Tahoe on the north side of the lake for 3 or 4 days. And then you will occasionally get calls to attend different evening functions when they have companies that are interested in relocating to the Sacramento region to promote our region and promote our county. So with that, I'm open to any questions and help you navigate this as best we can.
Thank you, and appreciate you representing us all these years, very much so. Supervisor Parlin.
Using her button. So curious, Dawn, is there a reason that for continuity that you didn't suggest your assistant CEO?
I think she's going to be very busy without a CAO or without an assistant behind her.
Right.
And again, and I've actually thought about this for a few years. The vast majority of public sector organizations, it is an elected official,
Okay.
which kind of puts an unelected person in a weird spot sometimes. But it could be. I am concerned about her staff, her capacity, depending how long we go without a permanent replacement.
Right. Okay. And then do you see any advantage to having maybe the chair take it and have it kind of go with that? You know,
I don't think it matters. I think I would suggest we treat this like we talked about earlier this morning, of someone with some continuity, more than a single year, because so much of what they work on is a multi-year approach. So having the same person there for a few years would be beneficial. But I don't think it's as important as like RCRC or CSAC, where you move up into leadership positions, because it's a different type of board.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Parlin. Supervisor Lane.
Did you say in the beginning that there's a financial contribution to this group? And what was that amount again?
I believe it's about $66,000 a year right now. And Supervisor Lane, I apologize for your benefit. That is paid out of our TOT money that goes towards economic development efforts.
And in your opinion, on the years that you've spent on this board, is there value in that?
Yeah,
contribution?
Question we get asked. Yeah, there's absolutely some value to it. Is there enough to warrant it? That's a difficult conversation. I did recommend a year or two ago that we withdraw because of the value that, if you look at value based on how many companies they've relocated or they've located in El Dorado County, I don't think there's been one. But there is an argument, and a strong argument, for a regional effort. So if you bring a company to Folsom, you have people living, and there's that regional benefit to it. I will share that during the Caldor fire, when it decimated Sierra Tahoe, Greater Sacramento was extremely helpful in doing economic impact studies and things, and helping to get some data for Sierra to get some grant funding to rebuild. So that was probably the most valuable experience we've had with them. That's real tangible that I can put my hands on.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Heidel.
And Donna, would you also comment on the membership of the board? Because I know there's El Dorado County residents that are actually on that board. Could you help us understand that? Because I think that's one of the strengths we have too. It's not just the representative from the board, it's who in El Dorado County also represents us there that's looking at economic development for our region.
Yeah, it's a great question. So when I talk about private sector companies, there are private sector companies throughout the Sacramento region. And off the top of my head, I know of at least 2 that are on this board. And that, keep in mind, this board is a 45, 50 member board. So there's a lot of people. But Kevin Nagel is on the board. I think it's Scott Hansen in El Dorado Hills is on the board. And I will add, for Supervisor Lane's benefit, in South Lake Tahoe, that brewery / indoor mini golf place right at State Line on the California side. They're very involved with Greater Sacramento, and Greater Sacramento helped promote them and get them going in South Lake Tahoe. So they do interface with South Lake Tahoe as well. I'm not sure if that person is on the board or not, but they're very involved. And another advantage they did bring, we'll see if it's an advantage, is the oh shoot, I'm drawing a blank.
The Growth Factory?
The Growth Factory. Yeah. And the accelerators and things that is new for us, and using their expertise there is helpful.
I have one other question. Do you know if they're still running their champion program where they really encourage members of the public to get involved and understand what their function is and really the orientation, the direction? Do they still operate that? I haven't heard anything about it recently. I went through the program several years ago.
I think that stopped with COVID.
Okay.
And it hasn't been restarted yet.
Okay. Because that's a good way to understand GSEC's role and what they think their vision is to go through the champion program, which I think it's about an hour and a half, something like that. It's not an all day thing, but it's enough time dedicated to really understanding their mission. That it gets you kind of tied into where they're going. And it is large region, but a lot of their collaboration is with UC Davis and Sac State. And, they're looking at the universities and where is that educational value, bringing employees into the various areas, where the startup company is going to be, like you said, the incubators and those kinds of things. So I think there is a lot more benefit potential than what we've recognized in the past, but it's just a case you kind of have to be in that mix all the time, and that's difficult. So anyway, just general observations.
All right, so we're looking for someone to represent us on this board of directors. Anyone wanting to do that?
I would very much like to serve in that capacity, but at the pleasure of the board.
Okay, all right, good to know that there's a desire there. Any other thoughts on this board item?
When's up for renewal?
So I was just going to say that, and Supervisor Lane, we'll be doing this a lot the next few weeks probably. But every year we renew the contract around May, and we really have that conversation during the budget discussion. So whether to renew for next year or not, we're committed for the current fiscal year. So that's when that would be the time to have the discussion on continuing participation would be my
So it
thought.
would make sense that we have a representative until we make that, the board makes that final decision. Yeah, okay. All right, are we ready for public comment at this point? All right, thank you, Kim.
Now taking public comment on item number 30. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Welcome, Chris.
Waiting for my timer.
All right.
Chris Payne. I live in Diamond Springs. I'm also a champion. In fact, Supervisor Heidel and I went to the same class together, and it was a half a day. We got into because we got into teams, and we got to meet people from around the Sacramento area. I was also here the day when the discussion was not continuing. CAO had led that discussion with the Board of Supervisors. And you settled on giving them another chance. What happened was Barry Broom, who's the CAO president, he hadn't been able to make the meeting here. And so he had somebody else do it. And it was pretty much a canned, open up the can, and not so much dedicated to El Dorado County, which I think made the supervisors at the time a little uneasy that we were putting this money into what. So I think there's two issues here then. The appointee today, who's going to be on it, and then when they come back, taking a fresh look on whether you feel collectively that it's going to be worthy of our participation. Those are my thoughts today. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Appreciate it. Anyone else in the room?
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
I can, Chris, when he said that about breaking, I think I participated in it, that champion thing last year virtually. Because we were Zooming and we got into breakout rooms or something like that. I remember doing something with the GSEC, so.
So it was continuing on.
Yeah, it did kind of continue on, but I'd forgotten about it because it was virtual and it's just.
Not the same.
It's just not the same.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
thank you for reminding me. It was, they tried. It just wasn't as, yeah, like everything. So, okay, very good.
So we ready to entertain a motion?
I'll move that we appoint Supervisor Heidel as our GSEC as a voting member of the Great GSEC Board of Directors. There it goes.
I'll second it.
All right. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Carries unanimously. Thank you so much. And
Thank
thank you Supervisor Heidel for representing us on GSEC. All right. We are now on item. Well, Don, do you think we have time to do item number 31 before 2 o'clock?
I think it just depends how much public comment there will be. You might as well give it a try.
All right. So we move on to item number 31.
Item number 31 comes from Human Resources, recommending the board, 1, approve and authorize the chair to sign a resolution adopting effective the pay period containing January 1, 2023, A, new salaries for the classifications affected by El Dorado County Charter Section 504, B, increase the salary of the chief administrative officer and county council by approximately 15%, and 2, approve and authorize the chair to sign revised salary and benefits resolution for unrepresented employees affected the first pay period following adoption.
Welcome, Joey.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Good to see you all. Supervisor Lane, welcome. I look forward to working with you. And
Likewise, thank you.
congratulations to Supervisor Thomas on being the new chair. So item 31, I'm going to break it up. There's a lot to unpack here. I'm going to break it up into 3 different sections. And I'll be reading some notes here because I don't want to miss anything, but essentially it's Charter 504 salary adjustments, which we do at the end typically of every calendar year. We're going to discuss the CAO salary and the county council salary. So let me start with Charter 504. As prescribed by Charter 504, the county is tasked with completing an annual survey of the comparator agency classifications using our Deputy Sheriff 2 classification as the benchmark. The study that it's attachment F, identifies the Deputy Sheriff classification should receive a 2.67% pay increase. So that would also trigger kind of a domino effect with the other classifications that are linked in Charter 504, and they're listed in attachment E. There's several of them. So it would be a 2.67% pay increase for all of those classifications effective the first day of this pay period, which is December 31st. That's the first one. The second one, I'll jump to county council salary. In November of 2022, an analysis was performed at the board's request to see how we compared with other comparator agencies with regard to the county council salary. And what we found was pretty interesting. Many other counties, especially in our proximity, have the salary for the county council somewhere above the sheriff, but below the CAO. And it could vary. It could be slightly above the sheriff or more, depending on the county. In fact, in Butte County, Napa County, Yolo, Placer, and Sacramento County, their county councils are all somewhere between the sheriff and the CAO salary. So what you'll see in this item is a proposal to bring our county council salary, set it at 1% above that of the sheriff to be in compliance with other counties. Item 3 is the CAO salary. You're all familiar with the fact that we've had a recruitment going on once we learned of Dawn's upcoming departure. Last July, we did our first recruitment to locate a new CAO. We also enlisted the services of an outside agency, a headhunter agency, to help us in that endeavor to increase the pool of candidates, which they did. Ultimately, that was 5 or 6 months process, and we weren't able to locate a candidate that the board wanted to move forward with. So we're likely going to be doing another recruitment for CAO. And Dawn is going to be leaving in March. It's very likely that the new CAO, just time-wise, won't start before Dawn leaves. But that's a discussion for another day. So what we're proposing is to increase the salary of the CAO by 15% with hopes of attracting a candidate that will prove successful and that we feel good about bringing on board and moving forward with. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
District 1, Supervisor Heidel.
And Joe, would you please clarify for us the steps involved? And when we talk about increasing the salary, we're talking about the top step, not that it's an automatic, whoever gets hired in the CAO position will receive a given salary, because the salary will be determined, the step level will be determined by the board commensurate with the qualifications of the individual. So I didn't want to make this sound like it was an automatic jump, because if we could find somebody that's Dawn's clone, that might be eligible for step 5, but I think that's going to be difficult.
Mm-hmm.
So in all likelihood, we would not necessarily bring somebody in as a CAO above Dawn's current salary.
Correct.
And it could be or could not be, but it determines what step based upon qualifications that we believe that person slots into and their acceptance of it. If they obviously don't accept it, then we have to go back and negotiate. But yeah.
Absolutely right. Typically, we don't bring folks in at the top step and give them some room to move up. But when we're looking at salary comparisons, and the same goes for county council classification, when I mentioned if the board wants to go this direction, placing that salary 1% above the sheriff, that's top step. Right. There's 5 steps involved. So you're absolutely right, which means there would still be 4 steps that are below that of the sheriff. But no, when we're talking about comparisons, at least in my world, we always look at the top step salary when we're comparing to other agencies, but you're correct. We're proposing moving up the top salary 15%, and then there'd be 4 steps under it still for the CAO.
So second question, I received a letter from Joe Harn, and he was pointing out the CalPERS contract that the county put in place many years ago, which, as I understand, is not changeable. It's not, we can't have a board action to change that. That is fixed in place.
Mm-hmm.
And could you describe, or Dawn describe, the restrictions that 2% at 60 establishes when we're trying to recruit people from the outside? Because a lot of the PERS contracts that other counties, cities may have is much greater, and they would have to step back.
Right.
As I understand it, to a much lower level. And so that's part of the challenges we face in terms of trying to make this recruitment work. Can you explain that a little bit?
I read the memo from the auditor. It was accurate. I mean, our formula would be 2% at 60, if I'm not mistaken, which compared to other counties, many of them, 37 act counties, are 2% at 55. So that's a big change potentially for someone, not to mention the fact that our county doesn't offer health benefits and retirement, which is something that we are up against when we're talking about competition with other counties. Many of them offer retiree health benefits. So the thought was, if we can increase things we have control over, unlike retirement and retiree benefits, that's very complicated. Salary is something we can increase if the board so chooses to make us more competitive and attract other candidates.
Thank you. And there's other amenities that can go with it, cars and that sort of thing. El Dorado County's never, but there's a variety of things that different CAOs and CEOs now receive that the board can consider transitioning to kind of offset the, the 2% at 60 and stuff. But again, that's a detailed discussion, but I'd love to get some public input on it.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Auto allowances, you brought it up. Many other counties offer auto allowances, particularly to their CAOs. That's something that we don't offer.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Any other board discussion before we move to public comment?
I got one.
Supervisor
One of the
Turner.
questions I want to ask is the increase in stuff in these salaries and stuff. And it says right here, the approximate annual cost of increase is $1,199,900,000. These amounts have not been budgeted yet. If the departments do so, it's not the savings significant to offset these costs. They will return to the board with midterm budget report, request to transfer appropriations from the general fund. So my concern is with the increase of 15%, I mean, it seems like to me, that's a big increase. And that big increase, you can almost, I mean, could be hiring another employee for our county. So I have a little bit of concern because 15% to me is just way, way too much. So I don't know how anybody else.
Well,
does.
I'd like to jump in here because I think it's really important for the public to understand that this was, as the public is aware, and as Joey mentioned, we have had multiple discussions about our CAO recruitment, and it is something that we are taking very seriously. And the outcomes of some of those discussions are that we were not able to get unanimous support on this board for a CAO candidate, and that the board directed this public discussion. So, it's not staff bringing this forward. This item before us today is because the 5 of us directed that this come back for public discussion, because as was articulated, this is a really challenging balancing act. For one thing, we are under a directive per our county charter to, and I quote, recruit, select, and retain the best qualified officers and employees for our county. And, recognizing all of the challenges that we are dealing with at this county level, we need key people that are qualified at the top levels to help lead our community through these challenges. That are talented and knowledgeable in local government. That said, our retirement benefits and our philosophies as our auditor pointed out, and I do appreciate his memo, save the county tens of millions of dollars over decades. The fact that we don't do retiree health, the fact that we are 2% at 60, not 2% at 55. So, that is being very fiscally conservative and responsible for the residents of El Dorado County. That said, it puts us at a tremendous disadvantage when we are trying to recruit, a really qualified individual that can lead our county. And so that's the conundrum we're in. And so this board is having to wrestle with, if we raise the CAO salary, can that perhaps compensate someone for the lack of the retiree health benefits or the lack of other, recruitment challenges. So anyway, that's the conundrum we're in, and that's a balance that we're trying to find. So look forward to it. Yes, Don.
I just want to provide some clarification on the fiscal impact. Supervisor Turnbull, you mentioned it's 1.2 million. That's for the whole scope of this item. 1 million of that is for Charter 504 that you have no choice to
That's
do.
helpful.
Totally understand.
So I want to make sure the context is clear.
Good.
That the 15% is not causing $1 million.
No, it's not.
I don't
That's
know
cast in
that.
the chart.
I know that, Don.
We also, during this process, we realized that our CAO has been underpaid. And it's important to note that if the board approves this today, it will not affect our current CAO. It's not for your benefit. Well, it's not for your, I guess.
I would get 2 months benefit.
You get 2 months benefits, but it's,
Yes.
yeah. Just don't want people to assume that this is a inside job. It's not. Yeah.
Well, and then I wanted to add a question, I guess, for you, Don, because I think that's where I was going, Supervisor Thomas, is that when the county's philosophy, the board's philosophy has been to bring everybody up to the median.
Right.
And over the last 2 years, I think we've really accelerated that and done a pretty good job. Although it keeps going, of course, but we kind of got there because remember, we were 8% below, some classifications were 20%, you know, so we've gotten everybody there. It's always changing though, because we're trying to keep up with other counties. With that said though, then we look specifically at the CAO and you were below the median, correct? Is that correct?
Joey has the numbers.
Okay, because I just want to make it clear that in my mind, we're trying to follow our own philosophy of bringing, I mean, we last year brought the board back up to the median, just like everybody else. So is this keeping with that philosophy?
It is. The last study I recall a few months ago, CAO salary was about 11 point something percent below 8 or 9 other counties, just in salary. And that's not even factoring in, like we talked about, the retiree issues.
So this, thank you for bringing that forward. This is, you know, bringing up per our philosophy.
Right.
Countywide,
And then the fact that how many other counties are also recruiting for a CAO right now has made it, are we at 12 other counties? Do you remember? We've lost track, but
Yeah.
10, 12.
6 to 8 weeks ago, it was probably 12 counties that were looking for CAOs or CEOs.
So it's just really competitive. And so that in my mind, that is why we asked to have this conversation publicly is, you know, in my mind, we're trying to be fair and bring everybody up to that median. And then, but it's something we have to revisit all the time because the median's always changing.
Thank you for that. Appreciate that. Supervisor Lane.
Just a quick question. This is a big topic and, you know, I've had 5 days to try to wrap my brain around it. So I have some work to do on this, but I'm wondering, you know, any increase in salary is going to also have a PERS effect as well. The retirement matching piece in perpetuity. Were you able to look at anything kind of along the lines of what Supervisor Heidel was talking about, where other benefits that wouldn't affect the county financially so much?
Well, we know of some, like deferred comp. Sometimes counties provide a county paid share of deferred compensation towards the employee. That's not what they call PERSable. Auto allowances typically aren't PERSable. It's not treated as income, so it doesn't increase your salary for purposes of retirement. So we have looked at that.
And there's things like OPEB that have been discussed a little bit, but that's not necessarily a good avenue to go down either. So
Right.
Well, and you know, the complexing part of this is this section 504 that you refer to, where the law enforcement, we do an analysis of 3 different entities. One is the California Highway Patrol. Is it Amador County?
Amador and
City?
South Lake Tahoe PD.
So because 504 is tied to that, I'm just concerned that we're going to put ourselves in a very precarious financial position if we always try to keep county council and the CAO above them. Because certainly the California Highway Patrol, in hindsight, you know, that might not have been one of the better agencies to compare to because their salaries are very high and their benefits are very high. So they really skew that curve. And I'm sure the city of South Lake Tahoe would say, yeah, we're the ones holding it back. But I think this is really complex. And I'm anxious to hear public comment as well. But I almost would like us to hear that public comment, and then I might ask the board to maybe take a step back, give us a little bit of time, give myself a little bit of time to get more thoughts on this and then come back for further discussion. So
We'll have
thank
that
you.
discussion after public comment, of
Just,
course.
just to throw it out there though.
Yeah.
Because you're right, you
may
5
not be
days.
able to stop.
Well, and that's where we're at right now, I think is why we brought it today was because we are trying to go out for another recruitment.
Right.
And so we need the salary set so we know what to advertise.
On the other hand, because it only affects the 5th step, do you really have to have that resolved before you can go out?
Yes. We do.
Well, it affects all of the steps.
Yes. Yeah.
It essentially
Affects all
slides
the
the whole
steps.
range.
The whole
up, is
thing,
what it does,
right.
By 15%.
It
Gotcha.
matters, yeah.
Okay.
It
All right.
matters. So,
Thank you for
so
that
candidates
clarification.
know what they're applying for. Yeah. Okay. Good discussion. All right, we ready for public comment?
Now taking public comment on item number 31. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you are joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Hello, Chris.
Chris Payne. Today, I'm representing the Taxpayers Association because Carol Lewis apologizes. She couldn't make it because she's got flooding at her property. So this morning, she texted me and said, would you at least speak to some of the things? I understand that she had sent in a couple of exhibits for your review. I wanted to make sure that that was done. I believe it was done. The other part of it, I had a chance to talk to with the Human Resources Director during this morning's in the hallway before you got into today's actions. Here's a couple of things that some people don't realize. We have a salary and benefits resolution that is encompassing this item. So no matter what, you're going to have to decide whether that's appropriate or not appropriate. There are some proposed changes. One is adding step 5 of the base salary for county council shall be set at 1% above the sheriff coroner public administrator's base salary. That currently is not in the salary and benefit resolution. But the CAO's position is F currently, without any action today, step 5 of the base salary of the chief administrative officer shall be set at 2% above the sheriff coroner public administrator's base salary. So the question is then, how much 504 does that position already get by the 504 action that the Human Resources Director had commented on? Remember, 3 parts: 504, CAO, County Council. So those are the 3 parts we're looking at today. The other part is that there are links. Prior boards has linked certain positions that you'll note under financial impact are listed here: District Attorney's Office, Public Defender, Alternate Public Defender. These are all been linked to 504 in some degree, by some position, by some step. So you got to realize that with compounding, this could be a significant amount of money. We may be fine this year. I don't know. We'll have to look at our income coming in and our expenditures. But boy, you can't do this. You can't let the system function for many more years because of all the compounding that's going to occur. To finish up then, with the financial impact that's in the staff report, with the fact that there is the salary and benefits resolution currently that you need to look at for all the links, and with which has to do with prior board actions. Be careful. This is not something that we want to do quickly. We may have to for whatever response you get back from staff, but I would not want to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Hello, Sue.
Yes.
We'll fix it next time, I promise.
Yeah, he's staring right at Sue Taylor, and I didn't welcome you when I came before. I was just, anyway, but I appreciate your consideration of the finances, and that thought, because it just seems sometimes we just start, and I wasn't going to comment on this, but understanding that this is tied to 504, which I think 504 had an important purpose during the time it was adopted because of such low pay for our sheriff's deputies. But tying everything to that now, because once you have 504, it's always compounding on the last amount and compounding and compounding. And we're a conservative county. I just, we talk about, keeping up with the Joneses of these other counties, but I don't want to be like those other counties. I don't want to be depending on, government doesn't produce income. They only take from those that do. So when you're raising these amounts, you have to think about who are you taking from to make that happen. And so I think I would just reopen the recruitment. I don't know why you need to do this. And I'm actually a little concerned about when you think about 504 continuing to compound, can our county continue to afford that? So anyway, I just would hope that you would reconsider. And I don't think that, I guess in my world, it's just astronomical amounts of money on these salaries. And working in the private sector, maybe I'm not understanding those types of salaries, but I look at the county and the medium income of what most people make here, and they just seem astronomical. So I would just hope that you would recruit somebody that wanted to be here because they love El Dorado County, not because they want to get a step in their, we've had that so many times. Don's been great. I really have to commend him for what he's done for our county. And prior to that, we just went through an army of people that wanted to just, salary spike, and left us in horrible position in a lot of things that they approved and went through. So I just hope your next person that you're doing that isn't just coming because they know they're going to get a greater increase in their salary, that it should be because they love and care about this community and this county, and they're willing to take a little bit less because it's such a great place to live. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Hello, Ryan.
Yes. Good afternoon, Ryan Carter, City of Placerville. Supervisor Lane, welcome. I want to echo the comments of the people before me. Section 504 makes sense to me in the world of law enforcement and recruitment for deputies and law enforcement, but I would definitely take pause adding anybody else to this. I call it a scheme, but like I said, I think it works in the law enforcement world. But when we start adding people to this, it's just kind of feeding a monster. And every county then has to respond, and it's just going to come back again next year to make the next adjustment. So just take pause, adding anybody to this section 504, and just take a step back. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room? All right. Come on down.
Jonathan Gainsborough. Appreciate that you seem to be taking time here to not just go fire, ready, and aim, or even to go ready, fire, aim. But to go aim, ready, aim, and fire takes more time, but it's worth the time. And it seems to me that even though I'm the son of a presidential economic advisor that commuted to the Oval Office to 3 presidents, I'm ignorant of the numbers, but it seems that this 504, I really appreciate the heart and the intelligence in the 2 preceding comments and Sue's comments about finding somebody that is a match, and the money will follow. Our annual budget in the county increased by about $150 million this year, almost to $1 billion a year here. There's plenty of money out there to handle it, but if you get the wrong person with the wrong heart, all the money in the world will be the wrong person. You can say anything you want with numbers. I haven't seen, I don't know what was provided for you in the fine print that when you go a level or 2 deeper in what you provide for the public. But if you're really interested in the public knowing what we're talking about, the annual salary of the CAO, correct me, but it's somewhere about 210,000, somewhere in that arena. Am I wrong, or am I? Well, you can respond to that later. I think it should be clear what that is. We shouldn't be ashamed of that. We're talking about somebody that's managing one of the wealthiest counties, and certainly the initial gold rush county of the entire California galaxy. What are the commensurate equal numbers for the other CAOs? What has been their raise percentage from the preceding year, 2 years, or 5 years What are they doing this year? We need those numbers. Without the numbers, you're driving in a blizzard. And then what is the outfall of committing to what you're committing? I think it's pretty obvious from a ignoramus like me that the feeling here is 504 is maybe we're doing a Johnny Erickson ta-da, the famous Christian artist that jumped off a cliff to dive and was paralyzed for the ensuing 65 years. So let's look before we leap, and God bless you with wisdom. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Mandy Rodriguez.
Hey, everybody. Okay, so we want to know what the salaries are. So David Livingston makes a total with all his benefits, $475,000, almost $476,000. So his actual salary is $239,000 and some change. And Don Ashton, CAO, he makes $264,000, almost $265,000. What the heck was I thinking? I should have freaking got into government. I just didn't think. I thought they started you out at like $10 an hour. You guys are balling. I mean, seriously, what do you even do with all that money? The median income, I looked it up. It says $118,000 in El Dorado. I'm going to tell you right now, the majority of the people in this county do not make that kind of money. And the reason why a lot of people live here is because it's El Dorado County. We live in one of the most beautiful counties in the state, if not one in the country. So why does money equate the best CAO or the best county council? The best people that I've ever worked around that have come here, that I've worked in the service industry and whatnot, are people that wanted to be here. They love this county, whatever it was, skiing or whatever sport it was or activity that they like to do, or just the view. They wanted to be here, not because they make the most money. I don't see how the best means the best paid. I really think you guys need to think about this. I see, I don't know if you guys have ever heard that, like how many bureaucrats, is like, what's better, 100 bureaucrats or one plumber? Well, how much does the county plumber make? Because, when we have an emergency, that's who really we need to make sure we're taken care of, right? The plumber. How much do the maintenance guys make? The guys that, when you guys go on your ball-in vacations, the guys that are here, fixing things, doing things with their hands, actual skilled employees. I hate, it just seems so tacky for people to vote to give themselves raises. I mean, you guys all the board gave themselves raises last year, and it's so cringe. So I really think you guys should stop and think about this. Money doesn't equal the best employee. That's not true in any case, in any career. So thank you.
Thank you, Mandy.
Now taking public comment from Lee Tannenbaum.
Thank you. Hi, Lee Tannenbaum again. I'd like to echo the comments of the predecessors before me. One question I do have, and I'm hopeful that the board has seen the research that the HR director has stated about our employees being so underpaid. The average pay for a county employee across all 1,900 employees in the county is roughly $242,000. And a lot of that comes from senior people, but nonetheless, the numbers speak for themselves. And just to correct the woman that spoke before me, according to the U.S. Census, the median household income in El Dorado County is $88,700. Paying our supervisor an additional 15% and then tying them to 504, in my opinion, is bad finance and bad government. And as a taxpaying citizen of the county, I am sort of in favor of 504 and that its original design was to help law enforcement. It was not ever designed for every county employee to tie their wagon to so that they could compound their annual salary, particularly when the rest of the county is way below that. I think that the data that the taxpayers provided was pretty comprehensive. It did a study of 5 counties that are comparable in size from a US Census population perspective. And in every office that I have looked at in that data sheet, just about every single executive or senior manager, I'm using civilian terms here, is paid significantly more than their comparative person in a different county. So in Yolo, Butte, Shasta, and Imperial, all of the same size as El Dorado County, every single one of these roles, the CAO, the DA, county council, the supervisors, the sheriffs, all are being paid significantly more than their counterparts. So I go to the same comment that Sue Taylor made. We need to find somebody that loves this county, that wants to be here, that is not looking for a paycheck. And frankly, I would throw my hat in the ring if the board would even think about considering me as volatile as I am. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lee. Now taking public comment from 525. Can you unmute yourself?
Hi, this is Leo Bennett Cochon again. I've heard these conversations constantly over 50 years, and I know I'm biased because my service has always been in the educational sector. But going back to working in San Diego, being told that we should be paid less as teachers because we live in such a beautiful city, everybody there lived in a beautiful city, and our firefighter colleagues, they were told the same thing. And it's like, that gets old. It's part of the package, but it's not the only part of the package. And, you're in a competitive market, and it's a challenge, and that works across both private and public sectors. And you've already tried to do a recruitment, so I appreciate you having a public conversation. And I certainly don't view government service as not contributing to income production, because without the infrastructure, the various enforcement, the support, it's a partnership between public and private. And that's why your role that you're filling here, the CAO, is very critical to the economic development as well as the public services in this area. With that said, obviously you have a very qualified CEO who could have jumped ship any time to try to take a higher paying job. So there's lots of complicated variables. Most important to me is that so many of county employees are underpaid compared to others. And my concern is the differential between folks at the bottom and folks at the top. And I would urge whatever decision you make in order to attract qualified candidates, that eventually you take a look at how that impacts the differential between, as was shared, the expert folks that with their hands keep us all going, as well as the folks with their brains that keep us in the right direction. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you, Leo.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, and thank you all for your comments. I think you all articulated the complexity of the item before us, the challenge before us. And I'd like to clarify that we've actually gone out for 2 CAO recruitments. We will be going out for our 3rd to make sure that, and I don't think people realize the depth of how challenging the CAO's role is. I don't think even us board members that work with you understand how very, very difficult it is and how constant the demands are. So bring that back to the board for further discussion or action. What is the will of my colleagues?
This is a tough one.
Yeah, it is. It is a tough one.
I get it. The 504 is something that gets brought up often. I think we've talked about at some point we need to do a deeper dive at it. The reality though, and this is why it's going to be so difficult to ultimately change something there, is it's in our charter, which means the voters have to approve it. So that's going to be huge. And in the meantime, we want to attract candidates in this and I will say also, just because of the aftermath of COVID, the workforce has changed significantly also. And we had they call it the Great Resignation, where a lot of folks that they retired. They just retired. They said, I've had it. I'm in the right spot in my life. I can do this and not deal with COVID and the workforce at that time. And it was rough. It made things difficult. There was there's so many factors that's made the workforce different. Another one that changed everything was childcare. And that field, I don't think that industry has recovered yet. And so trying to figure out childcare and work and attract those folks back into coming to work has been difficult. So that's another one. I'm trying to think what's another one we hear all the time. I mean, we hear everywhere I go, every news thing you read about the workforce, it is such a challenge to attract folks right now. So, and then on top of the fact that, quite honestly, in my mind, because people ask, why are there so many CIOs out there, vacancies? And I truly, in my heart says that COVID made things so difficult and we got through it, but I think it burned out a lot of folks. And it really did. And I've had people say to me, I would never want your job, Lori. So, and I don't, so we have to keep it real. It's difficult. So I personally don't think we can tackle 504 right now. I just don't think we have the time to do so. I do think we need to do it at some point though, because it is, you guys hit it on the head. It's compounding over the years, more and more salary classifications got tied to it. That wasn't its original intent. But now to dial some of that back, then we have to talk to our unions, and it's going to be very complicated. Trust me, we've talked about it a lot. So again, in the meantime, what do we do right now? And honestly, if we're going to tackle 504 as a whole, then we do need a strong leader and somebody that can really understand and help navigate the county to have those conversations. So I hear you guys, you know me, I'm frugal, but at the same time, the argument about come to El Dorado County, work here for less than you can make somewhere else, I don't think it works anymore. The workforce is different. So I don't know what else we can do right now other than what's before us, but I know there's buttons lit.
Excellent comments. District 2 was next.
One of the biggest concerns is being in the private sector myself and stuff. And it's really hard to find somebody to even work anymore. There are so many businesses that are out there looking for help. And a lot of the problem is during the COVID epidemic, people moved away because they couldn't afford to live here anymore. Not only that, there was no income. And a lot of them were laid off because of it. So it's a challenge. It really is, especially trying to find somebody that's going to be good enough, to bring to our county, that's going to be a good CEO like Don had. Don has been great. He's been fantastic. And I got to say, you've done a great job. And I appreciate everything and all the help you have given me. But I think we need to look at this a little bit differently. And myself, I didn't really understand. We did decide on 15%, but I didn't know exactly how much of that increase. That's a lot. It's a lot of salary increase to ask somebody to come here. And I don't think it's more about the money And I do kind of agree with Sue. It's about somebody coming to our county because they love it. And I think we need to take a different look at this. I think we could back it down a little and see how that person is and then go from there. But I don't know. That just, to me, it seems awful significant to me, that increase.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, relative to 504, we obviously have our charter review committee active and looking at various things. We didn't task them as a board to look at 504, but I know there's been some discussion on that. So maybe we'll hear back something from them and their assessment. Maybe we won't, but that's where we pursue it, obviously, is through that charter review committee, and they would bring recommendations to the board and we'd move on. So we have something in play already that is a foundation for change. It's obvious to me that we need to approve A of this because that's a salaries related to 504. I mean, we have an obligation to do that. So that one I'm firm on. We need to approve that. We need to move forward. The thing about the recruitment process is twofold. What I'm hearing from the public is they want somebody from El Dorado County to be our CAO.
Mhm.
And the only way I know to accomplish that is to change the current qualifying requirements for the position. And I'm not saying you restrict it to El Dorado County, but we would have to start removing some of the things that the board thought and our CAO thought were really important skill sets, capabilities to demonstrate, because that's the part that makes this difficult. We have established essentially a recruitment process that has very stringent requirements because we want the best. We want the best person we can get, primarily from the state of California, because they're familiar with California state laws, et cetera, et cetera. But if we have to make determinations that we can't just increase the salary to attract those people, then maybe we do need to change the requirements and we need to change the salary level to try to find somebody in El Dorado County. I don't know we'll be successful, but that's our alternative. And we really haven't had that deep a discussion. And certainly Supervisor Lane hasn't been involved with any of that. So my thought is we need to make an incremental change in the salary to start the recruitment. But we also need to look at, do we want to change requirements? And that's a closed session thing that we need to get Brooke involved with and hash that over again. Because if the public is saying, bring in somebody from the county who knows our county, that's a different set of qualifying requirements, I think, than what we currently have. We have to back off on some of the more demanding requirements in terms of levels of service within the government and other things. I don't want to get to the point maybe that we'd allow anybody in the county to file an application and say they're qualified. But I do think we have the ability to talk about that and maybe make some adjustments there. I don't know.
I'm going to ask a question here because we're dealing with some closed session items, which I, want to be careful in that discussion, but County Council, please, correct me if we can't go down this lane. But Joey, in our previous recruitments, we have made adjustments to our requirements and our salaries in the last couple of recruitments, and we haven't done status quo. We've tried that path, and that's led us to this item before us. Is that correct?
It is correct. We the second time around, the salary it was increased, but it had wording depending on qualification, so it was more open-ended. So if I recall correctly, the first time around, we were focused more on potentially, looking internally and externally to find someone at a high level within that county government organization. Second time around, we looked more broadly, I think, at possibly a city manager type person or someone from a city agency, preferably from California. So we have kind of been flexible in that regard, I think.
Yeah,
yet we're still here in this predicament.
Exactly. And I think that's really important for us all to recognize. We've been there, we've done that, and we have not been able to come to a unanimous decision. Hence, we are here. So it's not an easy thing by any means, and this is our solemn obligation to find the best CAO we can. So.
Can I have a follow-up?
Sure.
Supervisor Turnbow, when you expressed the fact that, the 15% is too high, do you have a number that you think we could consider today?
I would say.
That would put us in the ballpark. I mean, the board can change that later on, but to move forward with the recruitment, but not get to that overextended position.
So we got to, so basically it's a 2.5 or 2.5% increase, at first year, correct? Am I wrong or not? And then
It's not right.
it's
No,
not
it's not
that,
right.
well, I mean, but I would think my personal opinion is probably 5%. I think we look at 5%, first. I know you guys are probably not agreeable, or we split it in half.
I would be
7.5.
agreeable to look at 7.5 as a discussion point to see
Yeah,
if we
okay.
think we can move it forward. Because again, the board would have the ability to bring this back and modify it, but I think we need to get back into closed session. We need to talk about what other parts of the recruitment would go into it, but at least we might be able to set a lower level today that we could move forward with and get that recruitment back on track at some point. And Joey can tell me if that's logical or not, but to me, that's, if we just do nothing today on that second item, it's going to be an extended period again. We're going to have probably a month plus before we get through all this.
Yeah.
Right. No, I agree. And I don't know how much of a percentage increase it'll take to move the needle, so to speak. It's hard to say.
And
So,
recognizing you'd said that our CAO is 11% behind comparator. Yeah, so I think that's an important consideration too. So
Yes.
I would prefer that we look at 10%, recognizing that that's already below, but that's my feeling. So Supervisor Lane has her button.
Have my button.
Oh, I think you, oh, no, I'm sorry.
No, you're right.
Okay.
You did. Oh,
It's
yes.
just the way you said it sounded kind of strange.
You have your button lit.
You're
Yes.
right. Your button lit. You
Something.
have the floor, Supervisor.
Thank you. I just want to make a couple comments. Number one, I don't feel like I have enough information on this item to be able to make a real cogent decision. And so with that, I will likely abstain or vote no against this, because what I do see are enough red flags just based on my limited experience. And I think the compounding effect of this is enormous, and I don't think we have our arms around it. So as it relates to 504, I would like that to be off the table, because we don't know enough about what this could do to the whole entire trickle down for the county. If we simply are just trying to put together some kind of different salary that we think is going to attract someone different, I just want to mention to you that within the city of South Lake Tahoe, we had to go out for a city manager twice. And we used a firm both times. And the second time, we didn't change the offer, but the timing was different. And sometimes the timing is the issue. But what I heard the community saying is not that they want someone from El Dorado County. They want someone who is coming to El Dorado County for all the right reasons. And that's what we found in our city manager from the city of South Lake Tahoe. He did not come from South Lake Tahoe, but he wanted to be part of South Lake Tahoe. So I just wanted to put that little piece out there that, doesn't necessarily have to be a local. It has to be someone who wants to be here.
We feel the same way, has to love our county and be a
Right.
part. Absolutely.
And that's who we want to find. And with regards to the city of South Lake Tahoe, we found a diamond in the rough.
Yeah, you did.
And I think that, I don't know if that person is out there for us or not, but I commend all of you, and I'm sure you're frustrated having already gone out twice and now looking into third time with time not on our hands. But it's just not something I can necessarily support today.
I understand that. It's your first day. This is a whopper to bring you to you on your first day. Now, my understanding is we are mandated by our charter to do the salary
So maybe we ought to
adjustments
separate these out. Yeah.
for 504. So that is not something that we have discretion over today, unfortunately.
No, I understand that.
So, so with that, is there any further discussion? Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and take the hit, and I'm going to make a motion that we approve item 31 as written, with the change that we, on item B, increase the salary of the chief administrative officer and county council by approximately 10% rather than 15%. in furtherance of the county charter's directive.
I'll second that for discussion. And I guess the discussion part is, we don't know what enough is. Timing is critical. I don't see the employment picture changing in the near term. Well, we know by any number of recruitments we've tried to do, it's extremely difficult to recruit people who are qualified into positions. The work ethic, the desire for people to become part of an organization has changed dramatically as a result of COVID, in my opinion. And I don't know where we're going to get back to it, but so I do think we need to move forward with the next phase of the recruitment, and that's why I'm supporting the 10% change. It lowers the bar, but again, that's the top step. That doesn't mean whoever we find gets that salary. They have to really be qualified to do that. They'd have to have equivalent experience to Don's, in my opinion, to take step 5. You don't arbitrarily just give that top step away. You look at, where does the person properly fit within the requirements and their skill set, slot them in there. And if they're agreeable to it, then hopefully that's the person who really wants to come to work in El Dorado County. I will tell you though, that also that any candidate will tell you they really want to come to work in El Dorado County. So I'm not sure that's a good discriminator, right? Because they're an applicant. So yeah.
CAO.
Just for clarification, Madam Chair, in your motion, you wanted CAO and county council at 10%. And I just want to remind the board, the prior direction was to reimburse county council above the sheriff and
1% above the sheriff.
So
yes.
Oh, you're right.
Was that your intent? Or
No, let's keep county council per staff's recommendation and
Right.
increase the salary of the chief administrative officer by 10% rather than 15. Thank you for
Madam
that
Chair.
clarification.
Okay. Yeah, they are separate.
Okay, great. So Kim, do you want to read that for action?
Just so I understand, the board is approving the item as presented by staff with the change to 1B to increase the salary of the chief administrative officer by approximately 10% and the county council by approximately 15%.
Uh-oh, I've gotten myself in trouble.
Well, I was like going, where
No.
does that put everything?
Yeah.
So, Stephen.
I just want to, this is a point to make sure everything is clean from a
Please.
direction standpoint. The draft resolution that is attached to the item includes the amounts calculated pursuant to the agenda item as written. So I would recommend that any motion that is made include that the resolution, the direction to staff that the resolution be amended pursuant to the new direction from this board.
Thank you so much, Stephen. Appreciate it. Okay, so
So Kim, I think that the direction was to reduce the increase in the salary range for the CAO from 15% to 10%, but to
Correct.
leave the 1% differential
Yes.
between the sheriff's pay and county council.
Okay.
So it really is
only change
disconnected
is
from that
moving.
perspective from the
So really-
CAO's salary.
So really the only change is to the CAO.
CAO from
Right.
15% to 10%.
Correct.
Everything
That's
else
really the only
stays
change, correct.
per this, the item before us.
Does that work? Will those numbers work then to keep that
Yeah,
in the
I
order
mean, for
that we're,
without doing all the math, the CAO will be paid about 11% more than the county council. And
okay.
that's not abnormal.
Okay.
And that relates to the sheriff though, too, the way that we have it in here too,
Yes.
correct?
Right.
That's where, okay.
So you'll have county council will be paid 1% more than the sheriff and the DA. The
Okay.
CAO will be paid about 12% more
Okay.
roughly than the sheriff.
And that is a policy
If they were to
decision.
come in at the top
If
step,
they
and
were to
that's
come in
not a
at the top
given.
step.
So yeah, right.
Right, and that's a great point.
Yeah.
Because the sheriff and the DA they don't have steps.
Right.
They-
Correct.
And that is a policy decision of this board that our CAO is the highest paid executive in the county. Yeah.
Right.
We ought to probably make a
Right.
distinction. All elected officials have a set salary. They do not have step programs as if
Right.
appointed department heads have step. Our CAO has steps.
Right.
Yeah.
So there are differences in the way different levels of the organization are locked into the agreements, and the elected officials' salaries are set by the board, subject to review. And we have in the past had numerous requests to do that. We've got into situations where the deputy was making more than the person in the elected position because of longevity. This gets into a really complex matrix when you really start looking at all the ramifications. but it's primarily and largely driven by 504 and the
Yeah.
relationships in law enforcement and everything else. So
Okay, so with that, we have a motion, and a second on the table. We are also pushing up against our 2 PM update.
Yeah.
So Kim, do you want to read that one more time?
Yeah, so the motion will just reflect that the item is approved as recommended by staff. The item is approved as recommended by staff with the only change of the chief administrative officer at the 10% increase.
And then do we need to direct staff that the resolution be amended
yes.
per that, directive? Okay, so, and you seconded that, Supervisor Heidel?
Yes.
All right. So all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No, I'm still deciding. I'm really torn on this one, you guys.
I know.
Okay, aye.
All right, 4-1 vote, it passes. So thank you all for your thoughtful deliberation, and thank you, for public comment. This is not an easy thing. So
Can I ask an expectation? When would we have a closed session to bring the new supervisor on board with this?
It's scheduled for next week.
Okay, all right, very good.
okay, great. Thank you all. Appreciate that.
And then what point are we going to have a deep dive 504 conversation? Because the charter review committee will not get to where we need to go with this
Without the
conversation.
board motivating it.
Honestly,
I would just ask for the board to give direction to staff when you want to do that. I don't know if that's right this minute,
right.
but
Now let's have
I
some-
will tell you, the staff aren't going to be willing to take on that on their own initiative.
Correct.
Right, it needs to be board directed.
Right.
Do you recommend we wait until we get our new CAO to do that then? I mean, is that something we should?
That would probably be a good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're not chickening out, right? You're just saying that, I mean, because, right.
I just think there's some things that are fair to put on an interim and there's other things that are not. And that is not something that can be done in 2 months.
No.
That makes sense.
It's
Yeah,
huge.
that
And
makes
even
sense.
the history,
Yeah.
the history, I think, really needs
Yep.
to be laid out how we got here, because it's really hard to follow how we got here, actually.
I agree. We
So
definitely need that,
in there.
but now it's not the time,
Okay,
unfortunately.
all right, on the to-do list.
Thank you. All right, item number 33 that was added today.
Item number 33 comes from the Sheriff's Office of Emergency Services, recommending the board, 1, receive an update from staff relative to the winter storms that began on December 30th of 2022, and 2, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution ratifying the local state of emergency proclamation declared by the Director of Emergency Services, Sheriff John DeAgostini, because of the severe December 2022 storms throughout Northern California, significantly impacting El Dorado County, bringing high winds, heavy snow, substantial precipitation, high and fast flowing streams, creeks and rivers, which resulted in power outages and damages.
So Madam Chair, I'll kick this off. Lieutenant Morton is on Zoom and we'll give him a minute to turn his camera on.
Wonderful.
And my thought for today is have Lieutenant Morton start the discussion from OES's perspective. Then we'll have, after him, go to Rafael Martinez to talk about roads, both on the west slope that have been damaged, but also update on the snow removal efforts up in Tahoe. They're getting dumped on again, I believe. And then we have some facilities updates and possibly a parks update. HLP got flooded as well. So if you're okay with that, we can just start with Lieutenant Morton.
Sounds great. Welcome, Lieutenant Martin.
Afternoon. It will not let me start video. It says the host is there we go.
There we go. Nice to see you. And once again, we thank you for all your dedicated efforts on this during this aftermath of the storm.
Thank you very much. All right. Like the CEO said, I'm here to provide an update, basically what's occurred since the storm began and where we're at now. OAS staff have been monitoring and preparing for the storm since the 27th. We were also in communication with our county partners and state partners, Cal OES, the city of South Lake Tahoe, city of Placerville, fire districts, utility districts, Department of Transportation, and others. This was expected to be a severe storm. However, it was much more intense than forecasted. We have not seen a storm in this area this severe for many, many years. For reference, according to the city of Placerville engineer, over a 48-hour period of time, the rain gauge at the wastewater plant received 11.17 inches of rain from Friday to Saturday, with Saturday alone receiving 5.8 inches. So the cumulative impact of that 48-hour duration puts this storm over a 350-year storm. So it's feeling very significant, and it's because it is. We activated the EOC, the Emergency Operations Center, on December 31st, about 6:30 in the morning, due to OES staff in the field observing the rising waters. We staffed up the Emergency Operations Center with approximately 25 county staff, along with CAL FIRE, outside agency representatives, and 2 PIOs who began messaging the public. I've also been providing executive briefings to the CAO and have briefed the the chair of the board, as you know. That same day, December 31st, as we just heard, we proclaimed a local state of emergency due to the storm. We have stood up 8 sandbag locations throughout El Dorado County, which are still open. So far, we've deployed approximately 40,000 sandbags, and County Department of Transportation has delivered 150 to 200 tons of sand. On December 31st, we issued the following 3 evacuation orders: Whitehall area on Highway 50, Highway 49 south from Sandridge to the county line, and Cameron Park near Cameron Park Lake in the areas of Oxford and Fairway. For anyone listening, please sign up for emergency alerts if you are not already. Visit ready.edso.org to sign up. It's important to note that evacuated areas are always patrolled by teams of deputies that are specifically assigned to prevent thefts and home burglaries. To date, we have not received any reports of looting in the closed areas. County Emergency Preparedness established an evacuation center at the Pottsville Library, which is a place for people to get information and for us to triage needs for a shelter. They also coordinated with Red Cross to set up a shelter at the Cameron Park CSD. 2 residents utilized the shelter there. Amador County was a great partner. They set up a shelter for us for residents that had to evacuate through Amador County. Those were residents from 49 South because they could not come back through our county due to 49 being impassable. 2 residents utilized that shelter there. We've organized a public information line that's staffed with search and rescue volunteers to ease the call volume on emergency dispatch centers. This is deactivated right now because it was not being utilized during the break in the weather, but it will be reactivated tomorrow. For a period of time, the community of Mosquito was inaccessible due to debris on Mosquito Road and Rock Creek. Our CAL FIRE rep and the EOC coordinated to ensure that they could get additional fire personnel if needed. County DOT made that a high priority and got the roadway cleared, so that is taken care of. Based upon infield surveys, multiple homes in Cameron Park experienced flooding. There is no estimation on the number of homes at this time, as we're still kind of in the middle of this storm. My staff and I drove some of the most impacted areas, neighborhoods yesterday, and spoke with some residents. Some of them reported having as much as 6 inches of water inside their home. We have sent out evacuation warnings today for the Mosquito and Caldor Fire burn scar areas due to the risk of debris flow. The storm that is forecasted to hit tomorrow and go through Thursday is expected to be more severe than what we saw last Saturday. According to the National Weather Service, they've labeled the storm on Wednesday specifically as the highest risk level that the National Weather Service has. There's also high winds forecasted for the next few days. So this obviously poses risks specific to South Lake Tahoe for snow and rain, and then of course rain on the western part of the county. The message we want to share is do what you can now to prepare for evacuations and extended power outages and flooding. We are staging Sheriff's Office and search and rescue staff in South Lake Tahoe and on the West Slope, just in case Highway 50 becomes impassable. We urge the public to stay informed by visiting El Dorado County and the Sheriff's social media pages. All the information, changes to anything, is going to be posted there as it happens. A local assistance center will be established likely next week, and that is where victims can go get information and potential financial assistance and other resources. Dates, times, and locations will be announced as soon as that's set up. The Emergency Operations Center remains open and will be open for the foreseeable future. I want to thank our partners, to include county departments and fire districts, for all the assistance. It's been a team effort to work through this. Lastly, I want to thank our community for their patience, staying informed and doing what they can to prepare themselves. We understand what you're going through. Many of us, myself included, live right here in El Dorado County and are going through this with you. So I want the community to know that your county staff and emergency responders are ready for this coming storm. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lieutenant Morton. Can you give out the public information line that will be activated tomorrow? Or how will that be announced on social media when the time is appropriate?
Yes, it will be announced on social media. Yeah, if possible, I'd like to wait because I would hate for it to go right now and somebody call it and not get it. For now, you call Sheriff's Dispatch 530-621-6600. If they can't answer your question, they'll transfer you down to the EOC.
All right, thank you so much. Do we want to just go through all of the reports or ask questions specifically to each agency?
I would suggest ask questions specific to
I
each
think so.
agency.
Yeah. Any other questions for Lieutenant Morton? District 1.
Yeah, Troy, my only question is in regards to Linda Colombo's comments about trying to call OES and trying to call 911 and stuff. Isn't the proper procedure if you're getting flooded to call 911 and hopefully your fire department will be able to direct you to sandbags and stuff? Can you give us any guidance on that?
Yeah. So when we stood up the phone line for the phone tree, they have to activate county lines. They're not normally activated. That led to some of the voicemail boxes being attached to those that were not intended. So that's been corrected. But yeah, if someone is experiencing flooding, I would say that they need to evacuate their house. And if they need emergency assistance, call 911. The fire departments that hand out sandbags, those are sandbags we provide them, and DOT provides the sand. So refer to the county website or the sheriff's office website for the sandbag locations.
Thank you.
So the sandbag locations, Lieutenant Morton, are for residents to take advantage of? Because my understanding was that our sandbags were to protect infrastructure. We do have sandbags available for residents?
Yes, so we have since New Year's Eve. That comes from, if you get sandbags from certain parts of the state, they're only to be used to protect infrastructure. The ones that our office keeps on hand and the ones that we've ordered this week are available to give out to anybody. So all our sandbag locations are for the public to go to.
Okay, that's a really helpful clarification. Thank you so much. All right, any other board questions? District 2.
Yeah, I just want to thank you, Troy, for all your hard work, especially the ELC has been working overtime. They really have. And they haven't left there. They've been working 24 hours a day. So I just want to commend you for all your hard work and stuff. And this is a tragedy. It really is. I mean, we've gone through just different tragedies the last few years. And with it, I had over 13 inches of rain at my house. My rain gauge goes up to 13 and it was over it. And that was from 5 o'clock that I drained it at 5 o'clock that night until I talked to Dawn at 9:30 the next day. And I just was amazed how much rain we had, and how much impact it was. There was a lot of different areas. Cameron Park was really hard hit. But I just want to let everybody know that the water agency is targeting Cameron Park and El Dorado to fix the drainage problems there. A lot of people are not aware of that, but we're working together with Lori and Wendy right now to solve those problems with the water agency. I just wanted to make sure that people knew that. So.
Can I have a go back?
Sure.
Troy, the other thing I think a lot of us have been concerned with is mudslides due to the Calvor fire scar and that sort of thing. Are we seeing any indications of earth movement? Is that something the public needs to be aware of when they're driving up Highway 50, for instance?
Yeah, so up until today, we use the CalOES and the National Weather Service. They come up with parameters, how much rainfall within a certain amount of time, 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 60 minutes. Up until this morning or midday, I guess, we weren't within those parameters to worry about debris flow from the burn scars, but we are now. So we sent out probably an hour or so ago, we sent out an emergency alert through WIA, which will go countywide, a warning of burn scar slippage issues. And that included the Highway 50 corridor.
Thank you. And that was my sense of it. We may see things worse than what we've seen.
Especially with a worsening storm. It's just unthinkable. It's unthinkable.
Don't drive anywhere if you don't have to, and be safe. Yeah.
And Supervisor Lane, you should leave now.
You don't have to tell me to.
Oh, gosh, I don't mean to make light of this. This is just so heartbreaking. All right. So thank you, Lieutenant Morton. So stay tuned. And that leads us to DOT. Oh, yes.
I did just want to mention that sometimes if I noticed this when I would watch a lot of BOS meetings online and now sitting here, a lot of times Tahoe really gets excluded from the conversation. You talked about inches of rain, but you didn't talk about feet of snow. Yes, we are very worried about mudslides. We had boulders on
Yeah,
Highway
Highway
50
50.
that had to be imploded in order to remove them. So I would just ask that you remember us when you talk about the ramifications of the storm coming up, because you gave very good information for people that live down here, but not a whole lot of information for those of us that are not on the west slope. So I just ask that you give us some specific information with regards to that part of the district.
Supervisor. I do have OES staff and have since the beginning of the storm staged in Lake Tahoe and South Lake Tahoe to monitor it. The reason we go a little more in depth with the water as opposed to the snow, it's a little bit easier to deal with large snowfall than it is than a lot of rainfall. So that might be why a lot of my presentation talked a little bit about that. But I assure you, we have OES staff assigned up in Tahoe that will be staying in the hotel rooms until this is over. So we're definitely not forgotten. If we came across this way, I apologize, but it's definitely on our radar.
And I appreciate your comments, Lieutenant. And for people that live in snow country, rain and snow together is ridiculously troublesome. So if it was snowing on us all day, I don't think you'd hear a complaint, except maybe if they had been stuck in their house for 3 days. But when we have rain and snow, the amount of flooding that we have is unprecedented. So I totally appreciate what you're saying. And I thank you for hearing my comments. I mean them in a very positive way, not in a negative way at all. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Well said. All right. Raphael, thank you for being with us.
Of course, sure. Well, first and foremost, good afternoon, new Madam Chair and Board of Supervisors, as well as welcome Supervisor Lane to El Dorado County Board of Supervisors. My name is Rafael Martinez. I'm Director of Transportation for El Dorado County. And as Officer Lieutenant Morton was just saying, we had a huge event these past 4 days. My staff has been on 24-hour shifts since Thursday in anticipation of what was forecasted to be a large size storm. Indications were anywhere between 6 inches of rain, and Supervisor Turnbull was just saying he got 13. We're averaging about 13 in the 11 in the entire county. We were forecasting about a foot of snow. We thought it was going to be mainly rain up in Tahoe. We got 3 feet in South Shore, and about we're hearing 4 to 5 in Tahoma. So yeah, it was a huge impact for us. And yes, a combination of rain and snow is the worst for us up there, because the snow covers up all the drainage inlets, and so then the water has nowhere to go. Right. So it's an extremely difficult time for us, and that's why we've had 12-hour shifts both here in West Slope as well as in the Tahoe Basin, because in preparation, getting the snow off of the drainage inlets up in Tahoe, as well as all the debris here in preparation for that. But the New Year's Eve, we had greater flows in that one day, New Year's Eve day, than we did in that one day of 2017. And as you all know, that was a huge storm impact for us. So as Officer Morton was just saying, this is summing up to be about approximately a 50-year event. He's probably right, considering the amount of rainfall that we had in just that one day. Although it wasn't as concentrated as some of the rainfall that we had in 2017, it was consistent and it was just nonstop. And so it had great impacts to our roads. We had over 250 emergency calls for flooding, down trees, snow removal, and debris removal. We had hundreds of sand delivered with sandbags to different facilities throughout the county. So DOT delivers that sand and sometimes sandbags to either fire districts or to the sheriff's offices in community areas. And then the public goes there to pick that up. So we're in constant collaboration with OES and with the fire districts in terms of their need for sand and how much sand that they have on site. And we've had hundreds of debris already removed from county roadways as well. As I mentioned, we had 2 to 3 feet in South County and snow, and approximately 4 up in Tahoma. Now, start with the good news is that we've had several roads already reopened as of today. Mariloma, Oxford, Latrobe, Mosquito, Happy Valley, and Cambridge Road and Meter Road were all opened as of today. So that's the good news. As for some of the hurdles and some of the difficulty that we still have, I have Kim that's going to be pulling up a PowerPoint presentation because I think a picture is worth 1,000 words.
Yeah.
So this is Sweeney Road. It's just off of Happy Valley. As you could see here, and I didn't get her name, the madam that was here speaking earlier today during open session. Yes, she was talking about the river that was flowing past her home. This is, go back to that one. This is the effect of that. As you can see up in the top area of your screen, just before the bridge, that is a log jam that basically stopped the entire flow of river and from going underneath the bridge. And that's why it's going alongside and just completely devastated the road. That flow then pushed up to her home. So one of the discussions that we are going to be having with a lot of the community service districts and some of the other agencies is a discussion with Fish and Game and Army Corps of Engineers, because we need to get debris out of our streams and out of our rivers, because that debris, which is being prevented us from getting it out, then ends up on our bridges. It ends up bogging down a lot of our culverts and then prevents flow from going where it wants to go. This was also a lot of the issues that we were having in Cambridge off of Mariloma, that a lot of the debris was being held up by vegetation that was in drainage, ditches, and stream beds that were not allowed to get cleared out because of all of the environmental aspects. We need to possibly have some kind of environmental emergency clearance to get that debris out of the stream beds, out of the rivers, out of our ditches, so that they can flow properly, and then we don't have the flooding that you're seeing here today. The next slide, please. Here's another one, Volcanoville Road. As you can see here, it looks like the road is possibly still passable. And as you could see right there, that it is starting to snow. This was, I believe, last night at around 5 p.m. We've got approximately almost an additional 6 inches of snow after that on top of this. But if you go to the next slide, there just to the left of that picture, that is what that edge of pavement is, what you just saw underneath the roadway. So if any vehicle was to drive over that, we would have a major sinkhole issue or rescue issue trying to get that vehicle out of there. And so then this is what we're monitoring currently, as well as Sweeney, to make sure that we have it passable for the residents of the area. What we don't want to do is have emergency access to be denied and access in or out, as well as residents not to have an evacuation route. Next slide. This is Hassler Road. This is in District 3. As you can see there, similar aspect to Volcanoville, to where the stream bed was eroding portions of the side of the roadway and the shoulder, which was then degrading the roadway. Fortunately, with the assistance of a outsourcing contractor, we were able to get this one reopened as of today. Next picture. And then lastly, this is Green River Road. Similar to our 2017 storm drain disasters, they're at Green River. And this is just, I think, approximately 50 feet away from where we had repairs from that FEMA damage, was a similar sliding of the roadway due to the heavy water flows. And so fortunately, though, in this instance, we're going to be able to get this road opened up sooner than later, once again, with the use of an outsourcing contract. And so what I wanted to inform the board today was that I will be coming back to you with a retroactive contract because a lot of this work with my staff at 24-hour shifts, completely overwhelmed with either snow removal, debris removal, sandbags, flooding calls. We were not able to get to a lot of the maintenance construction aspects of it, such as Volcanoville, such as Sweeney Road, such as Green Valley, and we had to utilize a local contractor. That contract is Veerkamp General Engineering. Very fortunate to have them in-house or local. We had an in-house contract, emergency contract with them for about $55,000. As you can imagine, we blew through that in approximately 12 hours. So this damage, I don't want to put a number to it yet because, as you all know, we have, as Lieutenant Morton just said, we have another storm coming. So this number can increase and we don't know where that's going to be as of yet. I could also tell you right now that I'm working very closely with my fiscal team so that we are on top of making sure that all of our hours and the billable opportunities are going to be allocated to a separate string so that if in the event a declaration of an emergency is set, we can then start coordinating with FEMA to see what we need to do to get reimbursements if that does come from the state of California and our governor. And then one last thing that I did want to mention is that in terms of snow removal process in South Lake Tahoe, we got a lot of phone calls regarding what is the protocol for snow removal. And typically, after any given storm, our main concerns is getting the major roads and the arterials plowed, getting plows out there. And that takes about anywhere between 1 to 2 days, getting just the roadway access open. Once we get plows through, then we come back in with blowers, and that's to widen the road. And then typically plows, we only get maybe a lane and a half, a lane if we're lucky. Blowers widen that out to about 2 lanes. So once we do the secondaries and the majors, then we go to the residentials with the plows. And then ultimately, finally, we head up with the plows in the residential areas. We don't advertise what our plowing patterns are, only because of the fact that they can change at any given time due to either Caltrans, to the storm, closures. So we try and inform the residents as much as we can with either our social media, but we do have a hotline. It's a hotline for roadway maintenance. That telephone number is 530-642-4909. If you call that number at any given time during general working hours, they will let you know where the plows are, where the blowers are, and what our patterns currently are, so that people can get an understanding of where their access is going to be, when their access is going to be opened or not. And as well as we also do have an email, and that is road.maintenance@edcgov.us. And if they were to leave a message there, we respond to all our emails, as well as if you call the emergency hotline and it's after hours, we listen to the messages and then we call back all of those phones as well and inform everybody of what their request was granted or not. Now, if it's after hours, we request that they call OES, so that then OES delegates it to us and we get all of their inquiries directed to us. And then we collaborate with the sheriff, with local fire districts to make sure that we're collaborating to the best of our abilities, as well as Caltrans to the best of our abilities to open up all our roads and get our residents and emergency vehicles where they need to go. So I believe that does conclude my presentation. If any of you have any questions, I'm free to answer them for you right now.
Ralph, I want to reiterate how grateful we are to your crews. I mean, my
Sure.
goodness, that working, 12-hour shifts for the last 6 days over a holiday weekend.
Yeah.
That's, going above and beyond for the residents of El Dorado County and just our vast county.
Thank you very much.
Herculean effort.
They
Thank
will
you so
appreciate to
much.
hear that. Thank you.
Really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Supervisor, who was first? Heidel.
Whichever. Yeah, my question relates to the John Kaling project. I'm trying to remember the bridge that we were looking at, the right of ways and trying to change the flows and stuff. If we have any reports on what the water can, because we said we're going to have flooding there again, and it may take the old structure out, which is why we wanted to make the improvements. Can you tell us anything about the status of that? Fort Jim, thank you.
Fort Jim, yeah.
The Fort Jim Road project.
Well, the good news is I haven't heard anything from Fort Jim, so that means
That's actually good, John.
That's a good thing.
Probably now.
Well,
And fortunately for me, John Kaling does live in the proximity of Fort Jim, so I'm wondering if he had driven by there. Kim, do you see John Kaling in the?
I thought he lived past me. Maybe I'm wrong.
He might be available to give an update on Fort Jim.
All right, well, let's go on to District 2 and maybe
Sure.
come back to
Yes,
that.
of course. Yeah.
Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, I just want to thank you, Raphael, for all your hard work. I
Sure.
know it's been really hard on your staff and your crew.
My
but you've
staff
done a great-
especially.
You've done a great job. You really have. And I commend you because, I mean, you guys have been working overtime. You know, I've been even out there helping a little bit and, you know, digging out culverts and stuff if I see it and stuff. So I'm packing a shovel around the back of my truck. But anyway, and I totally understand, you know, all the impacts and everything that's going on in our county. And it's very, very critical. I mean, I drove through El Dorado and there was 2.5. I don't know if, I think Don got that video and stuff that I think I sent it to him, but it's 2.5 feet. It was bumper height through El Dorado. That's how bad it was. It flooded the post office. It flooded Poor Reds. It also flooded Bobby's store. So there was a lot of people that were impacted by that floods, but not only that, Cameron Park, very much so. I mean, there's a lot of devastation on that. But also, if you know, when Linda was talking about the river, the height of the river, all she had to do is look on Bucks Bar Road, the bridge. And that cabin, it was up to the level of the deck on that cabin, which is about 40 feet in the air. So that's how much water was coming down. And that's the North Fork of the Kasumis. That's not including all, but I talked to a lot of friends. I have a lot of friends that are living in Wilton and they were flooded out. And in fact, I think one of the levees breached is what they did down there. So they're having some problems too.
Oh, yeah, this is regional wide.
Yeah,
this isn't just something specific for El Dorado County. This is throughout the entire California area, all the way to San Francisco. They had record rainfalls.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
And I was amazed how much rain, because it just constantly poured from 5 o'clock that afternoon until the next day. I mean, constant poured.
Yeah.
Yeah.
John
Supervisor-
Kaling is available if you wanted him to.
All right, well, let's get John Kaling and then we'll go to Supervisor Lane.
Okay, perfect. John, I don't know if you heard the question from Supervisor Heidel. He was speaking about Fort Jim and the repairs that we did there due to the 2017 storm damage.
Yeah, thanks, Raphael. Good afternoon, Board. John Kaling with DOT. Congratulations, Supervisor Lane. I got to kind of reiterate what Raphael said. No news is good news.
Yeah, right.
Out to Newtown Road yet. I knew that there was some issues out there on Mining Brook. I was unclear if they were on Mining Brook or on Newtown. It looks like they're on Mining Brook. So I didn't drive out there. I chose instead to drive out to take a look at the damage at Sweeney Road. But you can rest assured that with the rain coming Wednesday and Thursday, and then Saturday, Sunday, Monday, we'll be watching Fort Jim and Newtown Road at the bridge replacement location very carefully.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Appreciate you coming on. Appreciate it and all your efforts. Supervisor Lane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Mr. Martinez, thank you for your report. And thank you for being responsive during the storm event when I was trying to get some information for the residents up at the basin. I also want to shout out to Mr. Wallace and Mr. Moody, who are part of your staff in the basin, and they also have been extremely responsive. So I appreciate that. And as supervisor, I'm going to try to communicate better with our residents, because all of them from Pollock Pines to Tacoma feel that they're just out of the loop. And so we can help with that as well if we have the good information from you. So I want to thank you for your efforts. This has been difficult and it's not getting better.
No, unfortunately, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank
All
you,
right.
Raphael.
My pleasure.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
All right. So next up is Laura for facilities. Who has also been working overtime, no doubt. Because facilities are
Yes,
impacted.
really, it's been the crew. So I'll give actually a quick shout out to a couple of the guys that have been at the Veterans Building every single day since this started. So we have Josh Wood and Steve Perlow Jr., who have literally been there every day. So a huge shout out to them. So our Veterans Building, our Veterans Memorial Building was our one county building that did get flooded. We had anywhere from about 6 to 1 inch of water in the building. We do have a contractor out there right now that is drying the building, and then we'll kind of move forward once we get it dried to really determine how much of that drywall we need to remove. The issue is that there may be asbestos in that area. So it may be a little bit of a longer cleanup than we had anticipated. So we have the veterans folks have moved over to Brew Road. So we have relocated those services. It's really hard for me to give you an exact estimate right now of how long we could be closed, but that building could be down for about a month. Again, we just really don't want to have people in the building when we're doing that construction. As far as what caused it, we really don't think that there was anything on site that we could have done differently. We did have, I want to thank DOT. They allowed us to use one of their contractors. We had Veer Camp out there with a Vector truck trying to, clear the drains. It appeared that most of the drains were clear. So it literally was just the volume of water that was flowing through there. And unfortunately, the Veterans Building is at the lowest spot. They have made a couple of improvements. There were some new drains that were put in at the fairgrounds. Staff have been working today, and they actually changed those drains up a little bit. They took the grates off and put kind of some large cages on top to hope that it wouldn't, if there is debris flow, that hopefully it won't block those drains. So doing what we can to try and keep the water out of the building. And there are sandbags, but quite honestly, with the amount of water that came through there, I don't think sandbags really would have made that big of a difference. We also had just some smaller leaks. The courts building underneath the juvenile hall, we found out today, there was some new fiber line that we put in when we demolished the sheriff's building. And apparently there was so much water that flew in, it actually pushed the water up. And we had some leakages from the boxes, the fiber optic boxes. So they're also working on a fix. They're going to try and drill some holes basically in some of the boxes down below to see if we can relieve that water pressure. And we are also working on cleanup in that building. And then just a few roof leaks. We did have a little bit at the jail. I think as some of you were aware, the door here to the board offices, we believe that was actually just the wind. That really wasn't anything related to water. The wind was just blowing right into that area.
It was whistling.
Yeah.
It was blowing so hard.
Yeah. Chuck Harrell said he tried to step out the door and literally it was just, coming right into his face. And we had a little bit at the El Dorado Hills Library. So nothing at all along the magnitude of what we saw at the Veterans Building. So we are just continuing to monitor. We will have staff out, and like I say, we won't have anybody in the Veterans Building. First thing we did when we got there was shut the power to the building when you have that much water in there. So, we really just ask people to avoid it. There were several sheds on the property where some of the outside organizations, such as the quilting organization, they had a lot of stuff in those sheds. So we have been in contact with all of them, and they are out trying to clear out those sheds and get as much stuff out as possible. So with that, if there's any questions.
So quick question, Laura. I mean, I assume I know the answer, but just helpful. Just wanted to ask, under a normal storm, even a normal heavy storm, drainage and water flow has not been a problem in the Vets Building. So this is just truly an unprecedented historic storm that just overwhelmed the building.
In fact, the fairgrounds just did quite a bit of improvements to their drainage. So, we've had the change in the freeway here at Ray Lawyer. I mean, there have just been some changes recently to the topography, but I really do think it was just the magnitude of water flowing down there, and unfortunately just where that Veterans Building sits. So it's not fun to be the low house on the block. That's where I'm at too personally. So Supervisor Parlin knows.
Yes.
mean,
my
you get all
gosh.
the water right there. There's not much you can do.
Yeah, sorry, we went for a walk and looked.
Yeah, I could not get out of my driveway in my car. We needed a truck at that
With
point. so.
Supervisor Parlin.
Yeah. Are you doing the parks update or is Vicky doing that?
Vicky is here. She can certainly give you some updates on HLP. It actually held up pretty well considering the amount of water that overflowed.
And also, I got a phone call and I haven't returned it yet, but when we do all our assessment of damage after all of this, please remember Chili Bar, because it is a county-owned park and sometimes they feel we forget them. And so I got a phone call, haven't returned the call, don't know what's going on there, but I saw that the water had come up to, beyond towards our parking lot. The bottom was gone. And so I think they lost some buildings and stuff too, and we haven't figured all that out. So
and we are just working with risk. So, we do obviously have some insurance. So we'll be working with risk management to see if there's claims that need to be filed or anything along.
And did we lose stuff at HLP at all, Vicky? Do you know? Not really. That stuff out there is pretty awesome. Yeah, pretty strong. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. And Supervisor Heidel has a question.
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to see the Veterans Memorial Building, but is it the upper level as well?
No.
It's the upper level was unharmed, right? Because it didn't come in over the top. It was just the lower level down close to the creek bed, basically.
Yes. Yeah, it just came in those double doors there on that.
So
that
that's some office space and it's their dining room area and those kinds of things. And all right.
Yeah. So once things dry out, then we can do some testing of the kitchen equipment and things like that. But you really want stuff to dry out before we start.
Do we have some pumps available in this next storm to be able to get the water out of there and over somewhere else if it starts flooding?
I don't know where they put it. I mean, quite honestly, I should have brought some pictures. I don't know if you had an opportunity to see the parking lot. There, it was just completely full.
We have large sump pumps and other types of pumps to move water if you need to, but yeah. Okay.
It was a swimming pool. Yeah, it was terrible. It was terrible.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much,
You're
Laura.
welcome.
All right. So with that, Vicky, thank you for being with us today.
Good afternoon, Vicki Sanders, your Parks Manager. Good news and bad news. HLP did do well through the storm. It did pull up a lot of the garbage cans with the concrete at the bottom and took it across the parking lot. It pulled up a lot of benches. But what I have to say is back in 2017, if you remember, we got that remediation money from Cal OES and Raphael's staff helped us with the rock armoring of the whole area. So that helped immensely. Nice. It stayed in place. It did a great job. So really what we have is cleanup. I was really, really happy with what we had. On Friday, we actually started getting ready for this storm, contacted Raphael and his staff in Tahoe, who work with me on the Rubicon Trail and worked with Lieutenant Morton to find out what we should do about the Rubicon. We did close that. All of agencies decided it was probably a best interest because of the snow melt, and we also closed in 17 for the same purpose. So we'd closed that on Friday. Saturday morning, I had seen on Dream Flows, we were up to around 30,000 CFS. So I went out to the park, seeing veterans on my way. It looked like a lot of the water was coming from that pond at the back of the fairgrounds, where the pond is down below the maintenance. That's where the water was flowing from when I came in about 8 in the morning. So hopefully they can, I had discussed it with Chuck when I had come into the office, but I made it out to HLP where there was lots and lots of people in the parking lot. So we locked up the main river side. There aren't any gates on the ball field side, but even if there was, I left them open for the public to park because everybody wanted to look at the river rushing by. Unfortunately, the water is contaminated, so the bathrooms are all closed, but facilities got portable restrooms out there on the ball field side where the playground is. So there are facilities now for people that want to go out there. Come New Year's Day, I went out again and the water was down and there were 4 people playing pickleball in the pavilion up top. So life continued at Henningsen Lotus Park despite the flood and despite the locked gates. We're expecting more. So yes, we'll keep it locked We'll have facilities there, so there will be restroom facilities, but the park is closed on the riverside. Everything else looks great. I did go to the rail park. I tried, but Oriental was flooded, so I put that on the
Right,
website,
right.
knowing that they couldn't get through to that park location. Everything else looked pretty good as far as parks.
Well, that's pretty good news, considering what you were dealing with.
It is. I mean, I was like frantic to get out and look, thinking we're going to have to document again for 17, but I was really pleased to see that the work, and I immediately sent it to Dustin Harrington and John Balzer that said what you did was perfect. Thank you so much. I have not checked Latrobe, though. I do have to admit, I have not gone down and walked to the railroad where they did that other repair. So I will try to get down there, but I have not been there.
Okay.
Thank you for all your monitoring and all your efforts. Really appreciate it.
Yep. Don't forget Chili Bar. We got to keep that.
Yeah, and I didn't go by Chili Bar simply because our area is more up top and that down below is ARCs. And they do always have, they have a fund to do the repairs because they do get all the damage. So
I got a pictures of that and the water was as high, you know, where you go in to pay to go into the park. All you could see was a roof.
oh,
That's how high it was. So I got some pictures that I have to show Laura.
yeah. So there's
So anyway.
not a lot because it wasn't our property. There wasn't a lot I could do
Right.
there. So I just mainly went to the sites that I thought we would have control over, that I needed to report or close.
I see District 1 button.
Yeah, and I want to thank you, Vicky, and your department for all the work you do. I mean, Henningsen Lotus Park has been a long history. I'll reflect back, the Parks and Recreation Commission recommended the priority was stabilize the riverfront. As opposed to making improvements for recreation. And it sounds like it was very effective through that period. And so a shout out to our Parks and Recreation Commission, because I think having those inputs to the board in terms of prioritizing things helps us better understand the circumstances of where we should be prioritizing work activities. There's always a long list. And it's a tough job to decide what's the next thing you need to do, because if you want to preserve before you improve, in my opinion, and this is a prime example where I think that worked well. So thank you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, I knew that, you know, FEMA would more than likely not pay for this again.
Yes.
So having them grant us those funds to do the rock armoring it was like a $250,000 grant that they gave us to do that. And it worked. It really did.
Good news.
Prevented a lot of the damage. So that was really good news. Just a little bit of cleanup. You know, the water has to reside before we can put the beach back where it belongs.
Bring in the sand. DOT's got it. No.
Exactly. I think it's going to be coming up high again. So, you know, the crew, Laura's crews are out there again. They're awesome. They were out there, you know, cleaning up what they could to get ready for the next one.
Thank you so much, Vicki. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
So at this point, is there any additional comments, CAO? We're ready for public comment on this board? All right.
Now taking public comment on item number 33. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Hello.
Hello. Good afternoon, Ryan Carter, City of Placerville. I'd also like to add on and thank all the staff for the amazing job that they did. Living in Placerville, we did experience some pretty significant flooding, my brother and I. We were actually camping in Lotus on New Year's Eve, and we woke up at 3 a.m. to the river being inches from our trailer. We contacted the camp, and they said, no, the county hasn't contacted us. I'm sure that's not as bad as you say it is. But we had them come down and they said, holy crap, wake up your neighbors and get the heck out of here. So what I'd really like to see is, I think the complaint that I've heard from most people is communication. I would love to see some effort through the county and through the city to involve some kind of a volunteer committee. There are a ton of us out here that are willing to help, to work, to fill sandbags, to communicate with our neighbors. And I'd really love to see an effort in that regard on the county and the city level through the sheriff and the police department. I'll be talking with Chief Wren about this also. And to really just try and empower a group of citizens to help their neighbors and to help communicate the messages that a lot of people that aren't on social media, that don't have access. I mean, my dad and I were searching for a sandbag location because on New Year's Eve, nothing was open. It wasn't until New Year's Day where sandbags were deployed. So anyway, I'd really like to see some discussion in that regard and move towards getting together a network of people that are willing and able to help their neighbors and help the county accomplish their mission and help city staff who is already overwhelmed, obviously. And just, anyway, that's what I'd like to see. So thank you.
Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from 525. Can you unmute yourself, 525? You're still muted.
Leo.
Leo, we can't hear you.
Okay. He is the only one in queue.
Leo, you're up. If one more chance, if we, oh.
He
dropped
lowered his
off.
hand and. yeah,
Okay.
gone.
All right, so that's it. Okay.
There's no additional public comment.
Oh, okay.
Mandy Rodriguez, and she was in the queue previously too.
All right, we'll open up. Mandy?
Now taking public comment from Mandy Rodriguez.
Yeah, so I'm wondering, is this, does this emergency, because I didn't get to hear everything, but does this include the city of Placerville? Because my street was hit very hard and every one of my neighbors had water up to their threshold at their front doors. And Spanish Ravine, it's like one neighbor is telling us that, is saying like, it's not the city's responsibility, it's on them. The other neighbors, like it's the city's responsibility to maintain this ravine. But the whole east side of my street, including the street, was a river. And it was like, it rose so fast and it couldn't keep up with the amount of water that was coming off of the mountain up above Spanish Ravine. And so I know that, the city maintains Cedar Ravine, but what about Spanish Ravine? All this water goes right into Hangtown Creek and it's unmanageable. And this isn't the first time, but this is absolutely the worst time. And I haven't seen anybody from the city up here yet. I know that they have other places, but what happened here was just, everyone on my streets lived here 25, 30 plus years, and they have never seen it so bad. And these ravines are just completely unmaintained. And I don't know whose responsibility it is to maintain it. I do what I can around my property, but these houses down towards the end of the street are expected to take on literally both sides of the street of water. I have both sides of the street that convene and on the side of my yard and go underneath my driveway. And so it's like, well, whose responsibility? Because if it's on me, I'm going to reroute that water to the street where the rest of the water flows daily. But is there going to be any help for people in the city?
All right. We will get some answers. Thank you, Mandy.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, CAO?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The city manager declared an emergency in city limits as well, I believe on the same day the county did. So to answer Ms. Rodriguez's questions, roads in the city limits will be covered under their emergency proclamation, assuming the city council has to ratify just like we do, but she would need to address that with the city leaders.
Sweet. We coordinate those kinds of
Absolutely.
emergency responses. So yeah, it's a coordinated effort. Yeah. And I think, an important point was brought up that, I think it's important for us all to recognize that this was and will be again an unprecedented storm. That yes, of course, there's steps that the city and county could take in ongoing maintenance of our infrastructure, but recognizing that we're all in this together, it is incumbent on all of us to look out for your neighbor, to be have a shovel in your car if you see a drain, uncover it. The city or the county couldn't prevent the damage and the flooding that happened across our county. And unfortunately, we're going to be in that same boat, no pun intended, again. So, let's be good to each other, look out for each other, and just once again, we thank our OES staff, our county staff, our community partners, and the residents of El Dorado County. They're looking out for each other. It's going to take all of us to continue to weather this and have lessons learned and, move forward. But it's a really difficult challenge that we're walking through. So Supervisor Parlin.
Yeah, I think this is a question for Lieutenant Morton, I think. My brother lives in Cameron Park. He texted me a minute ago, does not even know I'm in a board meeting. He's oblivious, but he's concerned because he's in that air park area that got evacuated. And I made fun of him at the EOC the other day because he's not signed up for alerts, didn't know what was going on. So, but he's asking, Cameron Park Lake is up at the rim, I guess.
Yes.
And that creek that runs down there, I can't remember the name of that creek that's back behind everybody. That's the one that flowed out and then flowed out into Fairway, I think it's called. So my brother's asking, well, right now, while the storm isn't here yet, why aren't they letting some water out of the lake into the creek, that the creek subsided for now till the next, to help with that lake? And I don't know who's in charge of that, because I believe that's a CSD thing, but yet the OES probably coordinates all of that. Or can you help? And
Troy's there.
Yes, I can speak to some of that. We have been in communication with CSD. Draining some of the water out of the lake wasn't something that came up, but I can certainly reach out to the general manager. It's obviously their call, but that's something to look at. We also talked to them about doing some proactive cleaning. When I drove that area yesterday, I drove the air park and I drove through those neighborhoods. There's a lot of debris in where that creek is. I think that was even there before. When I talked to the general manager yesterday about it, there's a lot of processes and fees and permits that are costly, that they have to get through a Department of Fish and Game. And that was kind of his stance on why there hadn't been more done on that. So I don't want to speak for them, but that was what I was generally told. But I can reach out and talk to him about that, letting water out while there's room for water, and go from there.
thank you for that. And it does sound like we need some kind of relief during an emergency from these regulations that are preventing us from, doing what we need to do. That seems to happen a lot. So, okay. Thank you.
Supervisor Heidel, you're next.
Yeah, so to follow up on that, that's legislative change, and hoping with our new senator and our new state assembly persons that will able to get their ear, and maybe they can motivate something, because we're not the only rural county that suffers from this, but we need more flexibility to clean out that debris before these storms hit, because we know it's coming, and to always have to go get a permit that can take 6 months or 9 months or whatever. We got to find a better way to do this, because it puts people at peril, and it's lives. It's not just property damage. So hopefully we can make improvements there. I did want to note one other thing. We did get a call at my residence from EID about the issues with the water turbidity, and they're asking all the residents to reduce to a minimum their water usage, because it takes a lot more time to treat water that's highly turbid. And I know that's the situation up in Grizzly Flat as well, because I had a conversation with one of the personnel up there that they don't have an issue with demand, but it just takes a lot more staff and resources and time to process that high turbidity water down to where it's potable and can be distributed. So please heed EID's warning. Everybody thinks there's all kinds of water. But we need to help them as well. So that's the one thing. The other thing I'll just note is, we all know what's happened with fire insurance in El Dorado County, and with all this flooding. I hate to see what some of the homeowners insurance rates are going to be next year once they file a claim and stuff, because that's usually the trigger point that we're going to see hugely increasing costs, I think, for homeowners insurance. And if you're with a fair plan or whatever, we're going to continue to price a lot of our residents out of the ability to live in El Dorado County because of those kinds of effects. So it's just one of the things I think we have to watch. We can't directly change anything, but it's a reality of where we live and the consequences of some of the regulations that we've got. So reality. Yeah.
Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, I want to piggyback on Raphael's answer, what he's talking about, a lot of debris, especially down in Cameron Park, along the ditch and stuff. And a lot of it is responsibility of the homeowners. And it hasn't been done for years. And I know they were complaining about the county. Well, the county can't do anything. We can't. It's the responsibility of the homeowners to make sure they maintain their own property. But the thing is we're working, I'm working with Brandon in Tahoe and stuff to try to get some kind of grant, or he's looking into it. So we can get a grant to be able to help with the homeowners, especially in Cameron Park, so we can get those ditches cleaned and fix that drainage problems. Because it's been an issue for probably 3 decades or more. And it's been an ongoing thing. So, and that's one of the reasons why the water agency has put El Dorado and Cameron Park as a priority to fix those drainage problems. So they're looking into it. So I think it's a good thing, and working together, like I say, with Lori and you, Wendy, I think we can solve a lot of those problems, because Cameron Park and El Dorado is real. It's been going on for a long time. They were supposed to fix the drainage problem over 25, 30 years ago in El Dorado. It never happened. Never happened.
Headway.
Yes. So, so hopefully that we can get some of these projects done to help the residents eliminate this problem, because I know it's been a big problem for a long, long time.
Look forward to that. Absolutely. All right. With that, we have an item before us for action.
Move to approve was recommended by staff.
Second it.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Carries unanimously. Once again, thank you all. Godspeed on the days ahead, and to all the residents of El Dorado County, be good to each other, and we'll get through this together. So thank you. All right. So that was our last agenda item, and we are at to and froms at this point. So who is ready? Supervisor Heidel.
I'll go. Okay. This is going to be short. Thursday, going back December 15th, Pioneer Community Energy held their monthly meeting. One of the interesting things was a closed session to consider the executive director salary. And I got to tell you, the numbers for that position are in the same range we were talking about, with a 15% increase for our CAO. So it's not unreasonable that for competitive marketplace type positions that are in huge demand, those kind of decision makers, that those kind of salaries are prevalent across our rural counties. So I'll just make that statement. Monday, the 19th, we had our Human Rights Commission meeting, talking more about the speaker series primarily and the planning for that, and then also Martin Luther King recognition events and stuff that are coming up. So I hope everybody can dial into that. Tuesday, the 20th, we had our special board meeting. We all know what that purpose of that was. It was to look at the recruitment for the CAOs primarily. There was a couple different things, but that was the primary one. And then finally, on the 22nd, I met with our new state senator, Maria Alvarado Gil, as I know a lot of us had. And I thought that discussion was very productive from the standpoint of they did acknowledge that they were going to put a local office in El Dorado County. They're looking at Town Center in El Dorado Hills. And I think that would be huge if we could get our state representative local in El Dorado County and not just Placer County or someplace else, because it makes it much easier for us to communicate and have access to that office for legislative purposes. So I think that's a huge improvement from where we've been personally, but we need to make the most of it too. We need to work with that office to try to make sure we promote as much as we can that will benefit all rural counties, but particularly our county.
Great.
That's it.
Thank you, Supervisor Heidel. Supervisor Parlin, you ready?
Sure.
All right.
Same thing, meet and greet with Senator Alvarado Gil. I also heard her public meet and greet over at the sheriff's. I didn't make it there, but I heard it went really well. People were really pleased that she was there and available, and that's really nice. And to piggyback off of that, and I think most of you got a phone call. Her chief of staff called over the weekend during the flooding emergency to check in with our county to see what we needed. So really appreciate it. I think we're off to a good start building relationships there with that office, and we need that. So
Chad Condit, is that who it was?
Yeah, that was Chad.
Turns out Chad lives in Ceres, and I have a personal connection with that whole family. So
we'll just keep working those relationships.
We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it.
We need representation.
Yep.
So yeah. And then on Friday, the 23rd, I really want to say thank you to Supervisor Lane. Brooke, thank you so much. I had offered to meet with her, incoming supervisor. And she said, hey, you want to go for a tour, taking on a tour of District 4? And I was like, okay. So we did. And it was really actually, I had fun.
I had
Took her to a
blast.
lot of some of my favorite spots in Georgetown and all that,
Good.
and pointed out some areas of and issues that will be coming before the board.
Right.
So I thought that way maybe help her get familiar. So again, thank you for that. It was a great way to spend a Friday afternoon. That was actually a county holiday. So there you go. And then over the weekend, just briefings with the EOC on what was going on. Really appreciate it. I want to say, I don't think he's still on there, but Lieutenant Morton, thank you so much. I should have said it earlier for reaching out. And, we had COVID and everything in the sheriff's facility actually moved away from, here, the government center. And so the chair and the vice chair hadn't been invited so much to the EOC in the past couple of years for all these emergencies. And he reached out to try to kind of bring it back to that, to make the board feel a little more connected. So that was very thoughtful. And so I went on Saturday, Sunday. I think we decided not to go Monday. Supervisor Thomas, you were on the phone. So yeah, we're trying to represent. You get those opportunities, you show up. So thank you for that. And then just phone calls with, again, everybody, Carla, you name it. Volcanoville Road's a big deal up there. Got an email. Sounds like they have a temporary solution, working on making sure that, because remember, that's a one way in and one way out community. So it's tough. So thank you everyone for stepping up for that.
Thank you. Supervisor Turnbull.
Just basically met with a lot of department heads and some of the issues that's going on in the county. Also attended Vern Pearson's swearing in ceremony. Also was there at John DeAugustini's retirement, his last day. He got a police escort home, which was pretty awesome. So it was a great event, and pretty much, and then met with a senator and some of the issues and talking, and I've been sending her a lot of pictures and stuff and videos and stuff that what's going on in El Dorado County. So she's updated on it. So anyway, that's it.
All right. Supervisor Lane, do you have any comments?
Just quickly, I want to thank the clerk of the board and her department. They have just been fabulous getting us situated in not only one office, but two, and getting us all dialed in. So I want to thank them. I want to thank the CAO in particular, who has spent, I think, close to 5 days with me so far, almost the whole day. It has been quite a treat on my end. I don't know how he gives up that amount of time, but it has really been nice meeting with department heads. They've all been very open and welcoming, and it's helped get me up to speed. I also wanted to thank Supervisor Parlin, because that was a blast.
It was okay. Great. I had fun. It was very fun.
It was really fun. And I talked with the chair about our trip, and she would like to give me a tour of her district and ask for a tour of mine as well. So I think that we're on to something.
I like
There it is.
So to Supervisor Turnbull and to Heidel, I would love to
Absolutely.
be able to do the same.
Yes.
It really helps. Just today with you talking about chili bar, I could totally picture
Right.
it. I knew what you were talking about.
Yeah.
You know, other stuff, I don't know what you guys are talking about. So I did want to shout out to everybody in that regard. And then to all of you, you've been just very kind and welcoming and supportive. And I appreciate that. And also your assistance to my new assistant. She feels the same way. They was just, wow, everybody's so nice and friendly and helpful. So let's keep this up.
We're on a good roll.
We're on a roll.
And I have to say, I've been so impressed with the way you've jumped into this board meeting today. I
Right.
mean, this was a pretty,
Yeah.
turned out to be a rather full agenda. And
Yeah.
we had some difficult conversations, and it was a really great day and really productive. And you were just a really key member of this board. So we welcome you. We're excited to have you. And like you say, we're off to a great start. So
Thank you.
just a hearty welcome to you and to Lisa. Look
Thank you.
forward to working with you.
Great.
And,
And I think you're splitting your office time is going to be hugely important in
that's gonna
terms
be
of
great.
integrating in and working with the assistants and really putting more cohesiveness into those kinds of discussions and transfer of information, because there's a ton of stuff that happens every day.
There's a ton.
And our doors are always open to you.
Yes.
Great.
Yes.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
And likewise, back at you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And just a few things. The December Behavioral Health Commission, I know I had mentioned in the past about the mobile crisis teams that we went after a grant for $1 million each for a team on the west slope and a mobile crisis team on the east slope. And the most you could get was $2 million. And El Dorado County was approved for the full 2 million, which was
Nice.
huge.
Fantastic.
I mean, that's just so exciting. And what was interesting is that the state of California only funded those who applied for early activation grants. 10 applied statewide and 3 were funded, which is huge. And El Dorado County was one of the 3.
Great.
And what this will be is it will be 2 teams that will be available 24/7 for those in crisis to go out and meet folks where they are to de-escalate and to help bring resources to support our folks countywide. And there will be staff and peers on teams on these mobile units. So we were just really excited about that. That's going to be the goal is to go out in the community and de-escalate situations, meet needs on the timely basis, and also lessen the impact of law enforcement and our first responders, because they are not always the people that maybe need to be responding, but are impacted with those agencies. So we're really interested in testing out this model to see if it can, work well in El Dorado County. Also, we approved we were notified of a new contract with Sierra Family and Sierra Child and Family, which we know mental health is such an ongoing need for our county. And this will be a first episode psychosis. So what this is this is a resource for families in our community where if someone is having mental health challenges that hasn't been diagnosed, first time a family has run across this, you don't know where to go, someone can call and have a family member referred. And these staff members are also embedded in school wellness centers and are on the lookout for those who are in need of service. So trying to capture folks early on with mental health challenges that are finding it difficult to navigate. So rather than when things have moved to a larger,
Early intervention.
Yeah. So that was 2 really good highlights of the Behavioral Health Commission in December. John and I, Supervisor Heidel and I both attended the CAL FIRE hearing on the wildfire severity zone maps in December. And it was an interesting meeting.
Yeah.
They did a really good job managing it. And the state fire marshal will be going, or the state office of wildfire resiliency, their state office will be going to every California county, rolling out these severity zone maps that are updated. They're not new, they're just updated. And we were the very first county that had this public hearing. And it shows that, I forgot when the last maps, I think it was 11 years ago, they were updated since 11 years ago. Our county now shows, a big increase in the wildfire severity in El Dorado County. And what was interesting to understand is that they are looking at the baseline risk. They are looking at topography, climate, wind, to see what is the baseline hazard of El Dorado County. It does not take into account vegetation management, the built environment, where people are, where they aren't, vegetation management projects. And so I think one of my questions to them was, has there been talk about adding another layer to this map? So our concern was insurance companies, just looking at this baseline risk that shows most of El Dorado County pretty severe, without taking into account all of the good work that our residents and our own wildfire resiliency office, our fire safe councils are doing to manage our land and reduce the hazard on that land. And so that would have to be a legislative fix, but I think that's something that is worthy of digging into. So just wanted you to know we've started those conversations.
Can I piggyback on that?
Sure.
Thank you. One of the things we talked about is perhaps having a workshop in El Dorado County to inform the public of what these changes are, because even though it shouldn't directly affect your insurance rates or anything, we all know how that works over time, right? And I had enough time to look at my situation across the street. They're at a moderate severity. On my side of the street, it's a high severity. Looks the same terrain. So I've got some questions on a personal basis of why did you draw the line there? So I think it's healthy to have a dialogue and maybe have a workshop, because I think people will be surprised when they start getting insurance premiums, right, that are way higher than they've seen in the past. I'm just speculating, but I think
there were a lot of
probably
concerns,
the trend.
concerns.
And for people to understand where they are. The nice thing is they put out the website that you can enter your address and determine where you are. So specific, not just looking at a map. And I think that's extremely helpful too. That was just recently released.
Yeah.
So I think that workshop would help inform the public of where to go get the information. If they want to challenge it during the period, where they're taking public comment. They ought to get in early because once that's closed, it's awful hard to change things after the fact. So anyway.
It was, challenging. And the last thing is that had a tobacco prevention meeting with our county staff. It was a great follow-up after our vaping town hall. So just wanted to let the board know, stay tuned. There will be probably a future board item in the near future for board consideration and discussion on how we can further protect our students and the residents of El Dorado County on tobacco prevention. So look forward to that coming forward. Our staff is doing a fabulous job on that item. So with that, CAO update.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one update, and it's in regards to opening of the Navigation Center. We were targeting a mid-January opening due to a couple logistical issues and staffing issues and inability to hire all the staff that are needed. The new target date to open is February 6th. So about a three-week delay. Other than that, absent the water that got into the old juvenile hall this weekend, all the punch list items, all the building maintenance issues are on schedule to be done by mid-June. But a couple clarifying questions and MOU on the referral process and things like that. We just want to make sure, in talking to VOA, we want to make sure that we started off right and don't miss anything as much as possible. Next week, you will have an item on the board to approve an MOU with Upper Room for food service and food delivery. So things are moving, but that's all I have.
All right, thank you so much.
Along those lines, aren't we supposed to be getting a policy for?
That's the MOU.
That's the MOU, not a policy. Got it. Okay, thank you.
Great. All right, thank you so much. So with that, everyone stay safe, stay vigilant, and just thank you to everyone that's helping protect our county. So with that, we are adjourned at 4 p.m.
4 p.m.
All right.
Nice.
Thank you all.
No closed session items this week.